Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
I don't know the reason, but after the fusion of the red star and the stars in this parallel world, the destructive power caused by madness seems to be much greater than that of the original book. In addition, I don't know what kind of psychology he is in. When Chixing aimed at his two confidants to bomb, the energy ball spit out by controlling the purple dragon was bigger than that of other villagers. Therefore, the two subordinates of Chixing were tragic on the spot. They were blown to pieces by the purple energy ball and there were really no bones left. After blowing up his confidants, Chixing started to bombard the village more and more crazy, as if Chixing didn't destroy the Xingnan village and killed all the people in the village, and vowed not to give up. When controlling the purple giant dragon to bomb the Star Ninja village, Kai Xing was still laughing wildly in Yangshan, laughing, "Ha ha ha ha, die die you all die, the stars belong to me alone. Star Ninja Village only needs me as a star shadow, 22 ha 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 ha." Boom 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 boom. The sound of purple chakra energy explosions around is constant. If you are lucky, the villagers and ninjas are just thrown out by the bombing. If you are unlucky, you will be killed on the spot. Those with broken arms and legs are called miserable. Hold the wound on the ground and let out a miserable cry. It hurts so much. Woo woo woo, mom's my mom, I can't move anymore, mom, get up. Woo woo, help, my leg is broken, ah ah ah. Seeing the miserable experiences of the surrounding villagers, little Sakura's eyes were red with tears rolling in the eye sockets. Naruto was so angry that he couldn't help but rushed up, wanting to kill Chixing with his own hands. Damn B asterisk 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 D, look at me killing you, Rasengan. Naruto created Shadow Clone and made a Rasengan, jumped high and smashed towards Chixing. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand just collided with the purple chakra dragon around Chixing, and the Rasengan in Naruto's hand exploded, and then Naruto bounced back high. Plug. Naruto was slammed to the ground, grinned in pain, gritted his teeth and looked at Chihoshi, who was still mad, and said to himself, damn, his chakra is so strong. Naruto's attack had just failed and Sasuke also started his action. His eyes Sharingan opened and he made a seal, and the blue lightning on his right hand jumped violently. Ha ha ha, Chidori. Sasuke deliberately accelerated from a long distance and used Zyao Li's taijutsu to charge forward to increase Chidori's power. KKKKKK, bang, boom. However, it is a pity that when Sasuke's Chidori and Chihoshi's purple chakra dragon collided, they only tore a gap in the chakra dragon's coat and were ejected by the purple chakra dragon. The faster you rush, the stronger the shock force Sasuke has to bear, so the speed and force of Sasuke being bounced back are just like cannonballs. Boom! Sasuke's body was directly bounced and smashed into the wall of the house behind him and was buried in the rubble. Sasuke, little Sakura saw Sasuke being thrown away and Yishi was nervous and wanted to rush over. At this moment, the purple dragon controlled by Chixing spit out a purple energy light ball in the direction of little Sakura. Spirit escape, hexagonal crystal shield. Honglian suddenly dodged in front of little Sakura, forming madras with her hands and stomped heavily on the ground. A huge red crystal shield rose from the ground and blocked in front of them. Boom, crack crack bang, the crystal shield made by Guren with crystal-style ninjutsu only blocked the fatal blow of the energy ball for them. It was blown into red crystal fragments all over the sky. Guren and little Sakura were also blasted by the huge blast and their bodies were thrown backwards. After Honglian fell back and flew to the ground, after rolling around on the ground, she immediately made a madra with both hands pressed on the ground and shouted, crystal style. 8 trigrams guardian array. Ka. Under Honglian's control, in places where the crowd was relatively concentrated, a powerful crystal barrier immediately rose to protect them. Although Guren has already broken through Crystal Style's defensive ninjutsu, after all, there are too many people to protect and they are too scattered, so it is really difficult. Therefore, this puts considerable pressure on Honglian. A lot of wells popped up on Honglian's forehead and shouted to the surrounding air, Leiming, you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Here I really don't care about everyone's life or death. Yes, 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 Sister Honglian, I'll just come out, don't be so angry. Leiming kept a helpless and elegant smile and suddenly appeared. Sasuke, who crawled out of the rubble, and Naruto on the other side showed relaxed expressions when they saw Leiming's sudden appearance, and whispered to themselves, "It's finally here. If Captain Leiming takes action, there must be no problem." Leiming shook his arms twice, moved his hands and feet, and made him a draw with his hands, shadow clone technique. Bang bang. After 2 shadow clones were cloned, Leiming nodded to Shadow Clone and said, "Let's go, let's see how strong that guy's defense is." 737. The 2 shadow clone nodded to Leiming, jumped into the air with one hand, held up a huge chakra light ball with one hand to attack, and shouted, "Big ball Rasengan." Chidori Sharp Gun? Another shadow clone used a similar method to Sasuke, but he used one hand forward, spit out a long lightning chakra blade, and accelerated the impact towards the red star. One from above, one from the side, launched a fatal attack on Chixing at the same time. Boom! The ninjutsu used by Leiming's 2 shadow clones has reached Supera level, but they are only in a stalemate with the chakra dragon around Chixing. Their ninjutsu cannot really break through the purple dragon's chakra defense. Big Ball Rasengan is still tearing apart the purple dragon's defense bit by bit. Chidori Sharp Gun is like a nail, slowly nailing in bit by bit. But this is not over yet. The giant dragon under the control of Chixing suddenly transformed into chakra from its purple body, and grew dozens of long tentacles that looked like tentacles, launched a sneak attack and inserted into the bodies of Leiming's 2 shadow clones. Bang bang, the 2 shadow clones were blown up on the spot because of fatal injuries and exploded into white smoke. Seeing that his shadow clone was easily blown away by the purple chakra dragon around Chixing, Leiming touched his chin with one hand. I thought to myself, that star's chakra defense is really strong, can't even Big Ball Rasengan and Chidori Sharp Gun perfectly and quickly break through the defense. If you use a spiral shuriken to attack, Chixing deserves to die if he is killed, but if the star is destroyed too badly, it is really too wasteful. If you want to get back the stars perfectly, the destructive power of ninjutsu cannot be too great, nor can it be too small. When Leiming was talking to himself, his eyes looked towards Ziarai, who was standing not far away, his brows raised slightly, and he thought, yes. In the original Hokage ninja book at that time, the reason why Naruto could defeat Chihoshi so easily, in addition to Naruto himself having the aura of the protagonist. Chakra in summer should also be very important. Leiming recalled the phenomenon that Ziarai resonated with the stars just now and immediately took it to heart. Walking up to Ziarai, he smiled and said, "Beautiful Miss Zia, can I ask you for a favor?" When Ziarai saw Leiming asking for help, he couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'm very happy." "What do you want me to do? Please tell me." Leiming stretched out one hand in front of Ziarai and said with a smile, "I don't have too many requirements, just please put your hand on mine and input your chakra, and that's it." Like this, Ziarai put her little hand on Leiming's palm according to Leiming's request, and the purple chakra entered. Buzz buzz buzz, a purple chakra sphere of light getting bigger and bigger. "Not enough, not enough, continue to input your chakra." Leiming looked at the purple chakra Rasengan in his hand, which became bigger and bigger, and smiled with the corner of his mouth raised. Until Zia Tian almost exhausted his own chakra, Leiming's palm had raised a huge purple Rasengan. I saw Leiming turning around chicly, facing Kai Xing, jumped up and said with a smile, "Look at me. Star massive RASENG a N letter 3005. Come on, I'm not afraid of you, all of you are going to die today." Kai Xing let out a crazy roar, controlling the purple-white dragon outside his body to rush towards Leiming. Boom, poo kai 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 kai. Under the attack of Leiming's massive Rasengan, the purple dragon outside Kai Xing's body was vulnerable to a single blow, and it was almost crushed all the way. When the purple chakra dragon's defense was torn apart and when massive Rasengan slammed on Kai Xing's head, Leiming deliberately grabbed massive Rasengan and twisted it forcefully. Boom. Almost at the moment when Leiming started to spin, the purple massive Rasengan exploded violently, and the light of the purple explosion swallowed Leiming and Kai Xing together in an instant. The purple light flashed so dazzlingly that it was impossible for everyone present to see clearly what was happening in front of them. Leiming also took advantage of this good opportunity to activate the green snake ring on his finger and the powerful Jeweler stone energy, forming a green ray of light on Leiming's body. Leiming is protected by the energy of the Jeweler stone, and the probe is in the state of tiger claws. It is very easy to grab the star that is pierced into Kai Xing's chest and said with a smile, "Thank you. I will take the star away without hesitation, okay." Kai Xing could only watch Leiming's movements helplessly. His body was swallowed by the powerful star explosion energy, and his body was smashed into dust bit by bit. Kai Xing could only let out an angry roar of unwillingness and roared, "Damn it, I am unwilling." After Leiming grabbed the star, he immediately activated his slime power and easily transferred and absorbed the star into the slime space in his body. After the light from the massive Rasengan explosion disappeared, all that caught everyone's eyes was a huge crater. Leiming stood in the middle of the crater unscathed, smiling brightly at everyone. Putting his sword fingers together, he made a salute gesture to Honglian and said with a smile, "Sister Honglian, I have already eliminated the enemy for you. I still have something to do, so let's dodge first." "What?" "B********* D boy, don't go." Guren was just about to arrest someone and prevent Leiming from escaping. However, by the time Honglian flashed past, Leiming had already vanished. "Damn it. Damn B******** D, did you just leave all the mess to me alone?" Hong Lianqi almost exploded on the spot and punched hard in the big pit under her feet. Punch. Boom. A violent explosion occurred instantly on the ground inside the entire crater, and the explosive terrain cracked and changed. "Gyudong, sure enough, Sister Honglian is indeed a fellow disciple of Xinyu. She is just as terrifying when she gets angry." Naruto was so frightened that he couldn't help trembling, swallowing a mouthful of saliva and muttering to himself. Sasuke Zioalu, who heard Naruto talking to himself, nodded in agreement. Then, after Guren brought Naruto, small Sakura and Sasuke back to Konoha village, Tsunade reprimanded them severely just like the original book. "You guys, do you know what you have done? You were sent there to carry out the escort mission to protect the stars of Xingren village from being stolen, but now, you not only killed the client but also even the stars are destroyed together. Do you know how much compensation we will have to pay if Xingren village is held accountable?" However, fortunately, Xingren village has no intention of pursuing it otherwise. As for what happened later, it is similar to the original work, so I won't go into details here. Kai indeed. The screen then turned to Leiming, who had already taken the stars with him and quietly hid in the underground secret base he established outside Konoha village. I have to say that sometimes it is useful to learn some of the advantages of Orochimaru. Leiming formed a seal with his hands and the space was slightly distorted. A purple star suddenly fell out of his body. Leiming happily caught the star and put it into a special instrument in front of him. Then, he took off the green snake ring worn on his finger, put it into the special groove of the instrument and said with a smile, "Alice, help me analyze this meteorite and find out if it is possible to remove the harmful radiation inside." "Okay, Master, Alice will analyze it for you immediately." Leiming placed the star on the special instrument in front of him and then put it into the ring of the green snake that he was carrying, with the energy output from the Jeweler stone in the ring of the green snake. The instrument in front of Leiming suddenly projected an image similar to a holographic projection from the top. As for the image displayed, it turned out to be the projection of a virtual beauty from Leiming's previous mobile phone artificial intelligence. A woman in a beautiful green dress bowed respectfully to Leiming. "Master, according to your instructions, Alice will help you scan and analyze the structure and composition of stars immediately and try to separate harmful radiation substances." A green energy scanning beam is emitted from the inside of the instrument and begins to scan the stars. As the virtual beauty Alice spread her palm, the inner structure of the stars began to be displayed bit by bit above the palm. Soon, the internal structure of the star was also displayed. The virtual beauty Alice pointed to the structure of the stars in the projection and introduced, "Master, look, These places with red light spots are all substances that release harmful rays to the human body. And the places with purple light spots, substances that have the effect of enhancing the chakra. 290. Standing by the side, Leiming carefully looked at the display of the stars in the hands of the virtual beauty, nodded frequently and said, "MMMMM. It really looks amazing, Alice. Do you have a way to separate them?" The virtual beauty Alice thought for a moment, then nodded to Leiming and said, "We can try to separate, but it may take quite a while." "That's it. Don't worry, you can deal with it as you see it. I asked you to help make the armor before, so just use this star." Leiming took the star back into the slime space in his body, and then put the green snake the ring was also taken in together. Then, in the slime space in Leiming's body, you can see a beautiful snake-shaped ring flying in midair, emitting green rays of light one after another, pulling all kinds of things in the slime space. Leiming Hawkage ninja rare materials collected from all over the world. Under the traction of the green light, they decompose, reassemble, and forge the ideal armor parts of Leiming bit by bit. In order to design and manufacture his ideal armored garment, Leiming spent more than 3 months in his underground secret base, CC. When Leiming returned to Konoha village again, he just stepped into Hawkage's office, and what greeted Leiming was Master Tsunade's thunderous roar. "Uchiha Leiming, you be ****D, what the hell are you doing to me? As soon as you go out, you play with me and disappear for more than 3 months. You don't give me any news whether you are alive or dead. You want me to die." Tsunade rushed forward, just grabbed Leiming's ear, twisted 380 degrees and lifted it up. Hey, Master Tsunade, tap lightly. It hurts. Leiming's ears were grabbed and tears were about to fall from the pain. Although she knew that Master Tsunade might get angry when she disappeared for 3 months without any reason, but she didn't expect her to be so angry. In the end, Leiming was grabbed by Tsunade's ears and scolded for several hours, and the anger of Master Tsunade was finally calmed down by Leiming. Master Tsunade sat back in his Hawkage office chair, stared at Leiming, and asked, "Tell me, where did you die in the past 3 months? Don't tell me that you are chasing beautiful women just like that idiot Jiraiya. I won't believe such a lie." By next to Leiming is a top-notch beauty, gentle, kind, and good-tempered. She can be said to be obedient to Leiming. With such a top-notch beauty by her side, Tsunade would not believe it. The hospital that fascinated Leiming for 3 months. Leiming was just about to explain what he had been doing for 3 months, when Shizune pushed the door of Hawkage's office open, and said loudly, "It's bad, Master Tsunade. I just heard that Naruto seems to have gone to Kurama Yakumo's residence." "What? That idiot Naruto, why did he suddenly think of going there?" Tsunade stood up abruptly when he heard Naruto's whereabouts and said in surprise and anger, "Forget it, now is not the time to pursue this, Leiming. You be ****D, go over and help. If you arrive late, Naruto may be in danger. Let me go to Kurama Yakumo's residence. Can I go with someone else? I still want to go back to sleep. I was a little tired just after I came back." Leiming put on a bitter face and smiled wryly. "You don't want to go, do you? Well, you can also stay, let's have a good chat." When Tsunade said this, although there was a bright smile on his face, the movement of pressing small fists with both hands showed that abandoned chat is definitely not as simple as just chatting. Yes, I'll go right away." Leiming, who was familiar with Tsunade's temper, rushed out of Hawkage's office in fright. Tsunade snorted coldly at the door and said, "Small. I can't cure you yet." Under the guidance of the guide arranged by Tsunade, Leiming quickly found the place where Yakumo Kurama lived. Looking at the seemingly gloomy house in front of him, Leiming smiled and said to himself, "Heh. This house looks really interesting. It's scary enough. If you use it to shoot ghost movies, you'll save money on decorating props." While talking, Leiming kicked open the door and shouted loudly into the room, Hey. "Naruto, I'm looking for you. Where are you? You're dead or alive? Give me a quick call words. After taking you back, I have to go back to sleep." Leiming's reckless move made the ninjas beside him dumbfounded. They have been monitoring Kurama Yakumo for so long, and they can be said to be the most aware of the terrifying power of Yakumo's illusion. "Leiming, Master Leiming, it's not good for you to barge in so loudly. It's very likely." Boom! Before the ninja finished speaking, Leiming stepped into the door, which automatically slammed shut. Leiming turned around and looked at the door behind him with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned and said with a smile, "The first step in the strategy of scaring the grass and scaring the snake was successful. Is it Kuma Yakumo? I want to see if it's your illusion or my Sharingan." He raised the ring of green snake in his hand, and the ring of green snake shot a green light onto the ground, easily showing traces of 2 rows of footprints. Following the footprints, Sharingan opened his eyes. Sharingan could see through illusions, and illusions in the general sense could not stop him at all. Leiming walked in front of a gate, and the lightning in his hand jumped, shooting out a blue lightning blade. Chidori sharp gun. Brush, brush, brush. It was easy to cut the gate in front of him into several sections and then kicked hard on the gate with his feet. Boom, what was kicked by Leiming turned out to be gravel flying forward. When Leiming walked into the room, the whole room seemed to have turned into a different dimension. I saw a girl hugging her head, shivering in a chair, wondering what she was afraid of. Standing next to the girl was a monster with a terrifying face like a ghost, 2 long horns growing on its head, and a humanoid monster dressed in clothes similar to the girl's. There are many, many oil paintings in the strange space around, slowly floating in midair. In the blink of an eye, Naruto has been restrained by some kind of weird tentacles. As for Yuhihong, her body is disappearing bit by bit and her lower body seems to have been wiped off by an eraser. It disappeared, only the upper body was still floating in the air. After seeing the surrounding situation clearly, Leiming smiled and raised his hand to Hong and Naruto beside him, saying, "Hey, how are you? What are you doing here? Are you playing Horror Night Adventure so lively?" Hearing Leiming's joking way of greeting, Naruto was so surprised that he was not P***D off. There was a cross on his forehead jumping up and down, and he stared at Leiming and said loudly, "Captain Leiming, what time is it? Are you still in the mood to joke, Mr. Hong? They will all be wiped out. Hurry up and save people." Although half of the body has been wiped off like an eraser, Hong didn't seem to be very scared, showing a wry smile and said, "The reason why I became like this is what I should bear. I didn't take good care of Yakumo, and I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher." Teacher Hong, don't speak so sentimentally as if you are about to confess your last words. Let me see if there is any way to save you. Leiming walked up to Hong with a smile and the Sharingan opened, carefully observing Hong's state. Under Leiming Sharingan's observation, there is a strange energy possessing Hong's body. How should I describe it? It can be called a ghost upper body. It is precisely because this strange energy is attached to Hong's body, producing a strange space distortion effect, that it seems that Hong's body has been swallowed in half. Is this the strongest illusion of the pommel horse family in the legend? It's really amazing and it can really affect the real space. Leiming, circling around the red, carefully observed and said to himself. Looking at Leiming's leisurely state, Naruto next to him was so anxious that he almost vomited blood. He kicked his legs and jumped again and said loudly, "Captain Leiming, Leiming equals teacher. Please, now is not the time to do research, okay? Hurry up and save people." Yes, 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 it's so noisy. It's just a research reference and it doesn't mean that you will die immediately. This kind of opportunity is rare. Leiming walked into Hong's side with a pursed mouth and lightly pressed on Hong's body with one hand, above the shoulders. Then the ring of the green snake on the finger of the right hand began to emit green light, the energy output of the Greer stone, and soon the red body was enveloped by green light, as if wearing a green dress the same as Noki coat. With the protection of this powerful energy coat, Hong's disappearing body was miraculously recovered bit by bit. Seeing Hong's body miraculously recovering bit by bit, Naruto was very excited and cheered happily. "Yeah, that's great. Captain Leiming is indeed the most powerful. As long as you are here, any problem can be solved." Hong opened his hands, looked at the green energy on his body, and exclaimed in amazement, "What kind of chakra is this? It's amazing. Leiming doesn't seem to be your chakra, right?" Leiming withdrew his palm with a smile, put his finger on his lips, made a silent gesture, showed a mysterious smile, and said with a smile, "SHH. This is my secret. Please don't go outside and talk nonsense, Mr. Hong." Hong shook her head helplessly and said with a smile on the corner of her mouth, "Leiming, you are a real guy. Don't worry, I won't go out and talk nonsense." "Asking for flowers?" With the energy protection of the Greer Stone, Hong should not be obliterated by Kuruma Yakumo's illusion again, so Leiming turned around with peace of mind and carefully looked at the monster beside Kurama Yakumo. She said to herself, "Sure enough, although Kuruma Yakumo's illusion is magical, it still cannot break away from the rules of Hokage ninja ninjutsu. The reason why her illusion effect is mysterious and powerful is nothing more than using the effect similar to immortal technique plus space ninjutsu. As long as you have a strong enough chakra, you don't have to be afraid of Yakumo's illusion at all. Or just try to get the power of the star just now like now." While Leiming was talking to himself, a light flashed on his right hand, and unexpectedly there was an arm guard like a holy warrior's armor appearing on Leiming's right hand, and at the same time, the ring of green snake worn on his right hand output the energy of the Greer Stone. 0.0. Combining the arm guards made of stars, and after inputting the energy of the Greer Stone, the chakra coat outside Leiming's body actually showed the phenomenon of alternately flashing purple and green rays of light. The monster formed in Yakumo's heart, seeing Leiming's pressing step by step, was not as relaxed and confident as when facing Kurenai Yuhai. "Don't come over?" Idu Monster's paw pointed in Leiming's direction and waved vigorously. The surrounding illusion began to undergo drastic changes, and countless monster tentacles grew, entangled and sent towards Leiming. But these tentacles were shattered into nothingness as soon as they touched the chakra coat outside Leiming's body. The corners of Leiming's mouth raised and he smiled. "Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought. How dare you use illusion in front of me? You're looking for death. Look at me, Sharingan, Zingle Tsukayomi." Leiming simultaneously controls the power of the stars and the energy of the Jera's stone, respectively, in the position of the Sharingan of the eyes, condensing a lens-like effect and releasing a new illusion. Yakumo's inner monster, Ido, accidentally looked directly into Leiming's eyes, and his body trembled violently in an instant. Leiming's eyes Sharingan opened, using the power of the stars to change the energy form of the Greer Stone, and two things like spectacle lenses condensed in front of Leiming's eyes. If you just stare at the lens and see Leiming's Sharingan, it actually shows the form of Mangekyo Sharingan. This time, Leiming used the power of the stars to fuse the energy of the Greer Stone, and the Sharingan form he imitated happened to be the Mangekyo Sharingan form of Uchiha Itachi. The lenses show green pupils and purple pinwheel-shaped Gaoyu, which would be almost identical to Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan replica if it weren't for the different pupil color of the eyes. Copy illusion. Star Thunder Tsukuyomi. Kuruma Yakumo, the heart demon monster Ido, saw Leiming's imitation version of Tsukuyomi. 323 body trembled violently in an instant. In the illusion that Yidu fell into, the monster Yidu was tied to a cross, and then under the cross, a raging fire burned and quickly swallowed it into the sea of flames. Then the sea of flames disappeared, followed by a rain of arrows which shot Yidu into a hedgehog. But this is not over yet. The arrows shot into Yidu's body suddenly began to soften slowly, turning into strange snakes one after another. These strange snakes entangled Yidu in it, constantly devouring and biting his flesh and blood. In short, Leiming's actual illusion against the Yidu monster is equivalent to the torture of the 18th floor of hell. After Yidu fell into the illusion space, he died again and was resurrected again and again. Finally, Ido, who was constantly dying and resurrecting in the illusion, fell into a complete collapse of spirit, holding his head and screaming loudly, "Ah, kill me, let me die, ah ah ah." The monster Ido is a monster transformed by Kuruma Yakumo's heart demon. In a sense, it belongs to an alternative spiritual life body. Once there is a mental breakdown, then the death of the heart demon monster will not be far away. Sure enough, with the mental breakdown of the monster Ido, the maintenance of its body shape also became unstable, sometimes elongated, sometimes squashed, and sometimes fattened. Leiming waved lightly at the void again. A long knife exuding a faint purple light was held in Leiming's hand. Leiming murmured to himself inwardly, "Anyway, you are going to die, why don't you contribute your last value?" What is the long knife forged from the Hokage Ninja World's special metal, plus the stars are full of radioactive and harmful substances? What about ability? Leiming held the handle of the long knife tightly with one hand and casually slashed a purple light blade at the Idu monster, saying, "This knife is called Purple Star. Die Zixing Slash. Pooh." In order not to cause any damage to the surrounding houses and to prevent Tsunade from finding himself for compensation afterwards, the purple knife light that Leiming cut out was not very powerful. After a simple purple knife light entered the body, the surface of the monster Yidu's body soon began to appear one after another like a purple curse mark, and the body was quickly swallowed by the purple curse mark. The monster Yidu's body exploded, turned into smoke and swelled away and then disappeared. As Yidu dissipated, the surrounding illusion space also disappeared rapidly, returning to a normal room. Yuehong excitedly rushed to Kurama Yakumo's side, hugged her student and comforted Yakumo. "It's okay, Yakumo, everything is over." After Yuehong calmed down Yakumo, Leiming walked up to Yakumo with a smile and said with a smile, "I have heard about your story. Now that your demon has appeared, have you recovered your memory? If there is no recovery, I can use Sharingan to cast illusions to help you recover." Kurama Yakumo looked at Leiming with clear eyes, shook his head and said, "No need. My memory has all been restored and I caused all the tragedies. I misunderstood my parents and Lord Third Hawkage. Resentment arose in my heart. That created the Edo and started the fire that killed my parents." Leiming put his hand on Yakumo's shoulder lightly and said, "Although it's a bit late to say this, I have a way to help you heal your body so that you can become a real ninja." Hearing Leiming said that there is a way to help him, Yakumo's originally dim expression suddenly became brighter, looked at Leiming with burning eyes and asked, "Really? If possible, I really hope to become a true ninja. May our heavenly parents rest in peace." "Okay, now that's the case, let's start now." Leiming directed Kurama Yakumo to sit cross-legged on the ground. Then he took out a scroll and opened it, added ink with a special brush on the blank page and quickly drew a special spell circle on it. Naruto stood by and looked at Leiming's ghost painting symbol with question marks all over his forehead and asked Yuehong next to him, "Teacher Hong, can you see where Captain Leiming is?" Yuehong shook her head with a wry smile and said, "What Leiming is drawing now should be a magic circle of the sealing technique, I don't know it." After the curse seal was drawn, Leiming quickly closed the scroll, threw the scroll high and spun it in the air, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Then the green chakra flame burst out from the left hand and the purple chakra flame burst out from the right hand. He caught the scroll, pressed the scroll to the back of Yakumo's neck and shouted, "Purple star sealing technique. Buzz buzz buzz." Soon, from the inside of the scroll, dense purple and green curse-printed characters spewed out violently along the back of Baoi's neck and penetrated into the skin and flesh. On Yakumo's face, the skin on the arm can be seen to be 1.0 to have secret numbness, and purple and green curse-sealed runes appear after the spell-sealed runes are engraved. Kurama Yakumo raised his neck and let out a loud roar towards the sky. "Ah!" An invisible wave of energy blew Leiming's body backwards, and Hong and Naruto were also shocked backwards. Yakumo waved his fingers uncontrollably in the air and accidentally drew a word of fire. Immediately, in front of Yakumo, a large group of blazing flames spewed out and hit the front wall with a bang, directly blasting a huge hole in the front wall. Looking at the big hole that was blown out in the room and the sunlight was already coming in from the outside of the big hole, Naruto exclaimed with wide-eyed eyes, "Damn it, this. What is the situation? There is no need to seal. Can you release ninjutsu? And it's fire-style ninjutsu." Kurenai Yuhai also looked at Yakumo in shock. At this moment, the purple and green spell marks on Yakumo's body had begun to fade slowly and merged into her body. With the integration of the curse seal, even Yakumo's complexion began to look better, becoming fair and rosy. The skin color of the previous Kurama Yakumo was the patient's complexion at first glance. Kurama Yakumo felt the change in his physical condition and immediately rushed to Yuehong happily, hugged Yuehong and said happily, "Mr. Hong, my body is healed, my body is really healed. Endless strength is the same, if you don't believe it, look." Saying that, the body of the little girl Kuruma Yakumo can hug Mr. Yuehong and walk around in circles for a few minutes without feeling tired. If it were Yakumo who was 22 before, he wouldn't be able to lift even slightly heavier things, not to mention picking up Mr. Kurenai Yuhai in circles. Seeing that her student's body recovered, Yuihong was also happy for her and said with a smile, okay, don't turn around, your body has just recovered, don't hurt yourself. Yes, Teacher Hong. I listen to you. Kurama Yakumo obediently let go of Yuihong after a short period of joy. Then he turned to face Leiming, bowed 90 degrees gratefully and said, Master Leiming, thank you for everything you have done for me. Thank you for giving me a new life. Leiming smiled and waved his hands and said, Yakumo, don't be too happy, everything I've done for you now is just to help you temporarily improve your physique. I use 2 kinds of chakra, which are special after all. The curse imprint planted in your body forcibly will be consumed little by little with time. To really heal your body ultimately depends on your own efforts. As he spoke, Leiming handed another scroll to Kurama Yakumo and said, This is a new technique I created by referring to Mr. Tsunade's Beihao technique ninjutsu. It is also a kind of application of senjutsu. Soon, after dawn in Hokage's office, all the parties involved in this matter were present. Tsunade almost tapped Naruto's forehead with his fingers and scolded, Naruto, I mean you really don't know how to write dead characters, do you? How dare you get involved in any dangerous mission? As Tsunade said, he poked his finger on Leiming's head, and Naruto's head swayed from side to side and his forehead was red. Naruto couldn't lift his head from being scolded. After scolding Naruto, he blessed Yakumo with a smile on his face, and after briefly chatting with Kurayuki, he let them all leave first but left Leiming alone. Picking up a scroll from the table and handing it to Leiming, the beautiful brows frowned and said, This is the latest news from Jirya. There is a dangerous organization called Akatsuki and their goal seems to be to collect tailed beasts. Didn't you guys meet Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kasame last time? So Naruto's situation is quite dangerous now, do you have any suitable advice for me? Although Tsunade spoke beautifully, her beautiful eyes looked at Leiming oppressively. Ugh. Master Tsunade, if you look at me like this, do I have any choice? Just give me an order and just say what you want me to do. Fun, what I want is your words. Jirya and I think that you will take Naruto out to practice and teach him for a while. Tsunade smiled with a bright smile on his face. What? Shouldn't Master Jirya handle the task of cultivating Naruto? Hearing what Tsunade said, Leiming jumped back in shock and exclaimed. Why does Naruto have to teach that D Jirya? What to teach him? Teach him how to talk to girls? Hearing Leiming's words, Tsunade immediately showed an unhappy expression. For the smooth growth of Naruto's physical and mental health, I think it is more reliable for him to practice with you. Besides, you are from the Uchiha clan and your blood wheel eyes are most suitable for monitoring Nine Tails. Okay. I understand, don't talk about it, I'll take Naruto out to practice together. But the premise is that I will also take Sasuke and Yakumo out together. To be on the safe side, Shiro, Zinyu and Guren and go out with me too. After hearing Leiming's request, Tsunade frowned beautifully and said, You have taken away so many people, why does it seem that one person is missing? Where is little Sakura, isn't she from your group? That's because the person she really wants to learn as a teacher is you, Master Tsunade. According to my observation, little Sakura has the talent to be a medical ninja. You should teach her for a while first. I will teach Naruto and Sasuke. Yakumo worked hard too. Leiming laughed with a cheap smile. Seeing Leiming's mean smile, Tsunade couldn't help but there was a cross on his forehead jumping up and down, pointing at the office door and said angrily, Okay. You are cruel, little Sakura, I will teach you, but you need 783 Naruto teach me with Sasuke. Don't teach me wrong, get lost now. Yes. Master Tsunade, I'll pack up my things and take Naruto and the others away. Goodbye. Leiming actually wanted to leave Konoha village for a long time. About the method of making holy clothes armor from the stars, using the holy clothes to fuse the energy of Gelal stone and fairy energy, and enhancing your own power emperor you still need to explore slowly. After Leiming returned to his home in Konoha village, he entered his specially built basement, closed the door and activated the magic circle in the basement. Even if he rolled his eyes, he couldn't see through it. Leiming stood in front of a mirror, followed Leiming's hands to seal. Immediately, one after another began to appear outside the body, just like the anime Saint Seiya wearing armor inside, armor parts appeared continuously on his body. After all the holy clothes and armors were put on neatly, Leiming's eyes Sharingan opened suddenly. Boom, 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 boom. There is a powerful green chakra erupting, and outside the green chakra there is a purple chakra, and outside the purple chakra is another layer of blue chakra looking at himself in the mirror and the three-color chakra erupting outside him. Leiming showed a faint smile and said with a smile, I really look like a Saint Seiya now, plus I feel like a Super Saiyan. Because of the holy garment forged by fusing stars as a medium, it is indeed possible to temporarily bind the energy of the Jelal stone and the magic power of nature together forcibly. Zizzizizzizizizizizizizi, Leiming's eyes and Sharingan carefully looked at chakra outside of him. At the position where the power of fairy magic, star power and Jellar's stone converged, there was a subtle electric collision and sound. In order to verify the strength of the chakra on his body now, Leiming summoned a handful of kunai from the slime space in his body, grabbed the kunai in his hand, and concentrated the three-color chakra that exploded outside his body on the kunai. Zizzizizzizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizizi repulsion between the three-color chakra became more and more serious. Later, the kunai even appeared to vibrate automatically and the frequency of the vibration became faster and faster. And then, kunai couldn't bear this powerful force and blew himself up. Leiming has armor and a three-color chakra body, so the fragments of kunai's explosion cannot cause the slightest damage to him. Well, if you look at it this way, even though it can be glued together, there will still be a rejection reaction. If the power is used on a large scale, maybe even I will be killed by the explosion. Don't use it in a hurry. This set of armor really needs to be adjusted. Taking Naruto and Sasuke out for 3 years of practice, let's get used to it slowly. When the soliloquy reached here, Leiming closed his eyes and the Sharingan subsided, and the armor on his body disappeared one by one, returning to the subspace absorbed into his slime body. Leiming turned around and was about to leave when he tripped suddenly. What's the situation? Leiming took a few steps staggeringly. When he looked back, he realized that there was a small groove in the ground where he was standing just now. Damn it, it's just a simple burst of power. Can it even wipe out a layer of the ground? Heh. It seems that this power is really powerful and terrifying. When I was in the same family, I had some confidence. After finishing this test, Leiming left the basement in a happy mood, went into his room and packed up his luggage. 7 days later, he left the land of fire and arrived in an inaccessible mountain forest. Leiming brought Gyurin, Zinyu, Hai, Ranmaru, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yakumo to start special training. Leiming stood in front of him and coughed twice and said, "I have already taught you all the cultivation methods of immortal arts. As for whether you can cultivate powerful strength, it depends on your comprehension ability and hard work." Naruto, Sasuke, Yakumo, if the 3 of you want to become independent ninjas, you must master at least 1 or 2 ninjutsu with power above S rank. Let me show you several S-level ninjutsu that I have mastered. Whether you can learn or even develop new jutsu within 3 years is up to you. Said Leiming opened his eyes. Sharingan formed seals with his hands and released a powerful fire style towards the sky, shouting, "Fire style." The Dragon Flame Group. Boom, 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 boom. The powerful fire dragon blasted into the sky, burning, and soon blasted the clouds in the sky, causing the temperature in the sky to rise extremely rapidly. It didn't take a moment. A large number of clouds began to gather in all directions, making the sky dark and dense with thunder clouds rolling. Leiming made a dodge, jumped to the top of a big tree, and shouted to Sasuke, "Sasuke, look out. This is the jutsu I developed after upgrading Chidori Ninjutsu, a lightning style, Kirin." Ho 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 ho. Standing on the top of the tree, Leiming's right hand controlled the lightning, and a unicorn with a height of tens of meters and a body size not inferior to that of a tailed beast appeared from the clouds immediately, with blue lightning flashing thunder and lightning all over its body and downstream. In the end, under the control of Leiming's right-hand Thunder Light, the Thunder Unicorn rushed down aggressively, and there was a violent explosion. The light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. When the light from the explosion dissipated, the small hill not too far away from everyone was blown flat because of the ninjutsu that Leiming just performed. Sasuke suddenly widened his eyes, eyes full of excitement and power-hungry eyes, excitedly whispered to himself, "This is it, I always want to get a strong power. This is it, if I have this power, even Uchiha Itachi. If you can't kill him, you can definitely injure him seriously. F***K, good, what a terrifying power. Isn't this too exaggerated?" Naruto jumped on the spot in shock and exclaimed. Leiming swished in front of Naruto and said with a smile, "Don't be envious, the lightning-style ninjutsu I just did is an extended ninjutsu of Chidori lightning style. Of course, you can continue to develop your Rasengan." Said Leiming turned around, chakra on the right hand rotated and condensed, and a Rasengan appeared saying, "The Rasengan developed by 4th Hokage has reached the A-level difficulty just to learn and master it. However, this ninjutsu has further possibilities. Once it is completed, the power will be at least S-level ninjutsu, not weaker than the lightning-style unicorn just now. Naruto, watch it, this is the upgraded version of Rasengan, wind style. Spiral Shuriken. Buzz buzz buzz, it's such a piercing Dihaozhao treble, such a strong sense of oppression. When Sasuke saw the spiral shuriken he couldn't help but whispered to himself. He also felt the threat of death on it. Although the momentum was not as exaggerated as the unicorn, the degree of danger was definitely not weak. Leiming felt that it was almost done and threw the spiral shuriken forward forcefully. Buzz buzz, crack. All the trees blocking the route of the spiral shuriken were cut in two, and then exploded in the distance, turning into a huge round ball of light. Sasuke clearly saw through his Sharingan that the forest covered by the white light ball was almost instantly cut into pieces by countless chakras like small knives. Then cut into dust, seeing the huge hole blown out by the wind-style spiral shuriken thrown by Leiming. Sasuke opened his eyes, Sharingan's eyes were full of determination, and he secretly thought, "I must learn this ninjutsu too. Well. What a powerful ninjutsu, this one is amazing, I want to learn it, I must learn it." After seeing the power of the wind-style spiral shuriken, Naruto jumped up and down clamoring to learn it. After casting the wind-style spiral shuriken, Leiming walked up to Kurama Yakumo, summoned a special writing brush from the seal on the wristband, handed it to Yakumo and said, "This writing brush is specially made for me. You customize it, as long as you enter chakra into it, you can draw the picture you want in the air for a short time, and you can also directly write characters in the air to depict the spell." As he spoke, Leiming entered his own chakra in front of Yakumo and wrote a big fire character in the air. Immediately, a big red fire character appeared in the air, and the fire character stayed in the air for a full 30 seconds before slowly fading and disappearing. When the font disappeared, Leiming shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I don't have your ability and I can't convert illusion into reality, so this writing brush is just a small toy for me, but it is given to me. If you use it, the effect will be greatly different." "Thank you, Master Leiming." Yakumo happily took the brush that Leiming gave her, followed Leiming's instructions and suggestions, entered his own chakra into it, and then simply drew a group of small stones in the air, falling from the sky like a meteor shower. Picture, Yakumo formed a mudra with one hand again, swiped lightly in front of his body and shouted, turning emptiness into reality technique, flying fire meteor. Boom 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 boom. Immediately in the sky above their heads in Leiming there were countless small stones dragging long flame tails, passing over their heads, and the position where they smashed down was exactly the place where the Leiming wind-style spiral shuriken was before. Inside the big pit that was blown out. "Wow, it's really possible, it's amazing." Naruto opened his mouth wide, watching the flames pop across the sky. Then, with the excited look of a super curious baby, the flying fire meteor made by Yakumo arrived at the edge of the big pit. Similarly, Sasuke is interested in seeing all-powerful ninjutsu. I also chased after Naruto. After arriving at the edge of the big pit, Naruto and Sasuke could still feel the scorching heat wave from inside the big pit. Naruto and Sasuke stood beside the big pit and waited for 5 minutes. Naruto tilted his head and asked curiously, It didn't disappear, what Captain Leiming drew just now disappeared soon." In order to prove whether these things are real, Naruto even picked up some branches and leaves from the nearby woods and threw them into the pit casually. Boom! Roaring, soon the twigs and leaves thrown in were immediately burned. Leiming, Yakumo, Bai and Zinyu also walked over together and said with a smile, Yakumo's illusion has the ability to visualize before, and I gave her a custom-made brush as long as Yakumo's chakra enough no matter what can be drawn. The more and stronger chakra is input, the longer it will take for her to draw something concrete. Having said this, Leiming's heart suddenly moved, and he thought of an attention and looked at Kurama Yakumo with interest. According to Leiming's current appearance, he can be regarded as a super handsome guy. Let me ask you, being stared at by a super handsome guy for a long time, even a woman can't stand it. Sure enough, Kurama Yakumo was also embarrassed by the look, rubbed his two little hands together, lowered his head and said in a low voice, Master Leiming, what are you doing looking at me like that? Just say what you want. Leiming coughed twice and laughed, I just thought of a note and I want you to help test it. It happens that Naruto is here and I really want to try it. Naruto saw Leiming looking at him with scorching eyes seasick and suddenly felt like he was being watched by a monster and said in a panic, Captain Leiming, what do you want to do? It's nothing, I just want you and Yakumo to complete an experiment together, said Leiming's eyes sharing and opened. Sangoyu spun quickly. Then, the next moment, in a dark place like an underground prison, Leiming, Naruto, and Yakumo entered this place together. Naruto looked around curiously, looking up and down. What is the place of Tao? Why does it seem to be very familiar? Of course I'm familiar with it. This place is where the 9 tails are sealed. It's the sealed space inside your body. Leiming smiled and led the two of them forward together. What? 9 tails, the place where 9 tails are sealed? Captain Leiming, why did you bring us here? That fox is a super dangerous and ferocious monster, Naruto told. He almost jumped up and said in a hurry. It's nothing, I'm just curious. I want to see with my own eyes what the real 9 tails demon fox looks like. Opportunities like this one are rare. As for why I brought Yakumo with me, of course I want to try. Let's see, let Yakumo's ability to concretize with illusion in the real world outside and see if he can conjure a 9 tails, Leiming said with a smile. When watching Hokage ninjas in his previous life, he saw 9 tails demon foxes on the computer. He really wanted to see how scary the real 9 tails were. Hearing Leiming's thoughts, Uzumaki, Naruto, and Kurama Yakumo looked at Leiming with wide-eyed eyes almost at the same time. What, Captain Leiming, your head isn't broken, is it? You actually want to visualize that kind of monster? It's very dangerous, super dangerous, okay? Naruto almost jumped in front of Leiming, want to stop Leiming's crazy move. And Kurama Yakumo, who was walking beside Naruto, suddenly became stiff, stretched out his fingers tremblingly and pointed forward and said in horror, Ming Naruto, that. How I see. It's right in front of you, Naruto, it's useless to stop you now. Leiming smiled and pushed Naruto, who was blocking in front of him, and strode forward to the front of the cell with the seal. Showing a bright smile, he looked at the monster in the cell and said hello. Hey, hello, 9 tails. Boom, Leiming just said hello and a few sharp claws came out from the iron door of the cell. Yo, hello. 9 tails. Leiming had just greeted him with a smile on his face and suddenly grabbed a few sharp claws from the iron door of the cell. Boom! 9 tails' claws hit the solid iron door with a loud noise, and a gust of wind was brought up by the claws, blowing Leiming's long hair wildly dancing. Facing the furious 9 tails, although Leiming kept a bright smile on his face, he was actually a little nervous in his heart. Inside the huge prison door, one can vaguely see 9 tails looking at him with a ferocious expression, making Leiming think in his heart, fortunately, 4th Hokage sealing technique is strong enough, otherwise I really wouldn't. How dare you get close to it. Facing the real 9 tails, it's still a little scary. The red chakra of 9 tails demon fox slowly leaked out from the gap in the prison door, recondensed outside the prison door, and turned into a new 9 tails demon fox head with 2 front paws crawling on the ground. 36,076,031,076,071. The 9 tails demon fox head that had been transformed again opened its huge mouth and roared another round of extremely menacing roars at Leiming. It's those eyes again, the stinky brat from the Uchiha family, the guy I hate the most. What do you want to do here, brat? 9 tails, who had finished roaring and intimidating, asked Leiming with a vigilant glare. Leiming smiled and waved his hands and said with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing, it's purely my personal interest. I just want to see with my own eyes what the legendary nine-tails demon fox looks like. So I came in." Ho 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 ho, what? You, brat, you have to limit your arrogance. Don't think that if you have a Sharingan, Leiazi really has nothing to do with you. Hearing Leiming's words, Nine-Tails immediately became angry, feeling that his majesty was severely challenged by Leiming. Arrogant? No, I am not arrogant. What I said is the truth, but I am very happy to see your real deity with my own eyes. Oh, it's time for my illusion, Nine-Tails. Let's talk again next time. By the way, before I leave, I want to ask you to cooperate with me in an experiment. Leiming suddenly seemed to feel something, smiled and waved goodbye to Nine-Tails. Then, Leiming imitated the movements of Sasuke in Hokage in the previous life. The 5 fingers of his right hand formed a claw and suddenly grabbed the Nine-Tails chakra condensed into a fox's head, and then twisted it tightly like this. Boom! The red chakra of Nine-Tails was crushed immediately by Leiming. The next moment, outside the real world, the bodies of Naruto and Yakumo trembled slightly and their eyes quickly recovered. Naruto turned his head around, looked left and right and said to himself, "Hey, what's going on? Have we come out yet? Phew. Finally came out. Every time I see that fox, give me a strong sense of oppression." Leiming smiled and patted Naruto's shoulder with his hands and said with a smile, "Naruto, if possible, I hope you can rely on your own strength to go to the depths of the seal from time to time and communicate with Nine-Tails properly. If you can rely on yourself, if you completely subdue Nine-Tails with its power, it will become your strongest support." Subdue Nine-Tails, can I do it? Captain Leiming, what you said is simple, Naruto said weakly after hearing what Leiming said. Ahahaha, it's not too difficult. How can you challenge the limit? Naruto, isn't your dream to become a Hokage? According to legend, Master First Hokage captured the 9-tailed beasts and redistributed them to other ninja villages with his own power. If Fourth Hokage hadn't been protecting the village or because of some special reasons, he would have been able to suppress 9-tails on his own. Hearing what Leiming said, Naruto's eyes lit up and he said, "What? What? Captain Leiming, what do you mean when I can subdue 9-tails? It will prove that my strength has reached the level where I can become a Hokage." Leiming smiled and nodded, "Of course." Sasuke looked at Naruto's reaction from the side, curled his lips speechlessly and said to himself, "Super idiot, isn't this too easy to lie?" After mobilizing Naruto's enthusiasm, Leiming immediately turned his head to look at Kurama Yakumo beside him and said, "Yakumo, I have just used illusion to take you to the sealed space in Naruto's body, and I saw the 9-tails demon fox with my own eyes. Try it quickly. Can you use your illusion to conjure a 9-tails in the real world? I want to challenge 9-tails to try it myself." Asking for flowers, do you really want to draw? Well, I'll try. Kurama Yakumo carefully recalled in his mind the appearance of 9-tails that he had just seen in the sealed space inside Naruto. The brush in her hand began to draw in the air, but, for some reason, when Yakumo Huahua converted the illusion into reality, it was obviously very relaxed. When she wanted to visualize the 9-tails demon fox drawn by the pen when Kurama Yakumo's beautiful and cute little face immediately turned white with a brush, and large drops of sweat began to appear on his forehead, dripping down his cheeks. Kurama has never felt the whole person suddenly all right. The small hand holding the brush began to tremble violently, and the chakra in the body was like a flood that opened the gate, pouring down the brush in his hand towards the picture of the 9-tails demon fox under the brush. At this time, Kurama Yakumo immediately began to have green and purple chakra mantras emerging from her body's surface, and began to crazily draw the chakra from the surrounding nature into her body to support Yakumo. Cloud performs ninjutsu, a phantom materialization. Kurama Yakumo's current state is like a switching machine, operating at overload, inputting a large amount of fairy art chakra absorbed from the surrounding space into the illusion under her pen through her body. 10 minutes later, in the forest not far from Leiming, Bai, Zinyu, Naruto, Sasuke and others, a 9-tails demon fox with fiery red fur and 9 tails slowly appeared. As soon as this demon fox came out, it showed a ferocious face and glanced around. The nine tails behind it danced wildly, hitting the surrounding ground with dust, and the trees burst and flew. Ho 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 ho. Yakumo used her magic power to concretize, and it was really hard to transform the nine tails demon fox. As soon as the nine tails came out, they roared angrily at Leiming and the others, and the nine tails behind them danced frantically, smashing the surrounding ground with dust and blowing up the trees. Not good, get out of the way! Leiming, who noticed something was wrong, immediately backed away. At the same time, Yakumo, who had lost his strength due to excessive use of the ability to visualize the illusion, was also hugged by Bai's waist, leading her to dodge back quickly. Naruto, Sasuke, Ranmaru, Guren, Zinyu, and others naturally also retreated quickly. In order to test the nine tails conjured by Yakumo with illusion, what percentage of the power of nine tails and how much wisdom is there, Leiming did not retreat too far. 443, but at the same time that Leiming stepped back, he conjured up dozens of kunai with special runes carved on them from the seal on his wristband, and threw them in the direction of nine tails. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These shurikens are blessed by Leiming with lightning-style chakra, and the speed of shooting is almost comparable to the speed of light. The gust of wind caused by the dancing tail of the nine tails demon fox could not stop the shooting of these kunai, and soon these kunai pierced deeply into the body of the nine tails demon fox. Puff, 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 puff. 36,76,036,036,031. After being shot by Leiming's kunai, Nine Tails immediately became enraged, scratching all around with his claws. Boom, 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 boom! The surrounding ground was exploded by the huge force of Nine Tails, and a large number of trees were shot into pieces. The Nine Tails conjured by Yakumo with illusion seems to have some brain problems. It doesn't have as much personality as the body sealed in Naruto, Leiming muttered to himself while forming seals with both hands. Shouted Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! After casting the Flying Thunder God technique, Leiming's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he had already flashed to the middle of Nine Tails' forehead. Leiming used the soles of his feet to firmly attach himself to Nine Tails' head with chakra, so as not to be thrown away by Nine Tails' head-throwing action. Right in the middle of Nine Tails' demon fox's forehead, just enough for Nine Tails' eyes to see him, Leiming's eyes Sharingan opened, and 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Buzz buzz. Facing the illusion transformed into Nine Tails, Leiming released his illusion. However, after Nine Tails in front of him was hit by Leiming's illusion, his body only froze for a short moment, and then he glared at Leiming with fierce eyes and let out an angry roar. 36,076,036,076,031. Illusion is useless, or is it because my Sharingan level is not enough? Mangekyo Sharingan must be needed to control it. Try again and see how resistant and resilient the Nine Tails created by Yakumo are. Powerful. Leiming murmured to himself while analyzing and fighting, clenched his fist with his right hand. Chakra broke out on the fist, aimed at the middle of Nine Tails' forehead and punched down hard. Weird power fist drink. Boom! Leiming's strange power punch this time was full of strength. Nine Tails' head was hit head-on and the smashed head immediately fell down hard, hitting the ground with a huge roaring sound. Kaka. After smashing the strange power fist, Leiming even faintly heard the sound of bones breaking. But before Nine Tails was completely enraged by this fist, Leiming had already used the Flying Thunder God technique again, dodging to a tree tens of meters behind treetop position. Ho 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 ho! Sure enough, when Nine Tails climbed up again, the fiery red hairs all over Nine Tails stood on end angrily. Perhaps because of extreme anger, red chakra exploded outside Nine Tails' body. Can the Nine Tails conjured by the illusion also have the effect of the fox clothes? Leiming's doubts had just arisen. Over there, the Nine Tails demon fox has spotted Leiming's direction and opened its huge mouth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In front of the Nine Tails demon fox opening its mouth, there was a black ball of light that was rapidly growing in size. What is that? Tailed beast bomb? Damn it, ... It's just a fake created by illusion, but it can also use tailed beast bomb. This is too exaggerated, Leiming exclaimed at the same time. Facing the sky, he waved his hand and shot a kunai full of thunder. Roar, Leiming just took countermeasures. A super huge black-tailed beast bomb shot over from the opposite side. It pushed and crushed all the way invincibly. All forests, land, and mountains that blocked the tailed beast bomb's route were all destroyed, crushed into dust. Good time. I also want to try 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. How much chakra does it take to transfer a tailed beast bomb? Flying Thunder God technique. Bang buzz buzz. When the huge black-tailed beast bomb collided in front of Leiming's Flying Thunder God technique, a huge space depression clearly appeared in the space in front of Dangaming. Then, the entire tailed beast bomb suddenly disappeared, and when the tailed beast bomb appeared again, it had already appeared in the air 1,000 meters above the ground. Boom. The tailed beast bomb exploded in the air, immediately lighting up a considerable area of the sky with red light. After sending a tailed beast bomb, Leiming wiped off the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead and smiled with a slightly upturned corner of his mouth. Phew. Flying Thunder God technique is indeed a legendary bug in the Hokage ninja world. It is really easy to use, but it's a pity that if you want to teleport a tailed beast bomb at once, it will consume a lot of chakra. Be careful when using this trick against tailed beast bombs. However, after 0.5, when Leiming looked at the 9 tails in front of him again, he found that the body of the 9 tails conjured by Yakumo's illusion had begun to fade little by little until finally disappearing. Leiming nodded, touched his chin, and said to himself, "It seems that the 9 tails that can be conjured by Yakumo's illusion, only the body shape and violent temper are closer to the deity. As for the strength of the main body and the amount of chakra, at most it is not enough. It's only about 1/10 of the original 9 tails." Well, although it was only a parallel import 9 tails, it was a good experience. When we deal with other tailed beasts in the 4th Ninja World War, we will be prepared. The battle between Leiming and the parallel 9 tails seemed fierce, but in fact, the real battle only took about 10 minutes. And Leiming completely exhausted the parallel 9 tails. Naruto, who stood watching the battle from a distance, stared wide-eyed, looked at Leiming in disbelief, and said in surprise, F***K. Is Captain Leiming so powerful? Sasuke stood next to him, took Sharingan back and closed his eyes and said, "Captain Leiming is very strong, I admit it, but the main reason why 9 tails can be eliminated so quickly is that this 9 tails is not the real 9 tails and its strength is weaker than the deities." Far. Leiming appeared beside Naruto and the others and said with a smile, "Indeed, Sasuke is right. However, there are not many opportunities to fight real-tailed beasts in this era." Okay, regarding Naruto, Sasuke, and Yakumo's ninjutsu practice arrangement, I have already made it. After Yakumo has rested, you can start painting. Your ability to turn illusions into reality and your chakra, it is related to the amount of input, and it is also related to the strength of your thought input. As for 22 Naruto and Sasuke, this is for you. Leiming conjured a special chakra paper from the seal of the wristband. This is a paper to test the attributes of chakra. After inputting your chakra, you can identify several attributes of your chakra, for example. In order to conduct experiments, Leiming showed them face to face. Hold the paper between your index and middle fingers and type chakra. Hiss, the paper split in half down the middle. Such a phenomenon shows that your chakra is of the wind attribute. If there are other attributes of chakra in your body that can stimulate the input paper, it will be like this. Crash, change to a new piece of chakra paper, and as Leiming enters the new attribute chakra into it, the paper suddenly tightens and becomes wrinkled. This is the phenomenon of the thunder attribute chakra. Again, fire chakra's words. Boom, Leiming changed a piece of paper again, inputting chakra of another attribute, and the chakra paper caught between his fingers immediately caught fire. In addition, the chakra paper held in Honglian's hand, after inputting chakra, the paper directly becomes fragments and pieces of it shatter and fall. The chakra paper in the white hand becomes wet immediately after entering chakra. Do you understand? If you understand, let's experiment quickly. Naruto happily took the chakra paper and pressed the chakra paper with both hands to input chakra. Hiss, Captain Leiming, I am chakra of the wind attribute. Sasuke took the chakra paper and after entering the chakra, the paper first became wrinkled and then caught fire. Leiming nodded and said to himself in his heart, "Sure enough, the chakra attributes of the two of them are still the same as the original, there is no difference. Very good. Now that you have verified your chakra attributes, you can start your own cultivation. After getting down to the ground, Leiming picked a leaf from the tree and handed it to Naruto. If you want to practice the wind-style spiral shuriken, you must first master the change of the nature of the wind attribute chakra. Like me. Imagine the wind chakra rubbing against each other, thinner, sharper. Cutting the leaves is the first step to mastering the wind chakra. In order for Naruto to understand what Leiming said more deeply, Leiming also specially explained it in Yakumo's ear, and asked Yakumo to draw a schematic diagram for Naruto in the air. After reading it, Naruto nodded immediately and said, "Oh, I probably understand." Then, Leiming turned his eyes to Sasuke and said, "As for Sasuke, you have already learned Chidori, so your situation is different from Naruto, because with the help of Sharingan you can see the changes of chakra faster and then adjust accordingly. However, if you want to master the lightning-style unicorn, you need to control chakra more precisely. You must also be able to accurately grasp the natural lightning power. In order to exercise your control over lightning, start from this." As Leiming said, he made a special chessboard out of the seal on the wristband. Under the chessboard, runes were engraved, and the middle of the runes was engraved with a large Huxia character for thunder. There are handles on both sides of the board on which Leiming holds both hands and enters chakra. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Immediately on the top of the chessboard, slight current jumps appeared, and then under Leiming's control, they first turned into numbers from 1 to 9, and then an article completely changed from lightning to display appeared on the chessboard. Article, and then under the input and control of Leiming's chakra, vivid animals suddenly appeared on the board. Horses transformed into thunder and lightning, cattle and sheep, rabbits. Leiming looked at Sasuke in a blink of an eye and said, "Whenever you can rely on your own strength to do what I just did, you can enter the next step of lightning-style Killen's cultivation." "Okay. I understand." Sasuke took the chessboard from Leiming's hand and immediately started his practice. As for Naruto, he also started to pick off the leaves, trying to cut the leaves again and again. In the original 700, Naruto completely relied on the Shadow Clone plugin to shorten the time to practice wind-style spiral shuriken. However, Naruto did not tell Sasuke and Naruto that there is still such a cheat. You can say that Leiming is bad-hearted or that he wants to abuse the master. In short, he just wants to see how long it will take for the two sons of the Hokage ninja plane to be able to do it without using the plugin. Master ninjutsu above Super S level. Time passed quickly in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, a year passed. Naruto and Sasuke are doing their practice under a hot spring waterfall in the country of hot springs. Although there was no hint from Leiming, following continuous practice, Sasuke miraculously discovered the magical effect of the Shadow Clone practice cheat. Naruto and Sasuke, each standing under a hot spring waterfall, Naruto conjured dozens of Shadow Clone at one time, using his wind attribute chakra to cut the waterfall. Sasuke created 10 Shadow Clone clones to control the small animals created by the lightning-style chakra, resisting the water flow of the waterfall and keeping the small lightning animals from dissipating, even if he succeeded in cultivation. Under the guidance of Leiming, time flew by and 3 years passed. On this day, 3 teenagers appeared in front of the gate of Konoha village. Naruto first looked up at the gate of Konoha village and then rushed into the gate with a grinning grin. Konoha village Chunin, who was guarding the gate, naturally recognized Naruto at a glance, so he didn't stop him. After Naruto rushed through the gate, he jumped a few times and landed on the top of a telephone pole. He opened his hands with a smile and shouted, "Konoha village, I'm back." Sasuke, who followed behind, raised his mouth and whispered to himself, "Super idiot, after 3 years his personality still hasn't changed at all." After growing up, Yakumo has basically cured her disease completely by practicing the fairy art taught by Leiming, relying on the powerful fairy art energy to nourish her body at all times. Yakumo has also turned into a slender little beauty, and many Konoha village villagers passing by her will turn their heads to look at her. "Brother Naruto, welcome back." From the street far away, the Konohamaru trio ran over as soon as they heard the news of Naruto's return. Naruto jumped down from the pole, stood in front of Konohamaru and smiled, "Yeah, I'm back." Brother Naruto, during your absence I have honed my ninjutsu well, watch it, change, boom. Before Konohamaru had time to use the famous ninjutsu taught by Naruto, the little Sakura rushed over from behind, walked on the head with a fist and knocked him to the ground on the spot. Konohamaru was beaten to the street with smoke coming out of his head. Little Sakura gritted his teeth with a terrifying expression and said, Konohamaru, how many times have I said Naruto's boring ninjutsu is not allowed to be used by me outside? It's embarrassing, okay. By the way, you are also the grandson of Lord Third Hokage. After teaching Konohamaru a lesson, little Sakura glared at Naruto with unfriendly eyes and said angrily, Naruto, you too, you are not allowed to exchange such boring ninjutsu with Konohamaru in the future. Do you hear clearly? Yes, I know. Naruto was frightened by little Sakura's aura on the spot and nodded quickly. And then the little Sakura saw Sasuke in a blink of an eye and immediately changed her face again, turning into a small bird and said to Sasuke shyly, Sasuke, welcome back. Seeing little Sakura like this, Naruto sighed weakly and then complained next to him, little Sakura. Obviously Sasuke and I came back together, how can you treat them differently? Get out, can you compare with Sasuke? He is a handsome and powerful man. Little Sakura blocked Naruto with his fist angrily. Boom. Naruto subconsciously blocked with one hand, his arms collided in the air and the bodies of the two shook. Huh, Naruto, I haven't seen you for 3 years, your strength has grown a lot? Little Sakura was slightly surprised. Naruto shook his tingling arm and smiled wryly, little Sakura, you too, you are so strong, not much weaker than sisters Zinyu and Grandma Tsunade. Half a day later, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura reported in Hokage's office. As in the original book, Tsunade asked them to fight Kakashi to test their 3-year cultivation results. In Konoha Village's battle training ground, Sasuke, Naruto, small Sakura and Kakashi distanced themselves and confronted each other. Oh, Master Tsunade is really good at calling people. Come on, let me see how much progress you 3 have made, Kakashi said, taking out 2 bells from his pocket and hanging them on his waist. Hey. Try it and you will know. Multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto said while making madras with both hands. Bang, Naruto cloned more than a dozen shadow clones and rushed towards Kakashi. At the same time, Sasuke, who was standing behind, suddenly jumped high into the air, made a gorgeous spinning movement and threw countless hands Riken and kunai. Whoosh whoosh. This is the Uchiha family's shuriken throwing technique. There are shurikens that can bend in all directions. Sasuke, your progress is not small. Kakashi immediately took out kunai from his waist and waved it in front of him, open shuriken attack. Ding. At the same time, towards the Naruto shadow clone surrounded by Kakashi, they made seals again and then cast ninjutsu at Kakashi with their palms together, shouting wind style, gale palm. Huh. Naruto's attack method has changed. Is it thanks to Leiming's teaching? When Kakashi noticed something was wrong, he immediately formed a madra with his hands. Stand-in technique. Bang boom. Kakashi's stand-in stake after being hit by Naruto Shadow Clone's wind style was instantly blown into splintered wood fragments. Is it missing? Where is it? If there is no front, no back, and no top, then the only possibility is the bottom. Look at me. Strange power fist. After looking around, little Sakura quickly made a judgment, clenched her right fist and punched down hard on the ground in front of her. Boom. The ground in front of little Sakura was hit by little Sakura's fist, and there was a violent explosion. The terrain changed and the ground cracked everywhere. Kakashi just emerged from the crack, his eyes widened and he looked at little Sakura in shock and said in shock, "This is Master Tsunade's. I can't think of anyone besides Leiming and Zinyu who can learn Master Tsunade's trick." Naruto, Mr. Kakashi, you don't have time to be amazed by Sakura's power now. Wine style, Gale Tornado. Sasuke, that's right. Teacher, if you deal with Zhao Kaien's carelessly you will lose miserably. Fire style. Dragon fire technique is pure. Naruto and Sasuke did not know when they stood together. One of them used wind style, the other used fire style, combined ninjutsu and rushed towards Kakashi. The wind assisted the fire, which further enhanced the power of fire style, resulting in a powerful flame dragon which opened its huge mouth and bit Kakashi. Seeing the menacing ninjutsu of the opponent, Kakashi immediately put away his contempt, made madras with both hands and shouted water style, water barrier. Boom! The powerful fire dragon collided with a huge water wall, producing a large amount of water vapor which just covered Kakashi's figure, and Kakashi quickly took the opportunity to escape Ziz. The fusion ninjutsu of fire style and wind style released by Naruto and Sasuke hit the water barrier released by Kakashi, instantly burning the water wall into a large amount of water vapor smoke. It was also taking advantage of the cover of the huge water vapor smoke that Kakashi dodged and hid in the woods behind. Hiding in the woods, Kakashi reached out and touched Jiraiya's latest masterpiece in the ninja bag on his back, and then sighed, "Oh. It was easy to deal with them before, but now, oh, it seems that I don't have time to read books. I really care about the development of the story behind." In the original book, Jiraiya's latest masterpiece was given to him by Naruto, but in this world, because Naruto and Sasuke practiced with Leiming, how did Kakashi get the book in the ninja bag? Mr. Kakashi, where are your eyes looking? Lightning style, Chidori body flicker technique, Chidori sharp gun. From the top of Kakashi, suddenly the blue arc on Sasuke's body flickered, the lightning in his right hand jumped, and a blue lightning long knife slashed towards Kakashi from top to bottom. What? So fast? Kakashi was also taken aback by Sasuke's speed and immediately dodged back, narrowly dodging Sasuke's sneak attack. Hey, got it, 1,000 years of death, wind style, Gale Palm. Uzumaki thruster. Uzumaki Naruto did not know when and had already hid behind not far from Kakashi. The two shadow clones spit out a powerful wind style from the palms. Naruto in front jumped up and stepped on the wind style played by the shadow clone behind him. Whoosh! Naruto's body suddenly rushed towards Kakashi's back like a cannonball, made a classic 1,000 years of death pose and aimed at Kakashi's back door to assassinate. What? Kakashi was taken aback again. Fortunately, Kakashi had already pushed the forehead protector covering Sharingan up. Relying on Sharingan's powerful insight, Kakashi jumped up and narrowly avoided Naruto's sneak attack. After dodging Naruto's sneak attack, Kakashi quickly dodged and retreated tens of meters away, looking nervously at Naruto and Sasuke on the opposite side, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Said few ... It's really dangerous. In a sense, it was a CCDJ shot just now. Kakashi just took a breath and there are countless Naruto shadow clone from all directions of the forest surrounded Kakashi. Sure enough, it's a familiar move. If the sneak attack fails, should we use crowd tactics instead? With years of combat experience, Kakashi can easily deal with shadow clone Naruto's attack. Bang 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 bang. One by one, the shadow clone was blown up by him one after another. To Kakashi's surprise, among these shadow clones, 4 shadow clone Naruto suddenly approached and quickly sealed their hands and shouted, lightning style. Chidori style. Squeak squeak squeak. The 4 Naruto shadow clones actually displayed Sasuke's ultimate move and the 4 Naruto shadow clones surrounded Kakashi and a powerful lightning style electric attack burst out from them. Is my Chidori advanced to ninjutsu? Sasuke, you are really clever. Did you actually use Shadow Clone to become Naruto and launch a sneak attack? But it is a pity that Chidori was developed by me. From Lightning Style, Thunder Net. Kakashi immediately formed a seal with both hands and spread his 5 fingers in front of him, shooting out countless lightning-style grids, forming a special lightning barrier defense around him, blocking the Sasuke's sneak attack. Earth-style heart beheading technique. After blocking Sasuke's sneak attack, Kakashi's voice came out immediately under the ground around Kakashi, and Sasuke, who performed Chidori's sneak attack, was pulled into the ground one by one in an instant, and then exploded by the Kakashi hiding underground. Bang 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 bang, 4 balls of white smoke burst. Standing in the distance watching Sasuke's main body, Sharingan opened it to see the battle situation of all the people in the field, frowned and said to himself, Kakashi has already prepared for it. He has hidden the shadow clone underground in advance. Sure enough, you are indeed Mr. Kakashi, but we are not so easy to deal with. We are not the little devils that you can knock down at will. Little Sakura rushed out from Sasuke with a smile, clenched her right fist, and pointed at the ground where Kakashi's shadow clone was hiding, punched hard. Mr. Kakashi, you really like hiding underground, look at the move, Wylequin. Boom, little Sakura's fist hit the ground heavily and the ground exploded immediately, and the Kakashi shadow clone hiding underground was blown up by a series of powerful shock forces. Bang 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 bang! The little Sakura immediately exploded the 6 shadow clones that Kakashi transformed into and hid underground. As for the ground where Kakashi's shadow clone hid within a radius of tens of meters, all of them were destroyed badly. Kakashi was shocked by the powerful strange power of little Sakura and stared again and said to himself, "My god, is the destructive power so terrible? Absolutely can't be hit by little Sakura otherwise." Her hair was clipped. Even Naruto, who was ready to come off the bench at any time, was frightened by little Sakura's strange power punch. Gyudong, Sasuke, why do I feel that little Sakura is getting more and more dangerous? If I joke with her in the future, will I be beaten to death by her? Naruto swallowed and stood beside Sasuke said. Sasuke frowned uncontrollably and said, "I don't know anyway, I don't like joking." Naruto glanced at Sasuke speechlessly and said, "Yes, yes, little Sakura has always liked you so she couldn't bear to hit you." Sasuke clasped his hands together, his eyes became sharp instantly and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this, let's talk about defeating Teacher Kakashi first. Don't play with Teacher Kakashi, use fairy arts." Huh, are you using the magic so soon? Although Naruto was shocked, he activated the magic with Sasuke with a fairy face on his face. Sasuke and Naruto dodged, and at the same time, one in front and one behind, they dodged to Kakashi's side and they both punched at the same time. "Not good, what is this form of yours?" Kakashi knew that something was wrong when he noticed that Naruto and Sasuke had turned into Sage mode and rushed to the side. Naruto and Sasuke's fist, although he dodged, but chakra outside the Sage mode fist still hit Kakashi. The fists of Naruto and Sasuke obviously missed Kakashi, but Kakashi's body was covered for a while and disappeared into white smoke. Naruto and Sasuke maintained the forward and backward attack posture and fell into a short sluggish state. Naruto, Nanny, why shadow clone again? Sasuke, damn it. Kakashi-sensei is as cunning as ever. The little Sakura jumped in front of Sasuke and Naruto, stared at the appearance of Naruto and Sasuke and asked in surprise, "Huh, what do you look like? You have also learned fairy arts." After Sasuke heard little Sakura's words, he was also slightly surprised and said, "Little Sakura, what do you mean you can also use fairy arts?" Little Sakura raised her head proudly and said, "Hem. Of course, I learned the art of immortality under the guidance of Master Tsunade." Saying that, little Sakura made a seal with both hands, and a diamond-shaped forehead ornament appeared on the top of little Sakura's forehead. After the rhombus-shaped forehead ornament spread out and turned into a curse seal, little Sakura's face also showed the appearance of a fairy. "I heard from Master Tsunade that this fairy art is a new fairy art that Captain Leiming participated in modifying Lord Tsunade's seal of 100 prosperity." Little Sakura pointed to her fairy face and laughed. After Sasuke heard the little Sakura's words, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly and he smiled and said, "It's really interesting. If you say it this way, the 3 of us will know how to perform magic tricks." "If that's the case, Mr. Kakashi, doomed not to escape our palms." Naruto grinned and said, "Hey hey hey, yes, one of the abilities of Zyonju is to sense the surrounding chakra." Then the little Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke closed their eyes and felt it for a while, then opened their eyes together, pointed in one direction and said, "There." Whoosh whoosh. Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura dodged together, and when they reappeared next time, Kakashi was surrounded and pinched between them. Then, each of the 3 had an extra handful of kunai in their hands, which each pressed against a vital part of Kakashi's body. Kakashi's back, neck, and heart were pressed against each other by a kunai point. Seeing this situation, Kakashi had no choice but to raise his hands high and smiled wryly, "Oh, oh. You 3 have made great progress, I am no longer your opponent." What Kakashi thought of was, sure enough, people who have learned the art of immortality are really difficult to deal with. Just like fourth Hokage, they can easily perceive changes in everything around them. They have a strong fighting power. That's right, as a direct disciple of fourth Hokage, Kakashi has of course seen fourth Hokage perform celestial arts, so when he saw Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura's sage transformation, he actually gave up wanting to continue fighting thought out. Seeing Kakashi surrender, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Leiming, and others who had been hiding to watch the battle all showed up. Leiming first nodded to Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura in satisfaction, then turned his eyes to Kakashi and said with a smile, "Kakashi, you are still too modest. You still haven't used your hidden strength, otherwise Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura won't win so easily." Kakashi spread his arms and smiled. "Captain Leiming, have you noticed? That's right, that ninjutsu is too dangerous. If it's not for dealing with the enemy, it's better to use it sparingly. It's too expensive for me." "Understand? Understood," Leiming nodded in agreement. Naruto, who took back the senjutsu, looked at Kakashi and Leiming left and right, tilted his head and asked in confusion, "Mr. Kakashi, Captain Leiming, what are you two talking about? Don't play charades, it sounds very itchy." Little Sakura suddenly looked at Sasuke next to him, as if thinking of something, blurted out, "Idiot, of course Teacher Kakashi and Captain Leiming are talking about Sharingan. I heard that Sharingan has evolved to the highest level. There is a pupil technique called Mangekyou Sharingan." Just when Naruto wanted to continue asking questions, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared from a distance, half-knelt in front of Tsunade, handed Tsunade a scroll and reported, "Master Tsunade, this is just sent by Sand Shinobi Village letter for help." "A letter for help? What?" "Akatsuki raided Sand Shinobi Village and Gaara was captured by Akatsuki's men." Tsunade opened the scroll, and after seeing the information inside, he was so shocked that he almost tore the scroll inside. Naruto was the first one who couldn't sit still when he heard that Gaara had been arrested. He looked at Tsunade nervously and said, "Grandma Tsunade, if Gaara is arrested, we must not sit idly by. If there is a mission, count me in." "Asking for flowers?" Tsunade glanced at the crowd and saw Leiming nodding with a smile, Kakashi spreading his hands, and Jiraiya's silly grin. Okay, I see. I announce that this mission to rescue the 4th Kazekage Gaara will be carried out. Let's go together," Tsunade ordered decisively. "Okay, thank you Grandma Tsunade." Hearing Tsunade's promise, Naruto immediately laughed happily. "Okay, time waits for no one, I'm leaving now. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, Kakashi, all of you come to my side and put your hands on my shoulders." Leiming stepped out towards the outside. "Good." Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, and Kakashi walked to Leiming's side together and put their hands on Leiming's shoulders or back. "Master Tsunade, we are leaving now." Flying Thunder God teleportation technique. I only saw Leiming's hands forming mudras, and with a whoosh, Leiming, Sasuke, Kakashi, and others disappeared together. When they reappeared next time, they had already appeared in the sandy land 100 meters outside Sand Shinobi Village. Summoning technique? After arriving at the periphery of Sand Shinobi Village, Leiming made a seal with his hands again and pressed them on the ground. Bang 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 bang. After the white smoke exploded, 4 people appeared: Guren, Ranmaru, Shiro, and Uchiha Zinyu. Naruto looked left and right, opened his mouth and said, "It's amazing! Flying Thunder God technique, it's really an amazing space ninjutsu. How far can we teleport us all at once?" Sasuke squatted down and dug in the sand, and sure enough, a stone with special runes was dug out under their feet. "Captain Leiming, this must be your masterpiece, right? This should be the coordinates of your space ninjutsu." Leiming nodded with a smile and said, "Sasuke, you are still so perceptive. That's right, I buried this in advance. It was just for my travel convenience. I never thought it would come in handy today." Leiming took Sasuke, Naruto, and they walked towards Sand Shinobi Village together, and when they reached the distance not far from the entrance of Sand Shinobi Village, a ninja from Sand Shinobi Village jumped out immediately. 2 Sand Shinobi Village ninjas dressed as Chunin asked Leiming respectfully, "Are you Mr. Leiming? Thank you Mr. Leiming for supporting our village. Mr. Temari is already waiting for you inside. In addition, I heard that Master Leiming, Master Zinyu, and Master Bai are all disciples of Master Tsunade, right? Master Temari is waiting inside and needs your help." "Okay, I got it, let's lead the way." Seeing the other party's serious expression, Leiming knew that they must help heal Kankuro's poisonous wound. The work of the original work was completed under the auspices of little Sakura. But now, because of the existence of Bai in this 377, Wait also has 2 medical ninjas who are quite good at medical ninjutsu. When they were taken to the ward, the 2 quickly entered the working state. The two beautiful girls pressed their hands on Kankuro's body at the same time, and there was a green light emitting from the palms. Soon they had observed the severity of Kankuro's poisonous injury through medical ninjutsu, and thought of a corresponding treatment plan. Shiro and little Sakura looked at each other, then nodded to each other, and little Sakura immediately ordered to the surrounding Sand Shinobi Village medical ninjas, "You all come here. If you want to treat Kankuro, you need to prepare some special antidotes. The name of the medicine I reported below, you must send the medicine to me as quickly as possible." Shiro emits green light from one hand to treat the poisonous wound in Kankuro's body, and the palm of the other hand turns into blue light, emitting icy cold air to suppress the spreading speed of the poisonous wound at the wound. The little Sakura on the other side, with the cooperation of the medical ninjas in the surrounding Sand Shinobi Village, quickly processed various medicinal materials to make special potions, and then mixed the potions in each test tube according to a certain ratio to adjust the sun. In less than 15 minutes, little Sakura had successfully prepared the potion that could cure poisonous wounds, poured the potion into a basin, stirred it, and handed it to Shiro immediately. "Sister Bai left it to you." "Okay. I got it, thank you, little Sakura." Shiro's blue radiant palm pressed against the surface of the water in the basin next to him, and under Bai's guidance, the healing potion was like an obedient, like a good baby. With the traction of her palm, she slowly drilled into Kankuro's wound. "Little Sakura, come here, help treat his injury, and I will guide the dilution and detoxification of the potion." White eyes carefully fixed on Kankuro's wound and said softly, "Okay." "Sister Bai," little Sakura hurriedly took over Bai's treatment. The two cooperated very tacitly. It took less than 10 minutes to suppress the poisonous wound on Kankuro, who was critically ill. Moreover, as Shiro continued to replace the antidote potion put into Kankuro's body, Kankuro's expression looked the visible speed began to return to normal and became rosy. The medical ninjas at the nearby Sand Shinobi Village immediately looked at the two of them with admiring eyes when they saw this place, and exclaimed, "You are truly the disciple of the legendary master Sanin Tsunade, so amazing." At some point, an old woman with an old face came in, looking at Shiro and little Sakura treating Kankuro with complicated expressions. In the eyes of the old grandma in a trance, she seemed to see the Tsunade with blonde hair and twin ponytails. The grandma couldn't help but sighed in a low voice and said to herself, "Sure enough, Konoha village is better than us in terms of cultivating talents. Seeing the two of them, it is clear that the two little Tsunade are the same in front of me. Konoha village is really full of talents, there is a successor." The Sand Shinobi Village ninja next to him respectfully asked the grandmother, Grandma Chiyo, "What did you say?" "Oh hey, it's nothing, I didn't say anything, it's just that I'm old and like to talk nonsense." The old grandma smiled and looked at Leiming, who was standing beside her, looked him up and down and said with a smile, "Oh heh. I heard your name is Uchiha Leiming. It seems that there are not many little ghosts left in the Uchiha family." Hearing Grandma Chiyo's unkind words, Sasuke frowned immediately. Guren folded her arms around her chest and grabbed the little hand on her arm and involuntarily clenched her arm. Naruto couldn't help being the first to jump out, pointing at Grandma Chiyo and glaring, Hey, where is the old woman from? What are you talking about? Don't think that you are great just because you are an old man. No matter how dare you speak so freely talking nonsense, I can still hit the old man." "Oh are young people nowadays so unbearable? If it were decades ago, who dared to talk to my old woman like that would have already died on the street." After looking at the celebrity, Grandma Chiyo didn't care that Naruto was about to explode with anger, as if she was really not afraid of Naruto's attack on her. "What did you say?" When Naruto was told by Chiyo's mother-in-law, he suddenly felt that an unknown fire was about to burst out of the sky. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to teach this ignorant old woman a lesson. The Sand Shinobi Village ninja next to him saw that Naruto was about to attack and immediately shouted, "Stop! What are you trying to do? Do you know who this lord is? How dare you attack Grandma Chiyo? I don't care who she is, she dares to stand in front of me. Captain Leiming, what are you stopping me for? I want to help you vent your anger." Seeing that Naruto rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush forward, Leiming suddenly stopped Naruto. 0.1, put one hand on Naruto's shoulder. looked at Grandma Chiyo with a smile on her face and said with a smile, Grandma Chiyo, the daughter of Sunagakur, the land of wind consultant, sand shinobi village's top puppeteer and all-round ninja who is good at taijutsu, medical ninjutsu and sealing jutsu. For a big man like you to use words to stimulate Naruto, who has not yet grown up, and set a trap in advance. You are really naughty. After listening to the series of messages reported by Leiming, Naruto pointed at Granny Chiyo and said in disbelief, What? Was this old woman with almost all her teeth really so powerful before? She plotted against me. How could she plot against me? What? Was this kind of old woman whose teeth were about to fall out really so powerful before? She plotted against me. How could she plot against me? Seeing Naruto pointing at her nose and scolding herself like this, Grandma Chiyo's cheerful smile remained unchanged, but her eyes suddenly became sharper. Grandma Chiyo gently hooked her right index finger like this, and Naruto's hands and feet suddenly became uncontrollable, twisted into weird postures like a marionette. Hey, plug. Naruto's hands and feet seemed to be twisted and suppressed to the back, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. Captain Leiming, what's going on with me? Please help me. Don't laugh there. Naruto's hands and feet were twisted and pressed to the back, and cold sweat broke out from his painful forehead. Idiot, stop howling, show me a little more clearly. Honglian rolled her eyes in disdain, and a pink crystal 22 appeared in the palm of her right hand, and she gently grasped it with her 5 fingers. The pink crystal was immediately crushed by Gyulian's small hands, turning into crystal dust as fine as dust, falling towards Naruto's side. Soon, thin pink lines began to appear beside Naruto. If you look closely, these thin lines clearly look like hair-thin chakra. Looking along the direction where these lines originate, it is easy to see that these thin lines all extend from the fingers of Grandma Chiyo. After Naruto saw the thin chakra thread on his body, he was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. He looked at Grandma Chiyo with shock in his eyes and said angrily, Damn it. After working on it for a long time, it's really you, the old woman, who is plotting against me. Oh Hetiyef. If it wasn't for the Uchiha's little devil, I would not just tie your hands and feet, old lady. Then Grandma Chiyo looked up at Leiming and said with a smile, as expected of the kid from the Uchiha family, You still have a keen sense. Leiming smiled and waved his hands, saying, Grandma Chiyo, you're overwhelmed. While talking and laughing, Leiming walked past Naruto with a smile, seemingly without doing anything. The chakra lines binding Naruto's hands and feet were all cut off. Seeing this phenomenon, the ninja who had been standing beside Grandma Chiyo immediately widened her eyes and looked at Naruto, who stood up again. Oh heh, what a fast speed, kid. Your physical skills are also very good. Although Chiyo's mother-in-law is getting old, she didn't see clearly what Leiming just did, but with her sophisticated experience she quickly made an accurate judgment. After being reminded by Grandma Chiyo, the ninja next to him immediately looked at Leiming with even more disbelief and exclaimed, No way, did he use taijutsu just now? Why didn't I see it? Whoosh! Just after this ninja said this, Leiming, who was still in front of him just now, suddenly disappeared, and when he rediscovered the other party, Leiming had already stood behind him without knowing when. And Leiming stood behind him with a smile, patted his shoulder lightly, kept a bright smile on his face, nodded and winked at him with a smile. Leiming's operation immediately frightened the ninja so much that cold sweat broke out on his back. If Leiming appeared behind him with hostility, he would already be a corpse at this moment. Grandma Chiyo kept her smile on the side with a golden light shining in her eyes and said with a smile, The kid from the Uchiha family is also very good at practicing the body flicker technique. Both Leiming and Grandma Chiyo seem to be smiling, saying hello to everyone, but in fact the two of them have fought secretly more than once. To some extent, this is also a kind of ninja village to test and demonstrate against each other. On the other hand, Kinkuro's injury has almost been healed. Under the treatment of Shiro and Sakura, who are highly skilled in medicine, Kinkuro soon regained consciousness. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was not right, Kinkuro scratched the back of his head in doubt and said, What's going on? Why do you all have such weird expressions? Grandma Chiyo, it's Scorpion who came back, and he and another person took Gaara away. Kankuro, who came to his senses, quickly told Leiming and Chiyo's grandmother about all his experiences before. After listening to Kankuro's report, Grandma Chiyo no longer wanted to compete with Leiming any longer. I went out immediately to discuss countermeasures with Gao Kang from Sand Shinobi Village. Naruto, after hearing the clues about Gaara, has been in a hurry. In the lounge arranged for them by Sand Shinobi Village, he walked back and forth anxiously, looking at the door from time to time. He said, "Why haven't they come? Why haven't they come? Gaara has been taken away for so long. If you don't save people, it will be too late." Leiming, who was leaning on the chair, closed his eyes and said, "Don't worry, rescuing 4th Kazekage is not a trivial matter. It's not surprising that Sand Shinobi Village needs to make corresponding arrangements. It shouldn't make us wait too long." Sure enough, not long after Leiming finished speaking, the door was pushed open and Grandma Chiyo walked in, accompanied by several ninjas from Sand Shinobi Village. The difference from the original 30 is that Temari walked in with a big iron mountain on his back and said to Leiming and the others, "Captain Leiming, we have already discussed it. Mother-in-law Chiyo, me, and a few of them will take the lead to form a team with you, the first rescue team." "Okay, then what are you waiting for? Let's go." Seeing that he could finally go, Naruto was the first to jump out and rushed out of the room first. When jumping forward among the trees on the road, Naruto was also at the forefront with an anxious look on his face. Grandma Chiyo looked at Naruto's back and the look on her face and couldn't help asking Leiming next to her, "Uchiha's kid, why is the kid in front so anxious?" The one who was taken away was obviously the 4th Kazekage of our village. Leiming said seriously, "Maybe it's because of the relationship with Jinchuriki. Naruto and Gaara have similar fates and he has experienced almost all of Gaara's experiences. So when he heard about Gaara's accident, he was more anxious than any of us." Even though the number of times they saw each other was limited, Naruto still regarded Gaara as his most important friend. Hearing what Leiming said, Grandma Chiyo looked at Naruto in surprise and said, "Is he the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of your Konoha village? What is that little girl Tsunade thinking? The enemy's goal is obviously to catch tailed beasts. How dare you send him out?" Leiming laughed and said, "Catch Naruto, humph, he's not that easy to catch. Instead of hiding, it's better to let Naruto deal with it head-on. This is how Master Tsunade handles it." Because of Leiming's intervention, they set off much earlier than the original rescue team. Ranmaru, who was following Leiming, had red pupils emitting red light, pointed to a cave in front of him and said, "I can feel that there are many people with powerful chakra coming from the cave in front of me." "A lot." "A mighty chakra guy?" Leiming raised his eyes to look forward and said with a smile, "It seems that we came at the right time. The Akatsuki members in the cave ahead are all using special sealing techniques and are extracting Shukura chakra from Gaara's body." Black Zetsu, White Zetsu with a yin and yang face looked at the man with Rinnegan standing in the middle and said with a strange laugh, "Hey, hey, hey! It seems that Sand Shinobi Village is moving very fast this time and someone has already come outside. Even Konoha Village sent reinforcements." The man with the Rinnegan in the middle moved his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Although there is a seal outside to resist it, I don't know how long it can resist it. Speed up. Also Itachi Kisame, go out and delay them." When Zio's members heard the order from the boss, they all nodded in agreement. "Yes. Oh, what a hassle. There's no time to rest." The figures of dried persimmon, Ghost Shark and Itachi disappeared from the cave very quickly following the changes in the imprints in their hands. As for the outside of the cave, 2 men in black clothes with pictures of fire clouds stood up slowly. Hoshigaki Kasame twisted his neck, pressed his hand on the handle of the large sword shark muscle on his back, and said with a smile, "Hey, hey, hey. I want to fight the powerful enemy sent by Konoha Village. I don't know how long this body can last." Uchiha Itachi stood up silently and said calmly, "Let's go." "Well, you are still as indifferent as ever," Gan Shiguisha grinned, showing sharp shark-like teeth. At the same time, Leiming and the others on the other side had rushed to the outside of the cave. Knowing that Gaara was captured by the enemy and locked inside, they were stopped outside. "Ah, Rasengan, damn it, what the hell is this? Why can't it be smashed?" Naruto rubbed Rasengan again and again on his right hand, but every time he could only smash a big hole on the boulder blocking them, then the boulder is always repaired quickly. Naruto fell into a state of panic, the pupils of both eyes turned red. Seeing this situation, Leiming immediately pressed his right hand on Naruto's shoulder and a powerful suction came out from Leiming's palm. The nine tails chakra in Naruto's body, which was about to go berserk, was quickly absorbed by Leiming into the slime space in his body, and shouted, "Naruto, calm down. There is a seal on this stone, and it cannot be opened with brute force. No matter how many times you destroy it, as long as the power of ninjutsu you use is not enough to defeat it once, it will absorb your ninjutsu chakra, quickly repairing the damage you just caused." After Leiming absorbed the excess nine tails chakra in his body, Naruto finally regained his composure, looked at Leiming anxiously and asked, "But, Captain Leiming, Gaara is obviously inside. Should we see him in danger, can't you do anything?" The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly and he said with a smile, "This sealing technique is indeed troublesome in terms of its effect, but it's not really that perfect." As he said that, Leiming summoned a scroll from the seal on the wristband, opened the scroll, and there were clearly 4 vivid eagles painted on it. I saw Leiming making seals with both hands and shouted, "Imitation, super animal fake painting." Bang 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 bang, the white smoke exploded and Leiming summoned 4 eagles that were about the size of a child from the scroll. "Everyone divide into 4 teams, follow an eagle to the place where the seal runes are attached, protect them, and I will give an order later, let them tear up the seal at the same time." Seeing what Leiming did, Naruto immediately asked anxiously, "Why is it so troublesome? Can't we tear it apart ourselves?" "No, this sealing technique is not an ordinary seal, it needs to be torn off at the same time. If either party moves slowly, it won't work. Naruto, if you want to rescue Gaara as soon as possible, you must listen to me." Leiming's rare sharp eyes, he glared at Naruto and said sharply. Seeing Leiming talking to himself in such a stern tone, Naruto was also slightly shocked, lowered his head and said, "Okay. All right." Leiming has read the original Hokage ninja, and he knows the sealing technique before him better than anyone present. He doesn't want to waste his subordinates fighting desperately with the imitation version of himself, which is simply a waste of time and energy. Leiming asked them to protect the eagle to go to the 4 seal directions, and at the same time handed each of them a rune paper with special runes drawn on it. Soon, the crowd dispersed into 4 teams and arrived at the place where the 4 seal blueprints were pasted. Leiming made seals with both hands and issued an instruction, "Tear." The 4 eagles stopped on the seal blueprint, each bit the seal blueprint with their sharp beaks and tore it outward. Rip la 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 it. The 4 seal drawings were torn apart at the same time, from the surrounding soil, trees, and river water. An eagle with the money resembling the eagle that had torn the seal appeared immediately. Naruto, who was forced to stay by Leiming, saw this situation and suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, What's going on?" The corners of Leiming's lips turned up slightly and he said with a smile, "I didn't let you tear the seal just to prevent this. If we make a cloned version of Naruto, it will be more troublesome for us. But now, just deal with some eagles drawn with Yakumo's drawing ability. That's easier than eating and drinking water." Said, Leiming made a seal with one hand in front of his body, and the eagle summoned by Leiming immediately rushed towards the opposite clone as if going crazy, and the moment they collided fiercely. Boom 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 boom, this special defensive barrier just like Neji Zio Li Tian Tian. And Guy in the original book tear off the seal blueprint, and a clone that is exactly like himself will be born to fight with him. The advantage of this kind of enchantment is that the stronger the enemy is, the stronger the avatar they create will be and the longer it can hold the enemy. What Leiming is doing now is the reverse, taking advantage of the weakness of this enchantment, using the 4 eagles drawn by Yakumo, tearing off the graphic rune paper, and colliding with the transformed eagle clone to explode. Simple, clear, and efficient, it destroyed the opponent's strongest defensive barrier. Very good, now, summoning Flying Thunder God. After Leiming controlled the 4 summoned eagles to destroy the enemy's defense, he immediately activated the summoning of Flying Thunder God. Whoosh whoosh, Sasuke, Small Sakura, Shiro, Guren, and Temari, who were sent out before, were all summoned back by him. As for Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kasame, they separated before, and when they were about to appear in front of Sasuke and Shiro, they suddenly disappeared. Hoshigaki Kasame was carrying a broadsword Samehada, grinning with raised eyebrows. Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Itachi turned his eyes to look in another direction and said to himself, time-space ninjutsu. After Leiming summoned Naruto and they came back, 743 clenched his right fist and aimed at the huge stone wolf in front of him and punched it. Look at me, strange power fist. Boom! The huge boulder on the opposite side was instantly shattered by Leiming's punch and exploded into countless rubble flying towards the cave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Inside the cave, there is a huge stone statue with 10 fingers on the palm and 8 of them, each with a person standing on it. At the same time, what Naruto saw was that Gaara's body was slowly floating in the air, and a special group of chakra wrapped him in it, extracting chakra from his body. Seeing this situation, Naruto's eyes immediately turned red and the pupils of both eyes suddenly became the vertical pupils of 9 tails. Damn bastards, how dare you treat Gaara like this, I'll kill you. Naruto let out an angry roar, and a powerful red chakra erupted from his body, covering Naruto's body in an instant. An angry Naruto rushed in with a whoosh and raised his right hand high, turning into a huge red chakra palm, grabbing at the crowd on the cloth statue. When Naruto's 9 tails chakra's palm swept down, most of those figures were fine. Chakra's palm passed directly through their bodies, went down with the momentum and smashed hard on the ground, exploding the ground. The color of Leiming's eyes suddenly turned golden, and with a casual move on his right hand, he summoned a long knife from the seal on the wristband, and the purple thunder and lightning jumped violently on the long knife. Sage Art Lightning Style Chidori Moon Blade. Boom! The lightning blade that Leiming's long knife cut off chakra that bound Gaara in one stroke. At the same time, Granny Chiyo, who stood behind and was in charge of supporting her, had decades of combat experience. Leiming rescued Gaara with her front foot, and she shot dozens of chakra threads from her back foot, entangled Gaara's body, immediately pulled Gaara back. Temari rushed up immediately, caught Gaara and looked nervously at Gaara in his arms and asked nervously, Gaara, wake up, are you okay? Grandma Chiyo also came over and immediately began to treat Gaara with medical ninjutsu, and then said with a sigh of relief, it's okay. It's just that half of the tail beast chakra was taken out of his body, and he will be fine after going back to recuperate for a while. Standing on top of the statue in the cave, the man with Rinnegan looked at Naruto below. And Zheng stared at himself with fierce eyes, frowning and asked, Jinchuriki of 9 tails. Then he raised his eyes to Leiming again and asked, is there any Uchiha Leiming whose strength and talent are not inferior to Itachi's according to legend CCDD? Seeing that there were ninjas with powerful auras such as Uchiha Zinyu, Shiro, and Gyuren, he decisively formed seals with both hands and said, I'm here today, although I haven't got Shukaku completely but got half of it too. Jido Statue Solution. As the man with Rinnegan lifted his ninjutsu, the huge statue quickly disappeared. Before the man disappeared, he glanced at Deidara and Scorpion, members of Akatsuki, next to him and said, the next thing will be left to you. Deidara laughed arrogantly and said, it's okay. Leave it to me, this time I will not only take back 1 tail Shao, maybe I will even take back 9 tails for you too. However, Zai remained silent and just looked at Grandma Chiyo, who was standing beside Leiming and the others. Dare to say, if you want to snatch someone in front of us, are you sure you can do it? Zinyu and Honglian stood up together, blocking in front of Temari. Can you? Try it and you'll know. Deidara quietly reached into the palm of his back pocket before, moved his 5 fingers flexibly a few times, and kneaded the clay spit out from the cracked mouth of the palm into the bird's body. Shape. Then he shot at Leiming and the others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flying speed of these little birds was very fast, and they arrived in front of Honglian and Zinyu almost in a blink of an eye. HMPH. Isn't it the mutant ninjutsu of Earth-style jutsu? I can do it too! Gyulian squeezed the crystal in her hand and turned it into pink crystal powder with one hand and crushed 10 ninjutsu with the word wind inside. Crystal ball, wind style, wind whirl crystallization technique. The birds created by Deidara's clay ninjutsu just rushed into the pink smoke blown by the whirlwind, and their bodies immediately began to crystallize, turning into crystal birds and falling to the ground. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Impossible, only my ninjutsu is the real art. Drink, Deidara shouted angrily. In Deidara's eyes, the clay ninjutsu that Gyurin used crystal-style ninjutsu to shoot down him is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they look shiny and turn into pink crystal birds which have a different artistic beauty. This is what makes Deidara most unacceptable. What's going on? Why can't my ninjutsu be activated? Deidara tried several times in a row and the crystallized clay bird turned into a squib and wouldn't explode. Damn it, how could this happen? What kind of ninjutsu is this woman? I don't believe it. When Deidara saw that her ninjutsu had failed, she immediately went crazy. She scratched in her pocket with both hands, squeezed out dozens of flying bird clay bombs and shot them in the direction of Honglian. This time, the flying track of the clay bird is even more weird, fast, showing an irregular turning and sprinting speed, rushing from all directions. Hong Lion didn't need both hands to link seals, she stomped heavily on the ground with one foot, and the red crystals quickly spread from her feet to the surrounding in all directions. The diffused crystals seemed to be able to feel the bird bombs shot by Deidara. Immediately from the crystal ground, there are countless crystal flying needles shooting upward from the crystal on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was like an anti-aircraft missile on the ground, chasing the bird clay bombs shot by Deidara. In less than a moment, all the clay bombs shot by Deidara were shot down, turning into crystal birds that fell to the ground, and some were even broken into pieces on the spot. In addition to these, the traps that Deidara quietly set and the spider clay bombs that were quietly released behind the back wanted to quickly crawl over the ground and attack from behind Honglian. But those spider-shaped clay bombs, just when their toes touched the crystal on the ground under Honglian's feet, they all turned into crystal spiders in an instant, fixed on the ground and unable to move. Deidara tried a few more times and all the clay bombs that were touched by Gyurin's crystal-style ninjutsu turned into squibs and could not be detonated at all. Damn woman, is she my natural enemy? B********D, don't think I can't do anything about you. Faced with this situation, Deidara was almost vomiting blood from anger. Deidara, who was in a state of anger and rampage, didn't care that they were in a cave with a narrow space and opened his mouth to spit out, clattering. A large amount of clay was spit out from Deidara's mouth, and the clay quickly transformed into a clay bomb in the shape of a flying dragon flying into the air with its wings flapping. Go to hell. Drink. With the launch of Deidara's ninjutsu, the clay bomb in the form of a dragon is about to explode violently, and Gyurin's crystal-style ninjutsu is too late to activate. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. When he saw Deidara's crazy behavior, Leiming immediately launched the Flying Thunder God technique, swish, swish, and sent himself Naruto and Sasuke to the outside of the cave at the same time. As for the explosion on the other side of the cave, it directly collapsed the entire cave. Naruto, who was sent out of the cave, although he was wrapped in the red nine-tails demon fox chakra coat, did not lose his mind as in the original book. The tail shape on the back of the demon fox's clothes has become 3 tails. Naruto, who is still rational, has a fairy face on his face, and his eyes have become the horizontal pupils of a frog and the vertical pupils of the 9-tails demon fox. Catch it in the cave! You bloody bastards, don't think that you can fool us by doing this, and I won't be able to find you if you hide. The red 9-tails demon fox chakra turned into a huge chakra palm, pressing down on the gravel in front of him with great force. Boom! The shattered rocks were suppressed by Naruto's giant 9-tails demon fox chakra, and a violent explosion occurred immediately. Whizzing! The mountain rock had just exploded, and 2 people flew out from the huge smoke. One was Deidara and the other was Scorpion. Scorpion said to Deidara in a deep voice, "Deidara, there are too many strong enemies, let's retreat separately." "Humph, I don't need you to remind me." Deidara snorted unhappily and conjured a giant clay bird under her feet, flapping her wings and fleeing towards the distant sky while the scorpion retreated in one direction. Seeing that the enemy was about to run away, Leiming turned up slightly recently and smiled. "Since you are here, don't rush away, you 4, spread the pursuit. If you can kill, don't show mercy." Yes, Shiro, Zinyu, Ranmaru, and Gyurin immediately took orders and set off to follow. Gran Machio looked at the direction in which Zai was fleeing, sighed with a complex expression, and then said to Leiming, Zai defected from our village, the reason why he became what he is today. The old woman has an inescapable responsibility. I want go and deal with the scorpion matter yourself. Gara will leave it to Captain Leiming. Asking for flowers. No problem, Grandma Chio, don't worry, Gara is by my side, no one can touch him. Leiming nodded and said, Thank you, Grandma kind. I thanked her, then set off with a flash and chased after Zai in the direction where Zai was fleeing. As for Naruto, Sasuke and little Sakura, who were eager to try and follow Akatsuki's members, Leiming stopped them in time. Looking at the woods in the other direction with a smile, he said with a smile, You too, how long are you going to hide there? It's time to come out and show yourself. Hearing what Leiming said, Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura all turned to look in the direction Leiming said. Sure enough, Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame in red clouds and black robes came out of the woods there. Kisame held the big knife behind his back. Samehada looked at Leiming and the others with fierce eyes and said with a smile, Hey, hey, hey. Unexpectedly I was discovered by you. What should I do? Do you want to do it? Itachi. Itachi just looked at his beloved younger brother indifferently. Even when he saw Sasuke looking at him with eyes full of hatred, there was only infinite comfort and happiness in his heart, and he said happily in Itachi's heart, Sasuke, how long have you grown? It's grown up. It's grown taller and more handsome. Itachi's heart clearly loves his younger brother so much, but he deliberately uses provocative words on his mouth, provoking Sasuke, Kisame, it's up to you to fight whoever you want, but Sasuke will leave it to me. Sasuke, I'm cute and stupid brother, let me see how much progress you have made over the years. Hey, good, anyway, I'm not interested in that brat. Restocking tailed beasts is my favorite thing to do. After hearing Itachi's words, Kisame pulled out the big sword shark muscles on his back with a grin and turned towards Naruto. Killed the past Kisame attacked Naruto. The blade was covered with barbs and smashed down towards Naruto's face. Naruto leaned forward, grasped lightly with both hands in the air, and a long knife similar to Asuma's weapon appeared on each of his hands. Naruto held the long knife tightly with both hands, and the powerful wind attribute chakra was wrapped around the blade. Boom! Naruto crossed his long knives, easily blocking the shark muscle. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hi, this is chakra of the wind attribute. Boy, you are quite powerful. You can even hurt the shark's muscles. The broadsword in Ginseng Ghost Shark's hand is a special biological weapon. It is alive as long as it does enough damage to him. It can still hurt it or even kill it. The long knife on Naruto's hands, the strong cutting force of the wind attribute chakra, has obviously reached the level of 6 zeros that can hurt it. Sure enough, Teacher Leiming is right. The big knife in your hand is not an enemy version. Although it can absorb chakra, as long as chakra is strong enough, I can kill it before it devours my chakra. Maybe. Wanna kill my shark muscle broadsword? Heh. Okay, I wanna see if you have the strength. Hoshigaki Kisame clasped his hands tightly and fired at Naruto again and again. Onslaught. Thinner, sharper, recall that feeling. Naruto also held the long knife tightly with both hands and kept compressing and controlling the wind-attributed chakra wrapped around the knife to make it sharper. Bang 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 bang, chirp 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 chirp. No matter how ruthless Hoshigaki Kisame is, when he hears his beloved big sword, every time it collides with the long knife in Naruto's hand, he will let out a lifelong miserable howl, which makes Hoshigaki Kisame's facial muscles twitch uncontrollably twice. Moreover, with the increase in the number of collisions, the screaming sound of the big sword shark muscle became louder and louder at the back. Obviously, the destructive and damaging power of the long knife in Naruto's hand to the shark muscle is getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, I won't play with you anymore. Water style, 5 shark bomb technique. At the back of the road, the big sword in Kanchi Kisame's hand didn't even dare to touch the long knife in Naruto's hand again, forcing Kisaki Kisame to switch to ninjutsu. Boom 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 boom! With the release of Kisame's ninjutsu, a large water curtain suddenly appeared in the air and 5 water-condensed sharks were born in the water curtain, biting towards Naruto. Puff 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 puff. These water-turned sharks had just approached Naruto when they were chopped off one after another by the long knife in Naruto's hand, turning into splashes and falling to the ground. Water style, bursting water. Following Kasame performed ninjutsu again from the mouth of Hoshigaki Kasame, a large amount of water was spit out and gathered into a huge tsunami-like water wave, rushing towards Naruto. Come here, if you are ninjutsu I will do it too, wind-style, tornado. Naruto made madras with both hands and cast a powerful wind-style ninjutsu in front of him, creating a super powerful tornado. Not only did it block the water-style ninjutsu released by Kasame, but it also rolled up the opponent's water style and hit Hoshigaki Kasame in the opposite direction. Kasame saw Naruto use wind style to wrap his water style ninjutsu, and rushed towards him in the opposite direction, grinning and quickly backed away, avoiding the coolness of Naruto's ninjutsu. But at this moment, suddenly the two Naruto behind him cast wind-style ninjutsu on little Sakura, shouting wind-style, Gale Palm. Little Sakura imitated Naruto, stepping on Naruto's palm to play wind-style ninjutsu, and little Sakura's figure instantly accelerated. Look at me, weird power fist. When the little Sakura punched, she wore a special metal glove on her hand and smashed hard on the big sword Samehada with a bang. Hoshigaki Kasame's backhand defense was considered very fast. But helpless little Sakura's fist attack is too powerful. The powerful Kakasame on the fist can't block it at all. The big sword shark's muscle is smashed and hits the body of Kakasame in the opposite direction, hitting Kakasame's body like a cannonball fly backwards. Boom 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 boom. Hoshigaki Kasame's body was smashed on the ground, rolled and crashed towards the back. After Kasame's body stopped rolling, his body had become tattered like a rag sack and his hands and feet were all deformed. With a strange shape, I don't know how many bones have been broken, Naruto and little Sakura came together happily and high-fived each other. Smiling, great, the cooperation was successful. That's right. Get one done first. At the same time, Sasuke and Itachi on the other side first confronted each other quietly. And then, the leaves in front of them were blown away by the wind, and the moment they passed in front of them, the two rushed forward at the same time. The two hands danced at high speed, countless shurikens, kunai and all kinds of hidden weapons, hitting each other as if they didn't want money. Ding 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 ding. In the short distance between the two of them, countless sparks shot out, all kinds of hidden weapons collided with each other, rebounded and scattered around, inserted into the surrounding ground, tree trunks and hidden weapons were everywhere. After Naruto and Sakura Jr. knocked out Hoshigaki Kasame, there was time to stand by and watch. Naruto was stunned watching such a gorgeous kung fu fight, and little Sakura was even more dazzled by the sight. She put her fists with her hands next to her face and said obsessively with a red heart beating in her eyes, "Sasuke, you are so handsome." Hearing little Sakura's words, Naruto's complexion suddenly became ugly. And he curled his lips angrily and said, Sasuke knows how to be handsome, I really hate you the most. After finishing the hidden weapon duel, Itachi was already very happy in his heart. And he was very relieved that Sasuke's growth rate was 5.3. However, when he got to the face and looked at Sasuke with contemptuous eyes, what Itachi said was true. The technique on the hidden weapon is good, it seems that Leiming taught you very well. I just don't know your ninjutsu, how is your practice? Fire-style great fireball technique. While speaking, Itachi formed madras with both hands and released a fire-style ninjutsu attack at Sasuke. Sasuke also made madras with both hands and said through gritted teeth, "How is my ninjutsu practiced? Don't you know if you try it yourself? Fire-style great fireball technique." Boom! Sasuke and Itachi respectively released a huge fireball which slammed into each other, causing a violent explosion. "Fire-style great fireball technique," Sasuke yelled while Itachi was casting fire-style, and he quickly joined hands together. Boom! Sasuke and Itachi's fire-style spewed out huge flames and rushed towards each other. After they collided fiercely, a violent explosion occurred. Taking advantage of the huge smoke from the fire-style explosion, Itachi's figure quickly disappeared, and when he appeared next time, he was less than 10 meters away from Sasuke. Itachi's eyes Sharingan stared at Sasuke mercilessly. Not to be outdone, Sasuke glared back with Sharingan. Buzz, the bodies of the two trembled slightly at the same time, and then they entered the illusion space set up by each other. In the illusion space, Sasuke fought Itachi with a long knife in his hand. When Itachi was not paying attention, Sasuke stabbed it hard into Itachi's heart. It's time for you to pay for the death of your family, Sasuke said coldly, holding a long knife. Really? Sasuke, do you think you can kill me so easily? Behind Sasuke, Itachi suddenly appeared with a kunai backhand in his hand and thrust it down 22 fiercely into the back of Sasuke's heart. Pooh. Sasuke's body trembled slightly. He looked behind him with disbelief in his eyes and said, "When did you come here?" But this is not over yet. When Sasuke asked this, another Sasuke appeared behind Itachi. This Sasuke raised a long knife in his hand and chopped off Itachi's head. Ding! Itachi used kunai in his hand to block Sasuke's sneak attack in time, looked at Sasuke behind him calmly and said, "You have basically started using multiple illusions." Very good. Sasuke looked at Itachi with cold eyes and said, "You don't need to praise in order to kill you for sure. I have practiced desperately under the guidance of Leiming all these years." Really? That's really hard work for you. Ding 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 ding, bang 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 bang. In the illusion space, Sasuke and Itachi once again launched a fierce fight. Naruto in the real world outside looked curiously at Sasuke and Itachi and asked in confusion, "It's strange what's going on with the two of them. Why don't they move?" The little Sakura glared at Naruto viciously and said, "Idiot, the two of them should be competing in illusion right now and they are both caught in their illusion space battle. Of course the main body can't move." "Is that so? Will Sasuke be in danger?" Naruto asked a little nervously when he heard this. At this time Leiming stood up and replied, "It will be a bit dangerous. After all, the essence of competition in illusion is actually to compete with each other's mental power. If you are seriously injured, you will be severely injured mentally. If you are seriously injured, the same will happen. Life is in danger." "What? It will be life-threatening? Then Sasuke..." Hearing Leiming said that life-threatening, little Sakura suddenly became nervous, looked in the direction of Sasuke with worried eyes, put her fists on her chest. "Pray Sasuke will be okay." "Oh, I'm so annoying. What to do with such trouble? Why not just go up and kill Sasuke's bad brother?" Naruto rolled up his sleeves and said as if he wanted to rush up. Leiming rushed to stop him, shaking his head and said, "No way! The illusion competition between Sasuke and Itachi can no longer be interfered unless they exit the illusion space on their own, or the winner is really determined. Otherwise, it is best not to use external force to destroy it. They balance each other." Outsiders interrupted their illusion. "It's okay to hurt Itachi, but it's not good to accidentally hurt Sasuke, right?" "That's right, Captain Leiming is right. Naruto, you are a super idiot. You are not allowed to go there. If there is any accident with Sasuke because of you, I will fight you." Little Sakura heard Leiming after saying this. He immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, then stared at Naruto fiercely and said, Yes, yes, if you don't go, why don't you go? Little Sakura, why are you staring at me with such scary eyes? It's scary, okay?" Stared at by little Sakura's fierce eyes, Naruto immediately refused to do it, said in a form of surrender. Sasuke and Itachi fought for countless days in the illusion space. In the end, both of them were covered in scars. Sasuke and Itachi punched each other hard in the chest. Then the two people in the real world trembled in unison, waking up from the illusion. Although the corner of Itachi's mouth was bleeding, but deep in his heart, he thought with great joy and relief, "Very good. You are indeed my brother. Your growth rate is really amazing. As long as you can keep growing like this, go on. Even if I'm not around in the future, you should be able to protect yourself well." Itachi was obviously very, very satisfied with Sasuke's progress in his heart, but what appeared on his face was another look. He said with a cold face, "Sasuke, is your illusion only at this level? You still need to practice hard, otherwise you won't be able to defeat me at all. Is that so? Then how about trying this trick?" Sasuke jumped up suddenly, his body spinning in circles in the air. Swish, 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 swish. From the seal of Sasuke's two-handed wristbands, Sasuke summoned countless shuriken kunai with special runes and kept hitting Itachi's surroundings. Puff, 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 puff. Itachi dodged all of Sasuke's kunai and shuriken very easily and then looked up at Sasuke, who was still spinning in the air with a 450 face. Said, "Sasuke, where is your shuriken shooting? This level of shuriken technique can't hit me. It's too different from your previous performance. Are you tired? Want to know the answer? Don't worry, you will know soon." Lightning style. Thunder grid. Sasuke, who was circling in the air, quickly formed seals with both hands and then held the sky with one hand, condensing a ball of lightning which slammed down towards you below. Huh, is this Rasengan from? Fourth Hokage? No, not like it. Boom, squeak, squeak. The lightning ball thrown by Sasuke is an upgraded version of the Rasengan he learned. As the thunder ball fell from the sky, the kunai and shuriken that Sasuke had previously shot into the ground on the ground. Suddenly, as if he had been summoned, powerful lightning burst out violently, forming a dense grid. The thunderball in the sky exploded and quickly expanded into a huge thunderball. The sky and the earth launched a killing blow together. Hehe, Sasuke, you have really grown up. This ninjutsu is good, Itachi thought happily in his heart, and his body was quickly swallowed by the violent lightning. Rumble. After the powerful thunder and lightning explosion ended, the ground was already a large charred pit that had been blasted, and what lay in the pit were tattered corpses whose bodies had been blasted by the electric current. After landing again, Sasuke took a closer look. His complexion darkened immediately and he said in a cold voice, "I think something is wrong, so it turns out that this Itachi is not the real body." Leiming came forward with a smile, patted Sasuke's shoulder with a smile and said, "Sasuke, don't look so scary. Don't forget what I told you, keep smiling, you should smile a lot in life." Sasuke gave Leiming a displeased look and said coldly, "Did you already find out that Itachi and Hoshigaki Kasame are not from the main body, so you dare to let me and Naruto deal with them?" Leiming scratched the back of his head with a smile and said with a laugh, "Hey hey hey. Did you find out? I'm not afraid to tell you that it will make you unhappy, that's what I think." Itachi and Hoshigaki Kasame probably used some kind of special ninjutsu, which can temporarily project about 1/3 of their own power onto these doubles. Hey. We have spent so much effort to kill the guys, you actually said that they are only about 1/3 of the strength of the body. Naruto crossed his chest in displeasure when he heard Leiming's words. Leiming nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, don't underestimate Kanchi Kasame. If you meet his real body in the future, even you must not take it lightly. But does it have the title of Tailed Beast?" Little Sakura looked at the not far away in surprise and was beaten by her and was lying in the ruins and turned back to the original form of the dried persimmon ghost and exclaimed, "A tailed beast without a tail. Is he really that strong?" Leiming smiled and turned to leave, saying, "If I let him grasp the powerful terrain and the battlefield, I'm afraid even I will be forced to be quite embarrassing. Also, Itachi is a man with Mangekyou Sharingan. If you really face Mangekyou Sharingan besides me and Zinyu, the three of you had better find a way to escape. Mangekyou Sharingan's horror is not something you can deal with now." "Cut, Captain Leiming will scare us." Naruto put his hands on the back of his head and left behind Leiming. Sasuke gritted his teeth and glanced at the Itachi's stand-in who was killed by himself and said in a low voice, "The next time we meet, it will be your real time of death." On a small hill at an unknown distance from here, Kasame and Itachi, who were sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened their eyes one after another. Hey, I didn't expect that group of brats to be quite powerful. We were fired so quickly." Kai Shigui and Shark looked at Itachi with a strange smile and smiled. Itachi slowly got up, turned and left and said, "Okay, the things here are over, let's move quickly." Hoshigaki Kasame picked up the big knife behind his back and said with a smile, Yes. By the way, what does it feel like to fight to the death with your own brother?" Itachi didn't pay any attention to Kasame's provocation, but was secretly happy in his heart and walked away briskly. "What I think in my heart is, I can finally be free, Sasuke. When we meet next time, I can die in your hands. Maybe it is my best way to return." The battle between Sasuke, Naruto, and Itachi has finally come to an end, and the battle on the other side is going on fiercely. Damn stinky woman, do you want to be so pestering? Hurry up and kill me, drink." Boom. Deidara stood on the top of the giant clay monster bird, fidgeting and constantly throwing out various clay bombs from his hands. Countless clay bombs exploded in the air around Deidara. "HMPH, after scolding me so many bad words you still want to run away? How can it be so easy?" Honglian stared at Deidara with sharp eyes and snorted coldly. Only the figure of Honglian can be seen, constantly shuttling back and forth in the air around Deidara. Her figure is as fast as teleportation. There were red crystals exploding under Gyurin's feet which were crushed by her powerful feet. It was because of the technique similar to Shinigami's World Destroyer Faye Sickle's feet that Gyurin could also move at high speed in the air. Okay, Red Lotus, don't play anymore. End the battle quickly, that's the most important thing right now. Get out of the way, Ice Escape Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Bai didn't know when, stepping on an ice cube under his feet, it exploded and he jumped into the air, his hands forming seals. Buzz buzz buzz! In the space around Deidara with a radius of tens of meters, countless mirrors condensed from ice cubes suddenly appeared. From these mirrors, Kameli's figure appeared. Bai in the ice mirror with the flying needle between the 10 fingers of both hands shot towards Deidara fiercely. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From all directions, countless ice needles shot towards Deidara like raindrops. Because of the fight with Gyurin just now, Deidara has no more clay in his back pocket. Now it is too late to make clay bombs in a hurry. Therefore, Deidara's body was quickly shot into a hedgehog and his body fell weakly to the ground below. Huh, the main body has been knocked down, why is this big bird still flying? Come down with me, B********D. Honglian, who was in the air, noticed something was wrong and immediately threw out dozens of crystals from her palm. Kunai shot at Nyan Shisunio's body. The body of the giant clay bird was soon covered by red lotus crystals and then fell weakly to the ground below. Bang, crack. Just as the giant bird was about to hit the ground, the heavily crystallized giant bird suddenly exploded. I saw Deidara, whose feet had been severely crystallized, glared fiercely at Honglian and Bai, who were slowly descending from the sky. Zhao's good, and said madly and angrily, "You think this can defeat me? I'm telling you it's not that easy. Even if I die, I will drag you to die together. Let you see my true art. Art is explosion, drink." Deidara's body suddenly began to swell rapidly and it looked like he was about to explode, and it was a powerful ninjutsu. Not good, quickly defend, ice escape. Crystal ice coffin, Bai yelled with seals on his hands. Hong Lion also reacted quickly and formed seals with both hands, shouting crystal style, crystal flower coffin. Ka. The crystals and ice turned into beautiful coffins that quickly contained them, crashing head-on on Deidara's self-exploding blast. Rumble. The self-explosive ninjutsu launched by Deidara caused such a powerful destructive force that it almost razed a large area here to the ground. Bai and Honglian used ninjutsu to create solid ice coffins and crystal coffins for self-protection. They were all blown up by the powerful force of the big explosion, and they were thrown thousands of meters into the distance. Fall down, with 2 bangs, 2 beautiful coffins were deeply inserted into the ground. Crack, 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 the coffin was shattered from the inside and Bai and Honglian walked out of the coffin a little top-heavy. Bai put his hand on his forehead with a wry smile and said, "Really, I never thought that guy would work so hard." After a short period of dizziness, Hong Lion shook her head twice and said, "Huh. Just now the speed of circling in the air was too fast and I stopped suddenly and I still feel a little uncomfortable. That damned bomb B*******D, if he's not dead, let my mother meet him next time, my mother. I must make him look good." Shiro took Gyurin's arm and said with a smile, okay, don't be angry, our mission is considered complete even if that guy doesn't die if he gets hit by your crystal-style ninjutsu. He will definitely not be able to bear it when he goes back, go back first. Alright. I just want to know how Zinyu and Ranmaru are doing. Bai 63 and Hong Lion, talking and laughing like this, jumped up and down on the way back. At the same time, at the place where Deidara exploded, Deidara's head suddenly popped out from the ground. Deidara, who got out of the ground, moved his legs with difficulty, gnashed his teeth and punched the ground hard and said, "Damn stinky woman, don't let me meet you again next time, otherwise I will blow you up." Although Deidara hid in the clay giant bird when he found something wrong around him, he covered enough clay on his feet for defense. After seeing the light of day and removing the clay defenses on the surface, Deidara found that his legs, still a considerable part, were severely crystallized. As a result, when Deidara was walking, he could only limp and walk slowly away with difficulty. The key point is that slow walking is not the most uncomfortable thing for Deidara. What really makes him uncomfortable is that every time he takes a step, there will be a heart-pounding pain from his legs, which makes him feel so painful that he wants to chop off his own legs directly. Forget about the legs, sweat is all over the painful forehead. Deidara has been dealt with so miserably, so what about the scorpion on the other side? The screen jumps CCDA to the battlefield of the scorpion. Relying on Ranmaru's red eyes, Uchiha Zinyu has been chasing after Scorpio accurately. No matter how Scorpio tries to mislead them, she can't get rid of them. Sister Zinyu, be careful ahead, there is a trap. The location of the trap is... Lanwan's eyes could easily feel the trap set up by the scorpion using the puppet mechanism. Understood! After hearing the coordinates of the trap reported by Ranmaru, Zinyu danced her hands quickly, and from the seal of the wristband, she conjured countless kunai and shurikens and shot them towards those coordinates. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, puff 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 puff, boom 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 boom. Among the kunai shot out by the new moon, quite a few of them had detonating symbols attached to them, so Ren Scorpion quietly hid in the distance, wanting to turn off the engine and make a sneak attack. Before his mechanism could be activated, it was blown up by all the kunai of Zinyu. Cut! The other party has a ninja with strong perception. It's really troublesome. Can you perceive my chakra thin line? If so, it's really troublesome. Grandma Chiyo, who was following Zinyu and Ranmaru, looked at Zinyu in amazement, then looked at Ranmaru and whispered to herself, "The ninjas in Konoha village are really talented. If our village can do the same, no, wouldn't it be nice to have such amazingly talented juniors appearing incessantly? It seems that our village must find a way to introduce and learn from the way Konoha village trains talents. Otherwise, the gap between Sand Ninja Village and Konoha Village will become wider and wider." Just when Grandma Kayandai was thinking about various problems, suddenly Zinyu, who had been rushing forward, stopped and looked at Scorpion, who was showing her body with a smile on her face. He smiled and said, "What, don't you continue to run away?" Scorpion made a low and gloomy voice and said, "If there are hanged ghosts like you who have been chasing after me, can I still go? I didn't want to kill people, but you forced me." The corners of Zinyu's mouth turned up slightly and she said with a smile, "Kill me, do you have the ability?" When Zinyu said these words, suddenly her body flickered and she came close to Zai. Whoosh! Behind the scorpion, its long tail fiercely stabbed towards Zinyu's head. Zinyu just smiled and raised her hand to easily block it to the side. Bang! Boom! The tail of the mechanism shot from the back of the scorpion was smashed by Zinyu's punch. Even though it was covered with poison, it did not affect Zinyu in the slightest. One punch smashed Scorpion's tail and Zinyu's other beautiful little fist immediately smashed towards Scorpion's head mercilessly. Boom! The Scorpion's body exploded in response. A man with red hair flew out from the ruins of the explosion. The man looked at the small fists of Zinyu's hands and found that the opponent's small fists were covered with a faint green light. Then the man nodded and said, "I see, is it the protection of medical ninjutsu? That's why you are not afraid of my poison." Zinyu shook her hand, and from the surface of chakra protecting Zinyu's hands, dozens of drops of venom flew out, and the venom fell on the surrounding trees and immediately made a sizzling corrosion sound. Looking at the other party, he smiled and said, "How can I say that I am also Master Tsunade's disciple? Although my medical ninjutsu is not as good as Sister Bai's, I still have learned and mastered some basic things. Your poison is very harmful to me, it's useless." "Really? Then I'll give it a try." Scorpion suddenly pointed his hands in the direction of the new moon, opened his palms, split open, and ejected something like a tube, pointing in the direction of the new moon. It was a burst of poisonous mist spray. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, not good, **** hole, are you crazy, aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself too? Seeing a large amount of poisonous mist sprayed out by the other party, Zinyu and Ranmaru dodged back immediately, and then, Zinyu and Ranmaru simultaneously popped out too, wind engraved on the inside from the seal of the wristband. Crystal marbles? After the two injected chakra into the crystal marble, they flung forward violently. Bang 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 bang, hurrrr. Wind style. Dragon rolls. 4 powerful wind-style tornadoes rose in front of Zinyu and Ranmaru, blowing away all the poisonous mist sprayed by the scorpion towards the sky. It turns out that the crystal marbles thrown by Zinyu and Ranmaru are powerful ninjutsu weapons made by using Gyurin crystal-style ninjutsu and Leiming's special techniques. As for the inspiration of this ninjutsu, of course it comes from the scientific ninja equipment in the sequel of Hokage Ninja Boruto biography that Leiming had seen in his previous life.
Right.
Looking at the powerful tornado ninjutsu in front of him, it not only blocked his poisonous mist but also swept them all into the sky. Zai immediately put away the pipes in his hands, looked up at the tornado in the sky and said with a smile, "Is that so? It's a very clever way. It seems that we can't deal with you without showing some real skills." A scroll suddenly slid down from the sleeve of Zai's right hand, opened the scroll and showed it to Xinjiang and Hanwano. After the scroll was opened, there was a 3-character written on it. Boom, the white smoke exploded and in front of Scorpion a human-shaped puppet suddenly appeared. "This is my favorite puppet, how is it?" "Well done, right?" Scorpion smiled triumphantly. Seeing the puppet appearing in front of Scorpion, Grandma Chio widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "That is third Kazekage. He is known as the strongest Kazekage in the history of Sand Ninja Village, unexpectedly. Zai, I can understand taking refuge in Zio, but it is unforgivable to betray the village. Old lady, I have to clean up the house today." Zai smiled very happily and said happily, "Really? Well, let's have a happy grandparent-grandson duel." Just as Grandma Kyandai took out the scroll from her body and was about to go forward to start a duel with Zai, Xinyu suddenly stood up and stood in front of Grandma Kyandai. He raised his chest and raised his cute little head, looked at Zai with provocative and disdainful eyes and said, "What kind of playing are you doing? It's obviously a confrontation between you and me. Why do you want to change the target? Is it interesting to bully an old woman who is about to die? If there is a fight, the old lady will accompany her." While saying this, Xinyu stomped hard on the branch with her feet, and her body swished towards the scorpion like lightning. Grandma Chio didn't even have a chance to stop her. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. "HMPH, it doesn't matter, you are all going to die anyway, it doesn't matter who comes first." Scorpion moved his hands and fingers together, controlling the puppet body of third Kazekage and moved quickly. From the body of the third Kazekage puppet, countless puppet arms suddenly spewed out towards the small body of Xinyu. F***K, what the hell is this? Xinyu saw countless puppet arms grabbing towards her, and some puppets held various weapons on their arms and came towards her to assassinate. "Fire style Heilongyan technique," Xinyu immediately yelled with her hands in seals and spit out several powerful dragon-shaped flames in front of her. Boom, 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 boom. These dragon-shaped flames collided with the arms of the starfish puppet that was being dealt with, and immediately a violent explosion occurred, and more than 99% of the large number of puppet arms that were shot by the opponent were directly blown up. Only a dozen or so puppet arms that were left to carry the explosion had just rushed to Xinyu's body and were easily chopped into pieces by the long knife summoned by Xinyu's hands. Swish, 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 ka 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 ka. The fragments of the puppet's arm crashed down. Xinyu raised her eyebrows and put the long knife in her hand on her shoulder, looked provocatively at Zai on the opposite side and said, "If you only have this means, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible." In the original anime, the reason why the little Sakura fell into a disadvantage in the battle with the scorpion is because her combat experience is far from enough. On the other hand, the most important reason is that the little Sakura does not have the powerful ninjutsu like Naruto or Sasuke, so of course it will be more disadvantageous when fighting against the puppeteer purely with powerful physical skills. "Okay, since you want to see my other methods, I will satisfy you. Let you know why third Kazekage is called the strongest Kazekage." Scorpion moved his hands and 10 fingers together and immediately began to control the puppet of third Kazekage to open its mouth and spit out the black iron sand of starfish from its mouth. Under the control of the third Kazekage puppet, the iron sand immediately condensed and formed in the air, turning into a huge triangular cone, whistling and spinning towards the new moon. "Come here, haha. My old lady, what I'm most afraid of is head-to-head encounters." After seeing the opponent's ninja, Xinyu not only didn't have the slightest fear but became excited on the face. The seal of the wrist guards on both hands shone with light, and Xinyu actually wore special armor gloves and arm guards made in the Song dynasty on her hands. Asking for flowers. Xinyu crossed her hands in front of her body, resisting the opponent's triangular cone attack. Bang! Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The triangular cone hit the crescent moon's arm guard, making a sharp sound of gold and iron rubbing against each other, and sparks burst out. Then Xinyu flicked her hands outward. Boom! The pointed cone of the triangle is bounced off by the crescent. Look at me, weird power fist, it's here. Boom! Xinyu clenched her small fist in her right hand and punched out hard. When she hit the triangular cone flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the ground behind the scorpion fiercely. Make a huge hole. Scorpion unconsciously looked back at the big pit behind him and then turned to look at the opposite Xinyu. The expression on his face was quite exciting. Grandma Chio was also dumbfounded, watching from behind, and the corners of her mouth twitched wildly and said to herself, "I should say, are you really the disciple of that girl Tsunade? This kind of terrible strange power, only they can fight." Bang 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 bang, hey 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 hey, let's continue. Xinyu bumped her small fists twice, leaned forward slightly, and then rushed forward. Scorpion was startled when he saw the new moon rushing towards him like lightning, and immediately controlled third Kage's puppet to stand in front of him. Countless hidden weapons, organs, saws, sickles, and so on popped out of third Kage's body, and he attacked and slashed towards the new moon. Xinyu wears special armor and arm guards in both hands, so she is not afraid of the opponent's sneak attack at all. It is just hard steel on the front. Bang 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 bang. All hidden weapons, saws, sickles, etc. that were hit by her small fist were instantly smashed to pieces. F***K, is this woman a monster? Scorpion sensed that something was wrong and immediately controlled the puppet of third Kazekage, turning the black iron sand into a wall to block New Moon's attack. At the same time, he immediately opened the scroll again, summoned hundreds of puppets, and sieged them desperately towards the new moon. "Red secret technique 100 machines exercise," Scorpion shouted loudly. "Cut, if there are more people than people, old lady, I used to play with Naruto every day." Whoosh whoosh, Scorpion opened the scroll, summoned hundreds of puppets at once, and stood in front of him. All of a sudden, the front of Xinyu was shrouded in large black shadows. However, facing an enemy that was 100 times larger than her own, Xinyu not only did not show a look of fear but instead showed an excited and contemptuous smile on her face and said with a smile, "Cut, there are more people than people. My old lady, I used to hold Naruto every day to play. It's just hundreds of enemies and it's not like I haven't dealt with them before." Grandma Chio, who had been standing behind to watch the battle before and did not intervene in the battle, was shocked when she saw that Scorpion summoned hundreds of puppets at once. Suddenly, 2 more scrolls appeared on his hands and he whispered to himself, "Scorpion, I'm sure I read it right, old lady. You are the ninja with the strongest puppet master talent in the history of our village. Unexpectedly, you can already F***K at the same time, 0, control the puppet on the shelf. It's a pity that you, who possess such a talent, have gone on an evil path. It's the old woman who I didn't take care of and guide you well." While muttering to herself, Grandma Chio took a step forward, as if she wanted to make a move. But at this time, Ranmaru suddenly blocked Chio's mother-in-law's attack and said with a smile, "Grandma, you don't have to worry. This is not the first time Sister Xinyu has dealt with this kind of battle, don't worry. She will be fine." Granny Chio pointed at the puppets controlled by the opposite Scorpion and said worriedly, "But, if you want her to deal with so many puppets at the same time, will she be able to deal with them in time?" Ranmaru smiled and turned to look in the direction of Xinyu and said with a smile, "Grandma Chio, if it is another Jonin. It is really difficult to deal with so many enemies at the same time. But don't forget which family of ninja is Xinyu's sister from. She was born in Konoha village, a descendant of the Uchiha clan. If there are more people than others, my old lady, I have never been afraid of anyone. What's more, I also have my own unique skills. This one is..." But when Xinyu felt it carefully, the puppet released by the Scorpion felt a strong sense of danger from it. Xinyu felt bad all over. Xinyu's eyes seemed to be eating people. She gritted her teeth and said with a smile, "Damn, he is such a troublesome guy. It seems that ordinary methods are not enough to deal with him. You have to use that trick to deal with him, okay?" Obviously, Xinyu's experience in facing a large number of enemies must be quite rich. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is a guy who often likes to use crowd tactics against the enemy. Zinyu has taught Naruto to practice more than once, so how could he be afraid of crowds? The premise is that it is not the time when Naruto explodes Nine Tails chakra and conjures almost endless shadow clone. After feeling the danger level of the puppet released by the scorpion, the seal position of Zinyu's two-handed wrist guards flickered continuously, and she sprinkled handfuls of crystal marbles on a large area at the hundreds of puppets who were attacking. These small marbles, each of which has a small word lay engraved on it. Hey, hey, hey! When I was sparring with that brat Naruto before, he accidentally used 1,000 times as many people as me to beat me up once. Afterwards, I have a good summary of my combat experience. And the ninjutsu I'm going to use now is specially designed to deal with you, those who like to use crowd tactics to customize the ninjutsu. Lay Dao. Thundernet Storm. As Zinyu formed seals with both hands, those scattered massive crystal marbles engraved with the word thunder suddenly exploded at the same time, turning the large space in front of Zinyu into a sea of thunder. Boom, 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 zzzzzzzz. Scorpion controlled over 100 of them to rush towards the new moon to kill the puppets and immediately plunged fiercely into this powerful sea of thunder. What this is? Oops, Scorpion, who found something wrong, quickly pulled back his hands trying to control the puppets back. However, Zinyu's ninjutsu is too perverted. The combined power of these lightnings is no less than the power of a real natural thunderstorm. Therefore, less than 1/10 of the puppets controlled by the Scorpion could be pulled back intact in the end, and about 20% of the puppets were left in tatters after being baptized by thunderstorms. Either arms or legs were missing, and some even lost their heads. Seeing Zinyu's fighting style, the corners of Grandma Chio's mouth twitched twice uncontrollably. May I ask, when Zinyu and you were fighting before, they threw out things like beads? That kind of ninja equipment must be expensive to make. Grandma Chio turned to look at Ranmaru beside her, her eyes serious, asked. Ranmaru thought for a while and replied, "Is that the kind of bead you're talking about?" It's called Ninja Bead, and it's a new ninja tool developed by Leiming-sama, Gyuren's sister and sister. These beads can seal some ninjutsu in advance. When needed, just use a specific ninjutsu to activate it. The price is 1 bead, the cheapest I think it's around 1,000. What? 1,000 beads? That girl, how many beads did you throw out just now? After hearing what Ranmaru said, Grandma Chio felt as if her heart had been severely pounded with a hammer. In fact, it's no wonder why Grandma Chio lost her composure like this. If calculated according to the number of beads that Zinyu just sprinkled out, it is simply not throwing beads but throwing money all over the sky. Even if you secretly calculate the cheapest one, you will be reimbursed just like this without knowing how many millions of dollars. This is not fighting, this is F***G, it is clearly throwing money. Sure enough, even Grandma Chio in Otherworld can't understand the local tyrants of Krypton Gold players. Actually, Zinyu herself, why doesn't she feel pain? Those beads threw out 1/3 of her inventory, and she was so distressed that she couldn't help it, If you want to blame it, it's because Scorpion's puppet ninjutsu felt too threatening to her, forcing her to use her trump card. Therefore, only she knows how angry Zinyu is in her mood at this moment. Zinyu rolled up her sleeves, glared fiercely at Scorpion 5.8 and said, "Boy, you are dead. Old lady, I will tear you down with my own hands." Speaking of which, Zinyu immediately rushed towards the direction of Zai aggressively. Boom, 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 boom. Only the tattered puppets that were left could not stop Zinyu's strange punches at all, and Zinyu almost blasted them all with one punch. As for the Iron Sand Shinobi technique of the third Kazekage puppet, Zinyu just used his fist to punch the huge pointed cone formed by the iron sand condensed from the head-on punch, and chose it so that it flew away with one punch. Then he got close in an instant, dodged in front of the Scorpion, and punched one by one, directly blasting the body of the Scorpion and the body of the third Kazekage puppet. Boom! The whole world suddenly became quiet. Boom! Crash! After Zinyu blasted Scorpion's puppet body with one punch, countless puppet parts fell downwards, and the surrounding world even experienced a brief silence. Grandma Chio was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. She opened her mouth wide and said to herself with an expression of disbelief, "Unexpectedly, third Kazekige's Iron Sand Shinobi technique can't stop her." This girl will still grow in the future. To what extent? Xinyu turned around with a smile, wiped her nose with her little fingers and said with a proud smile, "Hey, hey, hey. I'm very good, right?" Although Xinyu wiped out the enemy, Ranmaru, who has a keen sense of perception, did not immediately show a winner's smile. Instead, his complexion suddenly changed, and he pointed at the back of Xinyu and reminded loudly, "Be careful. Sister Xinyu. Hell, what's he not good?" Puchai, hearing Lanwen's loud reminder, Xinyu also felt the danger immediately, so she wanted to dodge, but she still couldn't dodge. A sharp long knife came in from behind, piercing through 22 her body. Cough, 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 puff, you be asterisk 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 D, why aren't you dead yet? Xinyu turned her head, spitting out blood, and looked at a guy in a cloak behind her. After this guy slowly raised his head, it turned out to be the appearance of a scorpion. HMPH, I don't know if I've told you before, I'm immortal. Scorpion, who succeeded in sneak attack, laughed with a handsome smile. Cut. I was really careless. Brother Leiming is right, you must not relax your vigilance until the last moment. The problem of underestimating the enemy, I must get rid of it next time. After self-examination with a frown, Xinyu put her hands on the long knife piercing her chest, grabbed the blade and broke it hard. Kaka, the sharp long knife was directly broken by Xinyu, and then with his backhand elbow he turned around and elbowed the scorpion behind him heavily. Bang, boom, crash. Scorpion's body was easily blown away by Xinyu's elbow again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xinyu exerted strength on her feet, flickered towards the distance continuously and stood on the top of a big tree. Xinyu was so upset that she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her thumb and said to herself with a depressed expression, "It's just to deal with a puppeteer. I didn't expect to force me to use that trick." 1. It really forced me to kill chickens with a sledgehammer. The Seal of Sakura, solution, Seal of Beihao. Boom, 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 boom. As Xinyu made seals with her hands, a rhombus-shaped purple forehead ornament suddenly appeared on her beautiful and lovely forehead. After the forehead ornament melted away, the cursed seals that turned into beautiful patterns spread along Xinyu's beautiful face and spread all over her body. Open. Soon, a powerful chakra erupted from New Moon's body. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The chest wound that was pierced before the new moon, a penetrating wound that is fatal to ordinary people, began to repair itself at a visible speed, and white mist emerged from the wound. Even if the scorpion pierced the long knife on Xinyu's body before and fed the poison enough to kill thousands of people, under the impact of Xinyu's powerful self-healing ninjutsu, those toxins were squeezed from the wound forcibly. Squirted out, once again the scorpion like a normal person reappeared. After seeing Xinyu's Beihao Jiyin ninjutsu, he couldn't help but admire it and said, "It seems that I am not the only one who develops immortal ninjutsu in this world. Little girl, your ninjutsu, the technique, is also quite powerful." Xinyu rolled her eyes in displeasure, moved her hands and feet, then raised her eyes to look at Zai opposite, gritted her teeth and said, "You actually forced me to use the Seal of Beihao, boy. I don't care what kind of immortal body you are, this time you are dead." Boom, 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 boom. With force under Xinyu's feet, she rushed towards the direction of the scorpion, repeatedly blasting the body of the puppet of the scorpion, and then the scorpion was resurrected again and again. However, when the fight got to the back, the scorpion had gradually lost its calmness before and began to try its best to escape. But it's a pity that every time Scorpion wants to escape, Xinyu always blows his body with a small fist and then revives again. Until the very end, the body of the resurrected scorpion for the last time turned out to be tattered, broken into an ugly puppet body. Scorpion looked at Xinyu gloomily and said, "It seems that you have already discovered my secret, right? Since you have already discovered it, why didn't you kill me as soon as possible?" Xinyu lightly pressed her fists with both hands and sneered with a crackling sound, "Successfully aroused the anger of my old lady, and I want to die early. It's not that easy, although you said that you are immortal, turn your body into a puppet, but it seems that your puppetization is not thorough enough. The position on your chest has a strong chakra reaction, I've noticed it a long time ago. Don't forget I have a Sharingan, just open your eyes and take a closer look. Easy to spot." Whoosh, when saying this, what Zinyu used this time was no longer the strange force fist which exploded the body of the puppet of the scorpion, but learned the acupuncture technique of the Hyuga clan. With the sword fingers of both hands together, they launched a series of acupuncture attacks against the piece of meat with the big scorpion written on the chest of the scorpion. Puff 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 puff. All of a sudden, I don't know how many times I clicked it. No matter how many times I was bombarded by Zinyu's strange force punch before, the scorpion who had never changed his expression suddenly became ugly this time. The flesh with the word scorpion written on its chest kept bleeding out, and the scorpion finally felt the threat of death, and the 963 station, whose body was shaking, couldn't stand still. It is obviously a puppet body that is not breathing, but Zai started to write the position of Zizi's chest while covering his chest, and looked at Grandma Chio with a wry smile and said with a smile, HMPH. Do you really want to watch me die in front of outsiders? Is it in your hand? Even if it's about to die, don't you personally give me a ride. Hearing Zai's words, Grandma Chio's body trembled violently. Her originally old face seemed to become even older at this moment. Grandma Kyandai closed her eyes with muddy old tears streaming out of her eyes. She tremblingly said, "Is it still going to come to this point after all? Well, since you are destined to die, the old woman doesn't want you to die at the hands of outsiders. Okay. I will help you so that you can die with more peace of mind. Go all the way." A scroll suddenly appeared in the hands of Grandma Chio, and when she opened it, white smoke exploded. What emerged from the inside was the puppet that Zai made by himself when he was a child, following the image of his parents. Swish! Under the control of Grandma Kyandai, the two puppets each held a long knife and accurately pierced into the vital position of the chest where the word scorpion was written. Even the scorpion from Otherworld, the Way of Death, is almost exactly the same as the original book. Is this fate? After Chidai's mother-in-law killed Keisha's scorpion with her own hands, with tears of remorse and sadness in her eyes, she went to Scorpion's side and cleaned up his body. Zinyu and Ranmaru watched all this from the side, silently, did not say a word, did not step forward to intervene, just stood silently by the side, waiting for Grandma Chio to finish all this. After using a scroll to seal the corpse of the scorpion, Grandma Chio bent down and bowed gratefully to Zinyu and Ranmaru. Seeing Granny Kyandai bowing down to thank her, Zinyu jumped to the side immediately and shouted, "Hey, hey, old woman, what are you doing? I can't stand your bow." Ranmaru also dodged to avoid Granny Chio's bow and stood beside her with a wry smile. "Grandma Chio, you don't have to do this." Seeing the behavior of the two girls, Grandma Chio nodded at them with a wry smile and said, "Thank you, let's go back." After saying this, Grandma Chio was the first to adjust her figure and jumped away towards the distance. Because of Leiming's timely rescue, Leiming used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport everyone back to the outside of Sharon Village before the second and third rescue teams from Sharon Village set off. Because Gaara was not taken away from all the tailed beast chakra as in the original book, only half of the Shukura chakra was taken away. And with the treatment of two medical ninjas, Bai and Zio Sakura, her body has recovered a lot. When Naruto and Sasuke took Gaara's arm and walked out of Sharon Village together, they were greeted by cheers and crowds like a tsunami. "Master Gaara, welcome home. It's great to have you back, Lord Gaara. I knew, Master Gaara, you will be fine. Master Gaara. Woo-woo. Master Gaara, you are really worried about me. I thought I would never be able to pick you up again." There were also quite a few boys and girls from Sand Ninja Village, and the villagers even surrounded them excitedly, and soon surrounded Sasuke, Naruto, and Gaara. All the people who gathered around looked at Gaara with concern, and some even cried out of excitement. Gaara, who was rejected by the villagers as a monster since he was a child, was stunned when he saw the drastic change in the attitude of the villagers, and he looked at the crowd around him in a daze. Of course, Gaara was more at a loss. He didn't even know how to communicate and speak with the villagers who approached him. Not only Gaara was in a daze seeing the magnificent sea of people in front of him, but even Naruto and Sasuke were a little shocked. Naruto opened his mouth and thought in shock, "My god, when did Gaara become so popular?" After a brief shock, Sasuke closed his eyes and nodded with a smile, also happy for Gaara. Soon, Gaara was picked up by the enthusiastic villagers and the ninja subordinates of Sand Ninja Village and brought back to the village. No, More precisely, it was snatched directly from Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing Gaara surrounded by enthusiastic villagers and walking towards the village, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of joy and envy for Gaara. At this moment, Leiming patted Naruto on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hehehe. Why are you envious? Work hard, Naruto. I hope that one day you will be welcomed by the villagers as warmly as Gaara." Naruto wiped his nose with his thumb with a smile and said with a smile, "Hey, hey, hey. Of course, I will be Hokage's man in the future." Leiming, Naruto, and Sasuke were warmly received by Sand Ninja Village for several days because of their successful rescue of Gaara, and they were able to escape and return to Konoha Village. On the day before leaving, Gaara and his subordinates personally sent them out of the village. Before leaving, Gaara walked up to Naruto, stretched out his right hand in a handshake gesture and said with a smile, "I hope our two villages can maintain eternal peace in the future." Naruto looked at Gaara's outstretched palm, then looked at Leiming who was smiling and nodding beside him, grinned happily, grabbed Gaara's palm and said with a smile, "Well, I hope so too." Time passed by in a row and a month passed quickly. In an unknown small town, a beautiful blonde woman clasped her hands with kunai, entered a state of alert and looked at the two people dressed in black Hoyan costumes. "Who are you? Why do you keep following me?" That's right, the people who appeared in this town were none other than Urwei Jinchuriki and the undead duo. Hidden held a huge sickle in his hand, leaned against his shoulder and said with a smile, "Hey, hey, hey. Why do you keep following you? Of course to catch the tailed beast." Hearing that the other party wanted to catch the tailed beast, the two pomelo wooden golem rubbed against each other and a blue chakra burst out, entering the tailed beast in a fighting state. "Want to arrest me? That depends on whether you have the ability." Swish, you wooden golem's movement speed is extremely fast. He almost dodged in front of Hidden and Kakuzu and kunai on his hands slashed hard at them. Swish. Two sword lights with strange blue flames slashed towards their necks. Kakuzu stretched his neck sharply and bent back to avoid you wooden golem's slash. Hidden sideways dodged the slash and the sickle in his hand slashed heavily towards you wooden golem's waist and abdomen. Grapefruit wooden golem felt the threat and the two chakra tails on the back slammed behind it, firmly blocking Hidden's sickle attack. Bang bang bang, boom 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 boom. Soon there was an earth-shattering battle here. You wooden golem fought with all his strength and finally destroyed the three hearts of Angle, and Kuwu cut out horizontally in his backhand. Pachai. Hidden's head was immediately chopped off by the pomelo wooden golem and fell to the ground like a ball rolling on the ground. Kill one, there's only one left. After you Di Zhao wooden golem cut off Hidden's neck because he thought he was dead, he relaxed his vigilance against Hidden and faced the Angle with all his strength. Little did they know, Hidden had already licked and swallowed the blood dripping on the ground from her injury on the head rolled on the ground. After swallowing the pomelo wooden golem's blood, Hidden's head and body, which were already dead, suddenly changed color, turning into a black and white skeleton. Ha ha ha, the Angle is now, hurry up. What? You wooden golem heard that the person who had been beheaded by him made a sound and suddenly felt something was wrong. But it was already too late and he dodged from an angle, and when he reached the side of Hidden's corpse, a long knife appeared in his hand, and he stabbed heavily at Hidden's corpse holding a long knife. Kakuzu ruthlessly stabbed Hidden's body which had transformed into a skeleton. Pachai, Hidden's chest was punctured, and at the same time as the blood spattered on the other side, wooden golem's chest was also spattered with blood and a blood hole appeared. Grapefruit wooden golem's complexion instantly turned pale and a mouthful of blood spat out from her mouth. Pachai, why, I was obviously not hit by his tricks, why did I get hurt? Seeing you wooden golem vomit blood, Kakuzu showed a cold smile on the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "In order to catch you even more, it seems that I have to add a few more knives." Puff 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 puff. While speaking, Kakuzu held a long knife and stabbed Hidden dozens of times in a row. Every wound is a vital part of the human body. Hidden, whose head had been chopped off, was lying on the ground, and when Kakuzu stabbed him with a long knife, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, that's right, that's it Kakuzu, be tougher, that stinky woman can't stand it anymore. Pachai, 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 wooden golem who was quite far away from Hidden and Kakuzu had multiple wounds on his body at the same time and blood flowed out like a faucet without money. Even if Wooden Golem has the chakra of the two-tailed cat in his body, he can recover from the wounds on his body by treating the wounds. The bleeding spewed out so much blood like a fountain, and Wooden Golem's pale face still hasn't recovered. Angle throws a thin wire from his hand, inserts it into Hidden's neck and pulls the distant neck below Hidden's head, pulling it hard. Puff, crack! Hidden's head was pulled back and reconnected with the body. The thin thread was interspersed with the wound on Hidden's neck, and Hidden's head and body were re-sewed together. Hidden stood up slowly, put his hands on his neck, twisted his neck twice, then looked at you Wooden Golem with fierce eyes and said, "Woman, I am protected by the great evil god, I am immortal." Grapefruit Wooden Golem frowned beautifully, pressed his hands to quickly recover the wound, and gritted his silver teeth to look at the opposite undead duo, exerting force on his feet, and suddenly fled towards the distance. "These two guys are too difficult to deal with, it's better to retreat first, Wooden Golem, you know your choice?" In Wooden Golem's soul space, the huge cat said to Wooden Golem below. However, you Wooden Golem hadn't escaped very far when suddenly a heart-piercing pain came from her thigh. Puchai, you could see a huge blood hole in Wooden Golem's thigh, and the seriously injured Wooden Golem couldn't help but staggered down. The two monsters controlled by the angle looked at the right time, surrounded them immediately, and released powerful ninjutsu at you Wooden Golem. Fire style head hard, wine style. Squeeze. Wind style and fire style ninjutsu were released together and they were quickly fused together. The wind assisted the fire and turned into a powerful combined ninjutsu which slammed on Wooden Golem's body. Puchai. Seeing the opponent's powerful ninjutsu, you Wooden Golem was just about to launch ninjutsu defense, but his chest was suddenly pierced again and a huge blood hole appeared. Standing in the distance, Hidden was maintaining a weird ninjutsu form, stepping on the special magic circle under his feet and inserted a special iron rod into his chest. Ha 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 ha, so what if you are Jinchuriki? In the face of the great power of evil gods, everything is useless. Boom, you Wooden Golem was hit hard by the combined ninjutsu that Kakuzu controlled the monster. His body was thrown into the air, his internal organs were seriously injured, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. Under the treatment of the two-tailed cat's chakra, although the Pomela Wooden Golem recovered quickly, the recovery speed and time of the tailed beast chakra's healing injury (CCDJ) began to become longer and longer. The undead duo, using a rogue style of play bit by bit, finally succeeded in severely wounding the two Pomela Wooden Golem, and chakra of the two-tailed cat can only protect the Pomela Wooden Golem from death. After the two successfully captured the two Pomela Wooden Golem alive, Kakuzu first thought of a way to capture some ninjas, replenish new hearts into his body, and then naturally find a place to extract and seal the tailed beast. Finding a hidden cave, members of Akatsuki's organization used ninjutsu projections to show up, performed sealing techniques, and pulled away the two-tailed cat. Soon, Master and No Master Night passed quickly. Kakuzu and Hidden had just left the cave with the body of Wooden Golem that had been removed from the tailed beast when suddenly an uninvited guest blocked their way in front of them. Swish, swish, swish. Yuan Fei Asuma took two Chunin and blocked their way. Asuma clasped the ninja tools in his hands tightly, looked at the two opposite people with vigilant eyes and said, "I found you. The comrades in our village who were performing missions nearby died in your hands, right?" Then Asuma saw the woman on Kakuzu's shoulders, her expression became shocked instantly, and she blurted out in surprise. "That is Jinchuriki from Mural Village, you actually killed her." Kakuzu slowly put down the body of the Yuzu Wooden Golem on his shoulder, looked at Asuma calmly and said in a deep voice, "Saruto by Asuma. Your bounty seems to be high, since we met here let's make some extra money." "What, not good, rewind." Seeing that Kakuzu was going to attack him, Asuma gave the order immediately and retreated with the two subordinates beside him. And at the same time he reached into the ninja bag behind his back, took out a scroll, opened the scroll violently, bit his finger and drew a bloodstain on the magic circle of the scroll. Shouted Flying Thunder God summoning. Bang bang bang, the white smoke exploded and Kakuzu rushed towards Asuma's body and suddenly felt a powerful punch in his chest. Boom, Puchai, what? What is this power? Kakuzu's body flew upside down like a cannonball and hit the ground behind him hard, creating a huge crater in the ground. Kakuzu in the big pit squirmed strangely behind him, and a massive black monster sprayed out from Kakuzu's back, and after falling on the ground outside, it quickly turned into black water and died. Kakuzu jumped out of the pit with a gloomy expression and looked at the person who appeared after the white smoke cleared. Damn it, it really is you. The white smoke dissipated, and the people who came out were Leiming, Xinyu, and Bai. Xinyu wiped her nose with her little hand and smiled triumphantly. Of course it's us, cut. The attack just now was too light, did it only explode your heart? Kakuzu looked at Leiming and the others with an ugly expression, gritted his teeth and said, "It turned out to be you three stinky brats. This is a bit troublesome. Hidden, prepare to retreat." When Hidden heard that Kakuzu had the idea of retreating, he raised his face in dissatisfaction and hummed, why are we retreating? With the ability bestowed on me by the great evil god, even in the face of 5 cages, we not afraid at all. How about Jinchuriki? After meeting us, didn't we kill them together? Stupid. These 3 brats are not the same. Kakuzu cursed inwardly, exerting force on his feet and planned to run away, not even caring about the corpse of Jinchuriki tilde under his feet. Swish. However, on Kakuzu's escape route, Leiming suddenly stepped in front of him, then raised his eyes and looked at him with a smile on his face, showing a bright smile, and said with a smile, "Kakuzu, where are you going? We met when we were young, your account should you settle it." Facing the fully grown Leiming, even Kakuzu, who has an immortal body, felt a little apprehensive in his heart. He is also a member of Akatsuki, and he has also experienced First Hokage, an old man in the era of Uchiha Madara, and he has a deep understanding of how terrifying the Sharingan was when he grew up. "Since you don't want to let me go, I can only fight with you." There was a strange squirm behind Kakuzu and 3 masked monsters separated from his back. "Sure enough, you are still the same. You haven't improved at all. Come on, as long as you have the ability to break through my defense, I'll let you go." Leiming waved to Kakuzu and smiled in a Huang Feihong pose. Wind style, oppression, fire style. Head hard. Facing Leiming's block, Kakuzu used his ninjutsu once again, using a combined wind and fire ninjutsu, bursting out with a powerful fire-style attack. The corners of Leiming's mouth were slightly upturned, and his hands were stamped shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang, 3 shadow clones appeared beside Leiming in an instant, and 2 of them, facing Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu attack, unleashed ninjutsu with both hands in seals and shouted, "Water style." Boom, zizzizizizizzy. The combination of water-style ninjutsu and the opposite fire-style combination of ninjutsu slammed into each other, and a violent explosion broke out immediately, and the hot water vapor spread towards the surroundings. Leiming and his shadow clone and Kakuzu and his monsters dodged back at the same time. You know, if you are touched by these scorching water vapor, even if you don't die, you will definitely be severely scalded. Lightning style. Pseudo-darkness? Among the monsters controlled by Kakuzu, one of them suddenly dodged behind Leiming and released a powerful lightning-style attack on Leiming. "Come here, it's a pity compared to lightning style, I'm super strong." Lightning style, Chidori style. Squeak squeak squeak. Facing the sneak attack of the monster behind him, Leiming unleashes a powerful lightning-style ninjutsu from his body, forming a dazzling blue thunder that spreads outwards, easily blocking the lightning-style attack from the monster. Immediately afterwards, the sealing magic circle on Leiming's wrist flashed, and he spit out a sword hilt. Leiming grabbed the sword hilt with his backhand and input the powerful lightning-style chakra into it. Facing the monster behind him, it was Langlang who slashed down with his sword. He shouted, "Look at me, lightning-style Chidori lightsaber, lightning thunder." Swish, a crescent-shaped lightning blade accurately slashed at the monster's body, directly cutting the monster's body in half from the middle. The monster that was cut into 2 pieces from the position of the mask first clicked, the mask split in 2, and then the body turned into black water and fell to the ground below. Leiming knocked out Kakuzu's monster clone in just 1 move, and Kakuzu, who was always watching the changes in the battlefield from a distance, was so shocked that his jaw almost didn't drop. While Kakuzu was shocked, a Leiming shadow clone suddenly appeared behind Kakuzu with lightning flashing on his body and slashed at Kakuzu's neck with a long knife in his hand without hesitation. Laughing, "I got it. Ding huh. Is this a hardening technique?" When the long blade in Leiming Shadow Clone's hand slashed Kakuzu's neck, there was a sound of gold and iron clashing and sparks flew everywhere. The surface of Kakuzu's body turned black, even hard swords could not cut him. Countless tentacle-like thin threads shot out from Kakuzu's body immediately and inserted into Leiming Shadow Clone's body. Asking for flowers? Boom, white smoke exploded and a shadow clone was blasted by the corner trap. Oh, so that's it, let me do the math, you have just used wind style, fire style, lightning style, earth style. So the heart that was just killed by Zinyu's move, it should be using water style's heart, right? Lightning style's heart was also killed. Kakuzu, you have about 3 lives left. Leiming stood opposite and deliberately calculated with his fingers. Kakuzu gritted his teeth sullenly and said, "Damn it, does he know my weakness?" Hearing Leiming's report of his weakness, Kakuzu immediately controlled the remaining 2 monsters and got into his body again, not daring to put them outside again. The monster doesn't have its own hardening technique, just like before it was attacked silently by Leiming. I'm afraid I really have to explain it here today. Nervous Kakuzu turned his eyes subconsciously and looked in Hidden's direction, wanting to seek Hidden's help. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. After looking at it, it almost didn't scare him crazy. Uchiha Zinyu maintained an excited smile and punched Hidden's scythe with her small fist. Hidden retreated steadily. Under the heavy punching, it is impossible to play out at all. And then, Zinyu made a beautiful turn, rotate the body and rotate the next leg. Bangs, boom, crack, crack. Hidden held the sickle tightly with both hands to resist, and Hidden's arms with both hands were directly fractured by the shock. After the handle of the sickle hit Hidden's neck heavily, there was another click. Hidden's neck was broken on the spot and his head was bent behind his back. After being kicked hard by Zinyu's foot on the chest, Hidden's body rolled over and flew out backwards like a cannonball rubbing against the ground. When you were fighting me, how dare you look around? It's not like you are looking for death. Wine style spiral shuriken. Leiming, a shadow clone using the flying thunder god technique, suddenly dodges behind Kakuzu and blasts a wind-style spiral shuriken wolf at Kakuzu's back. Bang, boom, buzz, buzz. Leiming shadow clone held a spiral shuriken and slammed Kakuzu's back fiercely, sending Kakuzu's body flying forward like a cannonball. Wind Style's powerful ninjutsu suddenly expanded and the storm light ball appeared, enveloping Kakuzu's body, and countless wind chakra knives quickly destroyed Kakuzu's other 2 hearts. Kakuzu's body was visible from top to bottom, bleeding appeared. After the storm light ball passed, Kakuzu's body finally fell powerlessly and fell into the big pit on the ground. After the power of ninjutsu faded away, Leiming walked to the side of the big pit, looked at Kakuzu who was lying in the big pit like a dead dog, shook his head slightly and said to himself, "If it was Asuma and the others, they wouldn't know anything about your abilities. They will most likely be murdered by your schemes just like the original book. However, I have read the original 950 Hokage Ninja, so I'm sorry, I know your ability well. What kind of ninjutsu can kill you the fastest and most effectively? I know it very well." After talking to himself for a while, the seal of the wristband flickered, a handful of kunai flashed out from the wristband. Input the powerful lightning chakra, and threw it at Kakuzu's body below. Whoosh, boom, the thunder light exploded, and a blue lightning beam directly penetrated Kakuzu's body, destroying the last heart in his body. At the same time, on the other side of Uchiha Crescent, she was squatting next to Hidden's completely deformed body like a curious baby, poking at Hidden's head with her beautiful fingers. It's really strange. The neck was broken, twisted and deformed to the back of the body, but it's still not dead. I said, "Are you a monster?" Hearing Zinyu's curious question, Hidden almost died of anger. He stared at Zinyu and roared, "Are you a monster? Your whole family is a monster. Grandpa, I am the immortal body bestowed by the great evil god. It is impossible for you to kill me. When I recover, I must curse you one by one. Curse all of you to death." "Damn, I told you to curse me, come on, give me a try if you have the ability." Seeing this miserable appearance, she threatened to curse herself. Hidden, New Moon suddenly became angry. He jumped up violently and kicked and beat Hidden hard on his head and body, causing Hidden's head to swell all over again. After Leiming killed Kakuzu, he looked at Hidden who was being tortured by the New Moon speechlessly and didn't bother to care about Hidden's life or death. Anyway, that guy is immortal. He will be beaten up by Zinyu for a while, and he won't die. As long as he doesn't get beaten into a pulp, he shouldn't die. Leiming walked up to the two wooden golems, squatted down, and pressed wooden golem's danchin with one hand to feel the life state in wooden golem's body. Sure enough, wooden golem's vital signs are disappearing bit by bit. Being pulled away from the tailed beast, Jinchuriki's vitality will also fade away. However, I don't know if it is because she is the relationship between the two-tailed cat and Jinchuriki. Although the passing speed is fast, it seems that there is always a power like an undead force trying to revive her. This may be what people often say, is there a relationship between cats having 9 lives? If it weren't for the two-tailed cat being pulled away again, maybe even the Pamela wooden golem who was killed once has a similar resurrection history. You're lucky, I happen to have the energy of the Jelal stone which has a powerful vitality. Let's see if I can bring you back to life. As Leiming pressed the Pamela wooden golem's danchin, the green snake ring above his finger emitted a green light, and the huge energy of the Greer stone was injected into the Pamela wooden golem's body without money. The reason why the Jinchuriki who was taken away from the tailed beast died was actually because the vitality in the body was lost too much and it was not replenished in time. Gaara in the original book was also extracted from the tailed beast, but after Chiyo grandmother used immortal ninjutsu to input enough vitality, didn't she successfully revive Gaara? So, now Leiming also plans to do an experiment, wanting to try it out. Is it true that as long as enough vitality is replenished, Jinchuriki doesn't have to worry about the star being drawn away? In the original Hokage Ninja World War, Naruto was almost killed because of the tailed beast chakra. Because of his own relationship with the butterfly effect, Leiming must make two-handed preparations in advance. Since Akatsuki has already started to capture the tailed beast, it means that the Fourth Ninja World War is not far away. Just as Leiming was thinking about the development and changes of the future situation in his mind, and inputting the energy of the Grail Stone for rescue, the pale faces of the two Pamela wooden golems began to turn rosy at a speed that could be seen, and their beautiful little hands and fingers also started trembling twice. You wooden golem's eyelids blinked slowly, trying to open his eyes, and whispered, "Where is this? Am I dead? Wait, who are you?" After being rescued by Leiming, wooden golem finally woke up. After seeing the person in front of him clearly, he suddenly pushed Leiming away vigilantly, stepped back and retreated 10 meters away, nervously made a defensive posture and looked at Leiming. Leiming smiled and stood up again, showing a gentle and bright smile to you wooden golem, and said with a smile, "Hello, beautiful Miss Cloud Shinobi Village. I am the special Jonin of Konoha Village, Uchiha Leiwu. You should be the two-tailed Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi, right? Before you were captured by the enemy and pulled out of the two-tailed beast, your vitality was about to run out. I was trying to find a way to heal you." Seeing the Konoha Village forehead protector on Leiming's forehead, and looking at the surrounding battle traces in a blink of an eye, wooden golem finally felt a little relieved, put down his defensive actions, and closed his eyes to feel his own soul space. Then wooden golem's eyes opened sharply with strong hatred and murderous intent erupting in the eyes. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn B************, I really took Erwaimao away again. It's not in my body anymore." Uchiha Zinyu just came over at this time, threw a head to wooden golem and said, "They are the ones who caught you and pulled the 0.5-tailed beast away. Take him back before he is dead. Have a good interrogation." Wooden golem caught the deformed Hidden's head and almost threw it out on the spot. When she calmly re-examined Hidden's head, she exclaimed in shock, "What?" The head was cut off and he still didn't die. Zinyu nodded in agreement and said, "You are also very strange, right? That's what I thought. This is the first time I've seen someone beheaded and still survive. HMPH. It's better if he doesn't die. I'll take his head and body back, and I must interrogate them to find out where did those damned guys take my Erway." After exchanging some information with Leiming and the others, you wooden golem decisively left with Hidden's head, sealed Hidden's body with a sealing scroll and took it away, before returning to Cloud Shinobi Village at full speed. The two-tailed cat is one of the two-tailed beasts of Cloud Shinobi Village. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it was attacked by Akatsuki and a cloud was taken away. Shinobi Village suffered a heavy loss. Before goodbye, there was news from Sand Ninja Village that the tailed beast Shukaku in 5th Kazekage Gaara was also attacked by Akatsuki and took away half of the tailed beasts. This shows that the only remaining 8 tails Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi Village is also likely to be among the enemy's capture targets. Therefore, the 2 Pomelo wooden golems must bring this news back as soon as possible. Because of Leiming's shot, the Akatsuki organization was hit hard again, losing 2 important members, Hiden and Kakuzu. Even so, Zayoo's movement of catching the tailed beast not only did not stop, but accelerated. Back to Leiming in Konoha Village, I received a lot of new 22 news one after another. 3 tails was captured by Akatsuki, 4 tails Jinchuriki, 5 tails Jinchuriki, 6 tails Jinchuriki, 7 tails Jinchuriki one after another. Within half a year they disappeared one after another. Every place where Jinchuriki disappeared showed signs of fierce fighting. Obviously, their disappearance must be closely related to Akatsuki. Konoha Village Hokage Office, Tsunade frowned beautifully looking at Jirya, Leiming, Kakashi, Nara Shikamaru's father and others standing opposite. Shen Sheng said, "From the information collected so far we can basically judge Akatsuki's target and the next one is likely to be Naruto. I just heard the news from Cloud Shinobi Village that 8 Tails Jinchuriki was also attacked by Akatsuki and the current status is down. Unknown." Leiming looked at Tsunade with raised eyebrows curiously and asked curiously, I heard that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki is super strong, someone who can confront the 4th Raikage head-on. Who on earth has such great ability? Captured too. Could it be Itachi and dried persimmons made by Kisame? The reason why Leiming asked this question is actually a guess. You must know that because of his own intervention, Sasuke did not follow the route of the original book, so naturally there will be no Eagle team. The members of Akatsuki of 8 Tails who can rely on strength to replenish, Leiming thinks about it, and only Itachi and Kasame are the only ones. Hearing Leiming's inquiry, Tsunade's complexion immediately became gloomy, and he pushed a scroll towards Leiming and Jirya and said with a beautiful face, "This is a message from Cloud Shinobi Village. Indeed involved in the capture of 8 Tails. The 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village has initiated an invitation for the 5 Kages to talk, and the goal is to deal with Akatsuki. The 5 Kages conference, hee. How many years has it been held?" Jirya laughed after hearing Tsunade's words. Uchiha Zinyu, who was leaning against the wall next to him, twitched and said, "The 5 Kages conference is held now. I wonder if those guys' heads are broken. Our side has issued a warning to the ninja villages long ago. Let them protect the Jinchuriki of their ninja village, but they are still known." Jirya smiled and waved his hands and said, "Well, Zinyu, now is not the time to blame other high-level ninja village. I think what we really need to do now is how to protect Naruto. As 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto must be the next target that Akatsuki will capture." Hearing Jirya said to protect Naruto, well, Leiming smiled and thought in his heart, protect Naruto. Humph, if it is really like the original book, Pain's 6 paths still dare to come to Konoha Village to bomb, and the Naruto he has to face is not Naruto is comparable to the original at the same time. Just as Leiming was recalling the scene of Naruto fighting Pain in his mind, suddenly, violent explosions came from everywhere in Konoha Village. Boom 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 boom, ho 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 ho. Hearing the huge movement from outside, Leiming rushed to the window to have a look and soon saw a few huge summoning beasts. As soon as he saw the appearance of those summoning beasts, Leiming couldn't help but think in his heart, "Damn it, some people really don't talk about it. I just recalled his battle scene and he actually came." Jirya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shikamaru's father and Leiming rushed out of Hokage's office and looked up at the summoning beasts that were wreaking havoc in Konoha Village. Huge rhinos, bulls, 2-headed dogs, centipedes, giant birds, etc. Summoning beasts, the target really should not be too small. Tsunade saw the summoning beast wreaking havoc everywhere and immediately ordered to Anbu next to him, "Evacuate the villagers immediately and activate the emergency plan." Yes, the Anbu ninja immediately followed his orders and disappeared in a flash. Ha ha ha, it's really here. Interesting, let me see, when Konoha Village in its heyday and Pain fight against each other, they will still be as restrained as in the original book. Master Tsunade, the enemy is handed over to me. You and Jirya sit in Konoha Village and prevent any more enemies from coming to attack you. At this time, Pain, the heavenly Tao Pain in 6 paths, has already flown into the air with his hands open, ready to launch the strongest attack on the Konoha village below. It seems that if we want to force Nine Tails to show up, we can't do it without a bit of ruthlessness. Let the world feel the pain, Shenluo Tianzhang. Damn, amplify your moves so quickly. You're foul. Leiming just dodges out, ready to fight Pain 6 paths. Unexpectedly, the opponent has already flown into the sky. 710 is ready to release the strongest attack moves. Damn it, it's a good thing I've already made arrangements. Seeing that Pain was about to release his ultimate move, Leiming immediately stood on top of a telegraph pole in Konoha village with his hands in Madra. Da Sage Art. Ice Crystal Heavenly Palace. As Leiming performed ninjutsu with his two-hand seal, a fairy face appeared on Leiming's face, and dozens of Leiming's shadow clones suddenly appeared outside the wall of Konoha village. These shadow clones made seals with their hands and stomped their feet on the ground heavily. Graphics of magic circles appeared on the ground, emitting dazzling green light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost in an instant, a huge emerald green crystal semicircle barrier exuding a powerful cold air appeared outside Konoha village, and the front hit the super Shenluo Tianzhang of Tiandao Pain. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful shock force, even with the strongest barrier protection cast by Leiming, when the aftermath of the shock spread into Konoha village, it still caused countless houses to collapse and crack. It's scary. Help us. Run away us. Leiming wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a sigh of relief, "Fortunately, I finally caught up." Because Leiming had read the original Hokage ninja book in his previous life, he knew that Pen's 6 paths would come to attack Konoha village sooner or later, so he also took precautionary measures secretly. The fairy art he is performing now is made by combining Red Lotus's crystal-style ninjutsu and Bai's ice shield ninjutsu, plus the energy fusion of the Greer Stone, to create a powerful guardian enchantment. Tiandao Pain, who was flying in the sky, released the super god Luo Tianzhang, and the powerful repulsive force hit the barrier of the crystal heavenly palace fiercely, because of the powerful barrier of the barrier. Therefore, Tiandao Pain was shocked by the strong repulsion and flew upside down into the air for a distance of thousands of meters. It was too far away from the main body that transported chakra. Nagato, who hid in the big tree disguised by Conan using paper escape, made madras with both hands and desperately output chakra, trying to save the body of Tiandao Pain, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, stop it. Stop it, Tiandao Pain was created by Yahiko's corpse, which is an irreplaceable existence for Nagato, falling from a height of thousands of meters. Even if it is a transformed corpse, it is likely to cause irreparable damage. Therefore, Nagato has to protect the body of Tiandao Pain even if he will suffer serious ninjutsu side effects. Tsunade and Jiraiya, who rushed out of Hokage's office, saw the crystal heavenly barrier suddenly appearing in the sky, and both of them were also shocked. Jiraiya F***K, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Tsunade, judging from the effect of ninjutsu, it should be the fusion ninjutsu of Leiming, Shiro, and Guren. Crag. Just when everyone in Tsunade and Konoha village looked up at the sky and were still amazed by the special barrier protecting them, suddenly cracks began to appear densely from the top of the barrier. If the crystal heavenly barrier that can cover the entire Konoha village suddenly collapses, it will be a catastrophe for the protected Konoha village below. Leiming looked up at the barrier in the sky, rolled his eyes speechlessly, sighed and said to himself, "Hey, didn't you expect it to be perfect?" Tiandao Pain's super Shenluo Tianzhang, how much destructive power did he use? Seeing that the situation was not good, Leiming immediately changed his hand seals, and the shadow clone around Konoha village also followed suit and shouted, "Flying Thunder God Teleportation Group." Zwish. The huge crystal heavenly palace enchantment built above Konoha village before disappeared instantly when dozens of Leiming's shadow clone used the Flying Thunder God technique, and was teleported to an unknown place by them. After transmitting the shadow clone of the crystal heavenly palace enchantment, they exploded into white smoke one after another and disappeared. 2 consecutive releases of powerful ninjutsu consumed all of their chakra. Leiming closed his eyes for a while to feel the surrounding situation and immediately opened his eyes and said, I found you, by Red Lotus, New Moon, let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Leiming rushed out of Konoha village together with Zinyu and the others and soon discovered the other 5 people from Pen's 6 paths. Pain from Animal Road immediately stood up, made Madraws with both hands pressed on the ground and called, summoning technique. Boom! The white smoke exploded, and Tiandao Pain appeared in a flash, blocking the front of all Pains, and opened his palm to Leiming and them to release ninjutsu universal pull. Whoosh whoosh. Leiming and the others who were still jumping in the air and rushing towards Tiandao Pain immediately uncontrollably moved towards the direction of Tiandao Pain and were pulled over. HMPH. I'm waiting for your move. As soon as Leiming found out that Tiandao Pain used Universal Pull, he immediately cast Shadow Clone, and 2 Shadow Clone appeared behind Leiming, performing powerful Wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style. Gale Palm. Whoosh! Leiming's forward speed soared instantly. Leiming's right wrist guard sealed the magic circle with a flash of light, and a sharp long knife appeared in Leiming's hand. He rushed to the front of Tiandao Pain at lightning speed, aimed the long knife at Pain's head and stabbed it hard. Humanity Pain next to him pushed Tiandao Pain away and accepted Leiming's assassination for Tiandao Pain. Puff! Leiming raised the knife and landed on Human Dao Pain's head, which was cut off in an instant. Tiandao Pain, who was relieved, once again released ninjutsu at Leiming with one hand and shouted Shenluo Tianzhang. Ding bang! Leiming was hit by the repulsive force and blocked with the long knife in his hand. The long knife was blown away and his body was taken away by the shock and disappeared into white smoke. Seeing this situation, Tiandao Pain frowned immediately, looked at Leiming, Zinyu, Bai and Honglian who were standing firmly in front of them and frowned. He even used a shadow clone to destroy I lost one of my pain, you are amazing. Sign up. Leiming smiled slightly, took a step forward and said, my name is Uchiha Leiming, hello Pain. Pain frowned slightly, looked at Leiming and said, you know me. Well, you are the boss of the Akatsuki organization, so it's hard not to know you. Also, guys who have been hiding behind come out together. Leiming looked at the back of Pain's 6 paths and smiled. HMPH, have you been discovered? Well, I can't help but want to do it. From the woods behind Pain's 6 paths, 2 people came out one after another. They turned out to be Deidara and Hoshigaki Kasame Mai. Seeing the appearance of these 2 people, Leiming couldn't help asking curiously, why are there only so few people here? What about Itachi? Also, I remember that there is a masked man in your Zio organization. That's right, Li Hao. By the way, there is another beautiful woman with blue hair. Hearing what Leiming said, Tiandao Pain looked at Leiming with a slight change in his indifferent and confident eyes and said, oh. I didn't expect you to investigate us, and the intelligence collection is quite thorough. Hey, no way, who told you to frequently attack the Jinchuriki of the major ninja villages? We can't pay attention to you if we want to. Your target this time is Naruto, right? He is on our side now. If you have the ability, come and catch him. Leiming deliberately smiled and formed seals with both hands and used the Flying Thunder God summoning technique. Swish swish swish. Next to Leiming and the others, Naruto, Sasuke and little Sakura suddenly appeared. Seeing that Leiming was so arrogant and summoned Naruto directly to his side, Deidara gritted his teeth in displeasure and said, damn it. You are so arrogant, put 9 tails by your side so we can't catch it. Leiming looked at Pain with a smile and said, don't you just want to catch Naruto? If you have the ability, just catch it in front of me. Damn it. You damn B*********, how dare you look down on us? Deidara was the first to bear it and rushed towards Leiming and the others. He grabbed a handful from the pockets tied around his waist with both hands, threw out dozens of bird bombs made of clay and shot towards Leiming and the others like lightning. Seeing Leiming and Honglian beside him, Deidara let the bomb reach Leiming and the others and swiped it with one hand in front of him, saying, Art, it's an explosion, drink. Boom 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 boom. The impact of the explosion blew a gust of wind, blowing towards Leiming and the others. Leiming, who had learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, instantly discovered that something not very friendly mixed with it in the blast gust was sweeping towards them. The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly and he said with a smile, oh, Did you actually learn to use poison, wind-style rising tornado? Leiming made madras with his hands, and a powerful tornado immediately rose in front of him, sweeping all the poisonous mist from the Deidara clay bomb into the sky. Sasuke, although Itachi didn't come, they and Itachi are enemies of the same organization. Can you deal with this Deidara? Leiming used wind style to resist Deidara's explosion. While smiling, 370 asked Sasuke next to him. Hearing Leiming's question, Sasuke immediately looked at Deidara, who was standing in the distance and kept releasing clay bombs, and proudly said, "Of course it's no problem, he left it to me." Saying that, Sasuke drew out the long knife at his waist, injected a powerful lightning chakra, and shot at Devola. Squeak, 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 boom! Deidara, who was releasing the clay bomb, suddenly sensed the threat and subconsciously dodged back to avoid Sasuke's lightning-style attack. The long knife was inserted into the ground where he had just stood, and the ground there immediately had a blue current spreading in all directions towards the surroundings. Sasuke jumped, turning over very beautifully in the air, standing on the hilt of the knife. Sharingan opened, looked at Deidara with contemptuous eyes and said, "From now on, your opponent is me." Damn it. It's those eyes again, the kind of eyes I hate the most. Also, did you send only one brat to deal with me? You didn't send that nasty woman who defeated me last time. You should have looked down on people. A limit, Deidara pretended to explode in anger, pulled out kunai from behind, and rushed towards Sasuke's CCDI direction, looking desperate. Sasuke turned over and drew out the long knife on the ground and placed it in front of his body to block Deidara's kunai attack. After a few rounds of weapon clashes, Deidara's kunai was blown away. Sasuke pressed his long knife against Deidara's neck and said coldly, "As a member of Akatsuki, do you only have this level of strength? I am so disappointed." Hearing what Sasuke said, Deidara suddenly grinned, looked at the ground at Sasuke's feet and said with a smile, "Are you fooled? I have already buried hundreds of mines in the ground here. Die, drink." Deidara showed a crazy smile and made a madra with one hand, making the madra of detonating a landmine. A gust of wind blew past, rolled up the dust on the ground and blew the flowers and plants, but there was no explosion. Deidara's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly. He looked at the ground around him a little madly, then looked up at Sasuke in front of him and asked angrily, Why didn't there explode? 100 mines. Sasuke pointed the long knife in his hand at the chest of Deidara in front of him, stabbed lightly. The long knife pierced into Deidara's chest, and at the same time released the lightning-style current channel. The reason is very simple, because the bomb ninjutsu you use is earth-style. Lightning-style don't need me to explain more about the principle of overcoming earth-style. What damn drink? Deidara, who was stabbed in the chest by Sasuke's long knife, maintained the posture of one-handed madra, and his body quickly turned into a black clay figurine. He drew out his long knife, looked at the ground not far away, and said, "Hey, the mouse hiding in the ground over there, it's time to come out." Lightning-style Chidori flying needle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, puff 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 puff. The ground was shot by Sasuke with the lightning-style flying needle, and suddenly a blond man in black clothes and red fire cloud jumped out from the ground. The man's back was filled with the lightning-style flying needles that Sasuke had just shot, and after landing again he stood beside Six Paths Pain, looked at Sasuke with murderous eyes and said through gritted teeth, "Damn brat. I want to kill you for this." The special clay bomb prepared to deal with that stinky woman turned into a dud just because of him. Uchiha Sasuke is just as annoying as that woman. How come they all have a way to turn my bomb into a dud? Six Paths Pain frowned, "Stop playing with them. Take Nine Tails Jinchuriki with all your might." Six Paths Pain had just launched an attack on Naruto and the others. Pain from Hell Road was erupted by Beihao Technique's little Sakura, who punched him hard in the face with his fist, pushing his body back into the ground. A huge hole was blown out. Another Shura Taoist Pain was the reformed man, the weird guy whose whole body was transformed into a weapon, but Naruto pressed him on the back and pressed it hard to the ground, turning him into scrap metal. Naruto, who repaired Luo Dao Pain with one hand, was wearing a golden chakra coat. When he looked up at Tian Dao Pain, his eyes had turned into red demon fox vertical pupils. Seeing Naruto's huge changes, Tian Dao Pain blurted out in shock, "This is... Have you tamed Nine Tails? Summoning technique?" In order to deal with Naruto, who transformed into Nine Tails mode, as well as Leiming and the others, Pain of Animal Road quickly put his hands on the ground and cast his special summoning technique. Ho 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 ho! Huge rhinos, bulls, centipedes, five-headed dogs, and other summoning beasts were summoned and left Konoha village, rushing towards Leiming and the others. White, Red Lotus. The five-headed dog is handed over to you, remember not to kill it. That summoning beast cannot be killed. Every time you kill it, it will add a clone or head instead.
Clear. No.
After hearing Leiming's words, Honglian and Bai turned around and rushed towards the five-headed dog. I saw the two women making seals with their hands. Each of them flashed to the two sides of the five-headed dog and shouted sealing technique, ice crystal palm. The two women put their hands on the ground respectively, and from the ground in front of them, a giant white ice hand and a pink crystal giant hand immediately rose up. One on the left and one on the right, two giant-like palms pressed the five-headed dog in the middle, and then the two giant hands clasped together to surround the five-headed dog. After the clasped hands, they merged with each other and soon became a beautiful. It is a huge crystal mountain formed by the fusion of ice crystals and crystals. Yaobai and Xinyu suppressed the five-headed dog with their own hands. No matter how hard it struggled in the seal, it could not break the seal. In Leiming's opinion, if he had to choose which summoning beast among the six paths Pain was the most troublesome, it would be this hellhound that could never be killed and could constantly split and recombine. The other monsters summoned by the Beast Road, huge bulls, rhinos, and centipedes rushed towards Naruto. Naruto stepped forward without fear, made madras with both hands and shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. Massive Rasengan. Naruto's body grabs the horn of the rhinoceros and throws it into the air. At the same time, the two shadow clones rush under the bull and the centipede, raise the massive Rasengan in their hands and hit the monster with such force. Boom! The three monsters were thrown into the air one by the mighty Naruto. At the same time, the boss toad that Naruto had summoned before and the three big toads jumped into the air together, drew out their weapons and slashed at Pain's six paths summoned beast. Pank, three balls of white smoke exploded, and the summoning beast of Pain's six paths was immediately killed. Pain's six paths frowned when seeing Naruto's fighting power and said to himself, as expected of Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Konoha Village's special Jonin, just a few rounds of fighting wiped out half of six paths Pain. You are really amazing. Pain from the animal path controls the giant bird in the sky and swoops down towards Naruto below. Naruto immediately cooperates with Shadow Clone, performs ninjutsu and shouts Wind Style, Spiral Shuri Sword. Facing the giant bird swooping down from the sky, he threw it over. Boom. A huge storm light balloon exploded in the sky immediately. The giant bird's body was fixed in the light ball and was quickly overturned by the wind-style spiral shuriken. After the light ball disappeared, the giant bird fell from the sky weakly. Heavenly Dao Pain was a little surprised when he saw that his side's combat power was wiped out so quickly by the opponent, and couldn't help but look at the ruins where Hell Dao Pain lay down. He secretly thought in his heart, it would be great if Hell Dao hadn't been killed, otherwise the other Pain would be resurrected very quickly, but now it will take time to change the effect of Tiandao Pain's ninjutsu. Just when Nagato was thinking about whether to switch Tiandao Pain to perform ninjutsu, Naruto had already rushed in front of him, with 5 fingers spread out and grabbed towards him. The golden Nine Tails chakra palm rapidly enlarged and grabbed towards him. Shenluo Tianzhang. Tiandao Pain didn't have any extra time to change the ninjutsu in the body. Spread out Shinra Amazon to fend off Naruto's Nine Tails mode. At the same time, the dried persimmon ghost shark on the other side is also struggling. Leiming held a huge epi and he slashed against Hoshigaki Kasame, unexpectedly suppressing Kasame back and forth, unable to fight back at all. Bang 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 bang, chirp 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 chirp. Hoshigaki Kasame gritted his teeth and said, damn it, this guy's strength is so great, it hurts the shark's muscles. No, if this continues, I will be killed by him. Hoshigaki Kasame seized an opportunity, desperately bumped the epi in Leiming's hand, and let himself retreat to a safe distance. Quickly sealed with both hands and said, water style, great waterfall rushes. Crash la 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 la. Soon, around Hoshigaki Kasame, a gigantic supersized water polo as many as football fields swallowed the bodies of Kasame and Leiming and wrapped them inside. The dried persimmon ghost shark fused with the big sword shark muscle in his hand, and quickly turned into a monster with a tail like a humanoid shark. Hoshigaki Kasame kept his monster form, showed a ferocious smile to Leiming, and said with a sneer, "Since you forced me to use this trick, you are dead." Leiming's eyes Sharingan opened, and the green light of the green snake ring on his right hand emitted, and soon a layer of green chakra light appeared outside Leiming's body. With this layer of green chakra ray protection, Leiming finally doesn't have to worry about being unable to breathe underwater. Leiming looked around and laughed softly. "Oh, do you really think that I will let you fuse with shark muscles without any preparation? Come try my trick and see if you can resist it. Sage art, fire style, fire of life. Blazing blazing." Using the green chakra protecting Leiming's body as fuel, with a bang, a skyrocketing fire immediately burned around Leiming's body. If you look at it from a distance, it looks like Leiming is the wick, and the inner flame of the flame is green. But when you look outside, the outer flame is a golden flame with an unknown temperature. Asking for flowers? How big is the golden flame that Leiming erupts? It is very similar to when Wukong's Kaiwang fist erupted in the 7 Dragon Balls. The golden flame soaring to the sky released a huge amount of heat which quickly boiled the water surrounding him. The bubbling water bubbles kept bubbling out. Dried persimmon ghost shark was swimming in the water, just approached, but was scalded by the boiling water and couldn't move forward, so he quickly swam to the back and escaped. Damn it. Damn B asterisk 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 D, what kind of flame is the flame on this guy? Even the 4 tailed beast, the tailed beast Jinchuriki, who is good at lava style, the flame on his body is not so strong. My water style can't restrain him. Is it a flame that burns underwater? Is it a flame of the same level as Itachi's Amaterasu? What made Hoshigaki Kasame's scalp tingle even more was that he unexpectedly found that even the water temperature around him rose rapidly as time went by, and began to trend towards boiling water. "No, I can't go on like this anymore. I was able to deal with Jinchuriki with this move before because it blocked their breathing, which greatly weakened their combat power. I can attack freely in the water like a shark. But now, if this goes on like this, if all the water in the water polo is boiled, I will be locked in and boiled. The longer the time, the more unfavorable Songkwan will be for me." Hoshigaki Kasame, who found that the situation was not good, formed a madra with both hands immediately and lifted the ninjutsu. Crash la 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 la, the ninjutsu was released and the huge water polo fell down. "Hey hey hey, hot 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 hot." Naruto, who was using the 9 tails chakra to suppress Tian Dao pain, was suddenly poured with boiling water on his head and face. He was so hot that he immediately jumped and couldn't concentrate on his experience, and the movements of his hands slowed down. One time, Pain quickly took advantage of this opportunity, increased the strength of God-tier Luo Tianzhang, and broke free from the grip of Naruto's 9 tails chakra's giant hand. Sasuke fought in the direction of Deidara. Sasuke breathed out lightning from his palm and pressed against his chest. Looking at Deidara with indifferent eyes, he said, "I said before, lightning style restrains earth style. Even if you turn clay bombs into dust and enter my body, they are still useless pills." Bang 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 bang. While Sasuke was saying this, he formed seals with his hands and created 4 shadow clones, matching his position to seal off all escape routes for Deidara. "You be asterisk 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 D, don't think you really won. Even if you die today, I will drag all of you to be buried with me." Deidara is ready to die together at this moment. He has seen all the changes on the battlefield. 6 paths Pain was beaten and only 1 Tiandao Pain was left, and the dried persimmon ghost shark was suppressed by Leiming and had no power to fight back. I was terribly restrained by Sasuke and there was no hope of breaking through. In addition, Leiming, Honglian, Bai and Xinyu, especially Jonin, did not fully participate in the battle. The battle between the two sides has been fought so far and it is basically certain that they will lose or even die. Therefore, Deidara untied the black robe Hoyan Long 890 robe outside her body, unwrapped the thin thread that sealed the huge chest. A handful of clay was stuffed into the giant mouth of the left chest, and the giant mouth began to chew the clay with great gulps. Then Deidara let out a piercing maniacal laugh and said, "Ha ha ha ha, die, you all die with me, let you see my last ultimate art." Leiming, who also pays close attention to the changes on the battlefield, even gave up on Hoshigaki Kasame, who was almost about to be captured after seeing Deidara's ninja. Facing Naruto, Sasuke, Zio picked them up and said, "No, gather, come to Shiro and Guren." Swish 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 swish, damn it, I'm at a critical juncture here. Naruto, relying on the Nine Tails Demon Fox mode, was trying to gradually suppress Tian Dao pain. Unexpectedly, the changes in the battlefield suddenly took a turn for the worse, so he had to grit his teeth and curse secretly. Withdraw. Everyone dodged behind Honglian and Bai, and the green light burst out from Leiming's body, injecting a large amount of the energy of the Grail Stone into Bai and Honglian's bodies. Guren and Bai quickly formed seals with both hands, and the face of Sage Mode appeared on their faces, shouting, "Sage Art protects, hexagonal ice crystal." With the sealing of Shiro and Guren, the release of Ninjutsu, a hexagonal crystal, instantly protected and sealed Leiming, Sasuke, Naruto, and small Sakura in it. The inner wall of the crystal is pink crystal, and the outer wall is white ice crystal. Between the two layers of ice crystals, there is a layer of green crystal that is like a special adhesive, firmly bonding the inner and outer layers of crystals together. "What, Deidara, you lunatic!" Discovering that Deidara was about to explode, Hoshigaki Kasame, who had been severely injured by Leiming, quickly hid in the big sword Samehada and let the big sword shark muscle swallow him in one bite. On the other side, Tiandao Pain put his hands in front of him and shouted solemnly, "Shenluo Tianzhang." Tiandao Pain suppressed Shenluo Tianzhang to the smallest extent and protected his body in it. Boom. Deidara's body faded rapidly, compressed into a small black ball, and then burst apart violently, releasing dazzling white light. The powerful exploding white light expanded rapidly, and a huge exploding white light with 3 sharp corners appeared within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Hoshigaki Kasame, who was hiding in the big sword shark muscle, felt an unrivaled impact force and slammed into the big sword shark muscle. The impact force was transmitted in, and the shock made him seriously injured, and his internal injuries became more serious. Injured, the broadsword Samehada was enveloped by the powerful impact of the explosion and was thrown into the air at an unknown distance. Although Tiandao Pain was protected by Shenluo Tianzhang in time, he was also shocked by the explosion and was thrown like a meteor in the distance. As for the hexagonal crystal protecting Leiming, it was like a large football, and it was so shaken that it wanted to be thrown into the air. After spinning for countless times in the air, it fell heavily to the ground. The hexagonal crystal exploded and shattered. After the explosion, Leiming, Sasuke, little Sakura, and Naruto were all a little dizzy. "Damn, what are you doing? Do you want to work so hard?" Zinyu, who had recovered from her slight dizziness, complained unhappily. Leiming smiled helplessly and then made a gesture, saying, "Stop talking nonsense, let's go back and have a look. Such a strong explosion power, even the companions with them may not be able to withstand it intact." Soon, Leiming and the others arrived at the place where they fought Zio before, looking at the explosion traces in a radius of more than 10 kilometers around. This area was almost completely razed to the ground. Naruto couldn't help but babbled, "What a terrible explosion, that guy is really a dangerous guy." Sasuke next to him looked around, then walked to Leiming's side and asked, "What should we do now? Such a terrifying explosion power has wiped out all traces of the enemy's escape." The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly and he said with a smile, "It's okay, the traces are gone, we still have other clues." As if by magic, Leiming's wrist seal spit out a short black iron rod, grabbed Naruto's arm and unceremoniously pierced it into Naruto's arm. "Awa, oh my god, Captain Leiming, what are you doing? It hurts me to death." What is this?" Naruto was pierced into his arm with a black iron rod by Leiming, and he let out a scream like a pig butcher, and then suddenly felt something was wrong. Naruto can clearly feel a pair of eyes watching him from behind. "Have you felt it? Then Naruto will lead the way." Leiming smiled and pulled out the black iron rod, showing a bright smile and laughing. The wound on Naruto's arm healed quickly under the healing energy of Nine Tails chakra. Naruto already roughly understood why Leiming wanted to insert the black iron rod into his arm, so he immediately looked at Leiming with resentful eyes and said, "Captain Leiming, I am not the only one who can practice fairy arts here. Why are you so angry? Am I alone in trouble?" Leiming smiled without feeling guilty. "Of course it's because of all the people present you have the strongest self-healing ability. And you are the most rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Don't use you to explore the way at 0.4. Do you want me to go to the blacklist? A little Sakura. Bai-Honglian and Zinyu are all beautiful and lovely girls. Do you have the heart to pierce them with a black stick? Besides, pricking yourself with a black stick is too painful. I can't do it. You. Captain Leiming, you're really good." I'm speechless. After hearing what Leiming said, Naruto felt bad all over, wanted to get mad but didn't dare to get mad of. Naruto just lowered his head. Suddenly he lifted it up again, pointed at Sasuke with unfriendly eyes and said, "What about Sasuke? Why didn't you stab him?" Boom, just as Naruto asked, he was punched by the grim-looking little Sakura. Why do you say you still want to hurt my Sasuke? You don't want to live. Comments. Why do you say you still want to hurt my Sasuke? You don't want to live. As soon as Naruto spoke, he was punched by little Sakura, who stomped on Naruto's back with a horrible expression, stared and groaned angrily. "Ouch. I was just talking casually, little Sakura. Do you want to be so ruthless?" Naruto said sadly with a big bump on his head, tears streaming down his face. Leiming spread his hands a little funny and said with a smile, "So, Naruto, now you know why I didn't attack Sasuke, right?" Naruto nodded tearfully. "Got it. Little Sakura is too scary." "What did you say?" Hearing what Naruto said, little Sakura pressed her fists with both hands and ravaged Naruto again. Bang 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 bang. Just when the little Sakura finished ravaging Naruto, Leiming planned to take everyone to find Six Paths Pain's body to settle the score. Suddenly, Tiandao Pain didn't know when, already flying in the air, flew back to the battlefield and opened his hands together. From his palm, a black ball of light quickly flew to Leiming 22 and their heads. Planetary devastation. Rumble. The ground under Leiming's feet soon began to vibrate violently, and the ground shattered into countless stones and clods of different sizes, which converged towards the black light ball in the air. Leiming couldn't help but look up at the sky. His brows twitched uncontrollably, and he frowned and said to himself, "Damn it, it's planetary devastation. Has Heavenly Pain come up with a trick?" Leiming, Sasuke, Naruto, small Sakura, Zinyu, Shiro and Gurren kept dodging, jumping and avoiding the rising boulder. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With the increasing input of the chakra of heavenly Tao Pain, the earth ball in the sky becomes bigger and bigger, and the soil and stones that are sucked up below are getting faster and faster. Watching the huge earth ball in the sky become bigger and bigger, and under the control of Tiandao Pain, it flew higher and higher towards the sky. When the height of the earth ball was enough, soon, the huge earth ball began to smash towards Konoha village like a comet meteorite that destroyed the world. Tiandao Pain's expression was ferocious and he roared furiously, "Can you block my Shenluo Tianzhang once, and can you block my planetary devastation again? Let the world feel the pain." Super planetary devastation. Seeing that the situation was not good, Naruto immediately became impatient. Gritting his teeth, he said, hole. "What are you going to drive? I won't let you succeed in Nine Tails mode." The angry Naruto broke out, and the golden fox clothes outside his body rapidly swelled and became bigger, and soon the Nine Tails demon fox clothes outside Naruto turned into golden Nine Tails. The golden Nine Tails landed on all fours, rushed forward quickly and ran in the direction of Konoha village. Tsunade and Jiraiya of Konoha village, when they saw that the meteorite was about to fall from the sky above the village, they immediately issued the strongest mobilization order. Tsunade ordered to the ninjas beside him, "Everyone, order the entire Konoha village, and all ninjas with strong enough attack power are dispatched and ready to fight at any time." 11. Yes, the ninjas beside Tsunade disappeared in an instant and conveyed their message to the village guest. The Akamichi clan in Konoha village launched ninjutsu one after another, transformed into and shouted expansion jutsu. Bang 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 bang. Giants keep showing up all over the village. On the other side, ninjas from all over the village formed seals one after another and released their strongest ninjutsu attacks against the huge planetary devastation in the sky. Fire-style dragon flame technique, water-style water cutting technique, lightning-style thunderstorm. Boom, 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 boom. All kinds of ninjutsu were sent to the planetary devastation in the air without asking for money. However, the size of the planetary devastation is too large, the damage of these ninjutsu is quite limited, and Konoha village does not have enough time to counterattack. Some of the masters in the village are still performing tasks outside the village and have not returned yet. Summoning technique. Bang Bang, Tsunade and Jiraiya, the two of them activated the summoning together, and they summoned Gamma, Bunta, and Katsuyu. Both of them looked dignified and nervous, looking at the super planetary devastation above the sky. Jiraiya, what should I do? Such a big guy is coming down, only me and Tsunade can't stop it. Tsunade, Uchiha Leiming ****D, at such a critical moment, where the hell did you die? Why don't you come back to me? Flying Thunder God technique. Master Tsunade, here we come, spread out, let's go our separate ways. Leiming cast Flying Thunder God technique and soon sent Sasuke, Little Sakura, Crescent Moon, Shiro and Gurren back together. I didn't want to use that trick at first, but now I can't help it. Sage Art, Xing Lei Suzuo can call. The green light of Leiming's green snake ring shone dazzlingly, and the powerful Jeweler's stone energy was input into Leiming's body. At the same time, Leiming put on a holy garment similar to the armor of a holy warrior all over his body. The purple chakra also burst out. The green and purple chakra are entangled with each other, cohesive, and soon become a chakra wearing purple armor and filled with green chakra inside. The giant held a purple chakra hilt and a green-bladed greatsword in both hands and roared loudly towards the sky. Ho 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 ho. At the same time, on the other side of the village, Bai's hands were in seals, and his beautiful black hair 717 changed into beautiful long silver hair at a visible speed. Immortal facial makeup appeared on his face and he wore a white chakra coat exuding icy cold air all over his body. Whispered, Sage Art, Frozen Snow Maiden. Boom 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 boom. At a speed visible under Shiro's feet, a beautiful ice beauty giant in a kimono rose. Honglian was also not to be outdone. She made seals with both hands and shouted, Sage Art, Crystal Style, Pink Valkyrie.
Rumble.
At Honglian's feet, a giant woman wearing armor and made of pink crystal rose up. The giant woman held a long knife tightly in both hands, ready to fight at any time. As for Sasuke, from the seal on the wristband, he kept throwing scrolls with the word thunder written on them one after another and sealed with both hands Da. Lightning Style, Sage Art Kirin.
Boom boom boom.
Relying on the blessing of Xianju, the scroll thrown by Sasuke exploded at the same time, bursting out powerful lightning energy, and under Sasuke's control on top of his head, condensed into a lightning unicorn with a shape comparable to a tailed beast. At the same time, the golden Nine Tails transformed by Naruto leaped high, and the mouth of Nine Tails was continuously condensed and compressed, forming a black ball of light. The left and right hands of Nine Tails condensed and transformed into a huge wind-style spiral shuriken. Comments. Leiming spotted the masters around him and almost prepared his tricks, so he immediately controlled Suzuhu, which was transformed from the energy of the Jelal Stone and the energy of the stars, into action. Suzuhu Nengu clasped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands and the green light of the sword blade soared to the sky to slash. Leiming made seals with both hands and shouted, Ah, look at the move, Sage Art. Xinglei Tiancheng cross-cut. Swish, two super huge green sword lights formed a green lion sword light and slashed fiercely on the super huge planetary devastation. Ka 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 ka. After the huge planetary devastation meteorite was cut by the dazzling green light, it was cut into 4 pieces in an instant and scattered and fell downward. At the same time, Leiming yelled, Do it.
Now.
Hearing Leiming's order, Sasuke was the first to change the two-hand seal pointed to the sky and shouted, Got it, Sage Art Killin.
Go. Ho 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 ho.
Sasuke's thunderbolt unicorn, whose shape is comparable to a tailed beast, let out a roar that shook the sky, stomped heavily on the ground with all 4 hooves, and his body flickered instantly and rushed to the position of the planetary devastation boulder that was cut into 4 quarters. Roaring fiercely, he bumped into it. Rumble, the blue thunder light exploded dazzlingly and countless lightning bolts spread to the surrounding area. Bai, who had prepared a long time ago, changed the imprint of both hands and launched ninjutsu to another quarter of the planetary devastation in the sky, shouting, "Sage art! Frozen Snow Maiden's breath." I saw the huge, beautiful Snow Maiden of ice under the white feet gently put her finger on her lips and blew a breath of cold air towards the meteorite in the sky. The movement is obviously not big and it even looks very beautiful and elegant. But a strong cold air rushed towards the sky at an extremely fast speed and slammed into another quarter of the planetary devastation. The fragments of that planetary devastation instantly turned white and were completely frozen in an instant. Then there was another bang and it exploded, turning into white snowflakes all over the sky. Hong Lion also showed no sign of weakness, controlling the crystal giantess under her feet to dance the long knife in her hand, and then shot the long knife at the planetary devastation in the sky like lightning. Honglian shouted loudly, "Don't underestimate my old lady. If my old lady goes crazy, I will be afraid." Crystal-style pink burial flowers. The huge pink long knife pierced deeply into a quarter of the planetary devastation. The entire huge stone turned into pink crystals in an instant, and then exploded with a bang, turning into a sky-filled sky. Crystal powder. As for the last remaining piece of planetary devastation, Naruto controlled 9 tails to spit out a black ball of light, and 9 tails threw the wind-style spiral shurikens in his left and right hands together. Naruto yelled at the planetary devastation in the sky, "I will not let you succeed, tailed beast bomb, wind-style spiral shuriken."
Boom boom.
After the tailed beast bomb collided with the planetary devastation, a violent explosion occurred immediately, and instantly shattered the huge planetary devastation into pieces. Immediately afterwards, 2 wind-style spiral shurikens arrived and exploded in the air, turning into 2 huge wind blade light balls which sucked the larger crushed rocks into the air. The wind blade light ball was cut by countless wind blades and turned into fine gravel and dust with no lethality. The big planetary devastation was completely shattered by Leiming, Shiro, Guren, Sasuke, and Naruto. As for the Star Thunder controlled by Leiming, Suzuo cut the planetary devastation and escaped Sasuke, Naruto, and their tricks one after another. The size of the falling gravel is no longer so scary. The Konoha village masters who had been prepared for a long time took action one after another. Kakashi's right hand blue thunder flashed, and his body flickered soaring into the sky. He saw the larger stone and pierced it fiercely and laughed loudly. "Very good, as expected of the strongest new era in our village, everyone. The children have worked so hard, we old-timers, we should not be too far behind." Rikiri. Boom! With one blow from Kakashi, the stone with a diameter of tens of meters was blasted into pieces. Then, Kakashi did not stop but kept the lightning with his right hand and kept jumping on the roof of Konoha village, smashing boulders. "Kakashi, well said, I won't lose to you either." Tatsu. To the peacock. Mr. Guy clenched his fists with both hands, the skin all over his body turned red, his body was covered with green light, his fists rained out, and countless red flames shot into the sky. Located in the area defended by Mr. Guy, all the stones, regardless of size, were completely wiped out by the flames he shot. "Ha, that's right, we also want to protect the village and we can't put all the burdens on the young people." Ikimichi Choji's father also laughed happily, waving the huge iron rod in his hand, and smashed pieces of the air. The boulder smashed and exploded. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan put on a posture and said in a deep voice to Neji behind him, "Neji, look out, this is another unique trick of the gentle fist method. 8 trigrams air palm."
Boom 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 boom.
The patriarch of the Hyuga clan danced his hands quickly and shot the air cannon containing chakra, hitting the gravel in the sky. All the boulders hit by this move shattered and exploded inch by inch. At the same time, there are other members of the Hyuga clan rushing to the sky one after another, their bodies spinning at high speed and shouting, 8 trigrams palms.
Boom 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 boom.
Dozens of revolving heaven tricks were played at the same time in the air, and the scene was really spectacular. As for the weaker Jonin and Chunin, they all took action one after another, launching their own group attacks on the broken stones in the sky. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique, Lightning-style Thunder Net. Boom, 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 boom. All of a sudden, there were various explosions in the sky above Konoha village. Li Wangzhou was like setting off fireworks. Seeing this spectacular scene, Jirya laughed excitedly and said, "Okay, ha 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 ha, okay, I haven't felt this exciting for a long time. Wentai, let's go too, fire-style Toad Oil Salt Bomb." "Okay. My uncle will cooperate with you once." Toad Bunta under Jirya's feet pressed hard on his stomach with his big hand, spit out toad oil, cooperated with Jirya's fire style and swept across the boulder in the air. The boulder was instantly blasted away. Tiandao Pain, who was flying in the air, was also shocked violently when he saw the people fighting together in Konoha village. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What? I didn't expect them to actually defend themselves. Swish, isn't it strange? Go down for me." Leiming didn't know when, but he suddenly dodged to Tiandao Pain's back, and his strange force fist hit Tiandao Pain's back fiercely. Comments. I don't know when. Leiming dodged to the back of Tiandao Pain, clenched his fist with strange force in his right hand and slammed down hard. Boom, what? Tiandao Pain only had time to launch the strongest Shenluo Tianzheng to counteract Leiming's strange power punch. The bodies of the two were sent flying at the same time. Leiming's body flew high into the air, and Tiandao Pain's body fell towards the ground like a cannonball. Naruto, who was in the Golden Nine Tails mode, saw this opportunity, just in time for the 5-second interval between Tiandao Pain's Shenluo Tianzheng. Naruto slapped Tiandao Pain with one hand, and the giant golden palm of Nine Tails also made the same movement, just hitting Tiandao Pain's body impartially. Boom! Tiandao Pain couldn't make any defense at all, so he was slapped by the huge Nine Tails chakra and he was slammed into the ground heavily. A huge human-shaped crater was blasted on the ground and he could no longer move. So far, Six Paths Pain's invasion of Konoha village has officially failed. After laying down on Tiandao Pain, Naruto immediately released the Nine Tails mode. He had just landed on the roof of 353 and he rushed out on the roof with his feet. Ino's father, who was still near Naruto just now, saw Naruto rushing out, subconsciously said loudly, "Wait, Naruto. Where are you going?" Naruto continued to rush forward without looking back and said loudly, "I'm going to find the manipulator behind this incident." "What? It's too dangerous for you to go alone." Although Ino's father wanted to stop him, Naruto's figure had already disappeared in a flash. Shikamaru's father suddenly appeared next to him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Naruto must be fine after all. He is Master Jirya's disciple and someone who has been trained in Leiming and New Purpose Hell mode." In less than 10 minutes, Leiming, Crescent Moon, White and Red Lotus, Naruto, Sasuke and little Sakura have all rushed to the bottom of a big tree. Jirya was also dragged here by Leiming. Jirya sighed unhappily and scratched his head. "Hey. I said, boy Leiming, what are you doing here if you have nothing to do? Stop talking nonsense. Of course there is a reason for pulling you here and there are your acquaintances inside. You and Naruto go in and we just wait outside." "Huh? Acquaintance?" Jirya frowned slightly, remembering what he saw in Konoha village earlier, Six Paths Pain's body, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in Jirya's mind, thinking of a child's face. Could it be? Thinking of this, Jirya no longer hesitated, inserted his hands into the trunk of the big tree and pulled it hard on both sides. The trunk was directly torn open a crack. This huge tree turned out to be made out of paper. With Leiming's nod, Naruto followed Jirya in. The little Sakura leaned over nervously, looked at Leiming and asked, "Is it really okay that only Master Jirya and Naruto go in? Will they be in danger?" Leiming showed a confident smile and said with a smile, "It's all right. Leave it to Naruto and Jirya-sama." Leiming said this on his lips and added a word silently in his heart and smiled in his heart. After all, Naruto is the child of destiny in the early stage of the Hokage ninja world, so it is not so easy to die. All the people present can say that everyone knows the magic arts, but the strength of the magic skills is different. It doesn't take 5 minutes to enter Naruto and Jirya. Everyone felt it at the same time. From the big tree in front of them there was a thrilling murderous look and a powerful chakra. Indistinctly, Naruto's angry roar could still be heard. Just when Sasuke and little Sakura couldn't help rushing in to help, the murderous aura inside the big tree and the terrifying chakra subsided quickly. After feeling this, Leiming leaned against the trunk of another big tree next to him with his mouth raised slightly and thought to himself, hee hee, it's right to let Naruto and Jiraiya come. Bug, Nagato seems to be convinced. I just don't know if he will die like the original book. After waiting quietly for tens of minutes in the direction of Konoha village, giants suddenly drilled out of the ground and opened their mouths. Countless green light clusters spit out from their mouths and scattered around Konoha village. Rin Tensei technique, sure enough, it's still activated. Leiming looked in the direction of Konoha village and the green light rained in, and he already knew that Nagato and the big tree might die soon. Although Leiming intervened, the number of casualties caused by the Six Paths Pen invasion in this parallel world in Konoha village was much smaller than that in the original anime. But the number of casualties is close to thousands, so in order to revive them, Nagato will probably lose his own life as the price. Crash la 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 la, the big tree formed from the paper behind it began to scatter quickly, revealing the four people inside. Konan conjured a bouquet of paper flowers with paper ninjutsu, handed it to Naruto and said, "This is for you, I hope you can really do what you said. Don't let Nagato's death become meaningless." 11. Naruto nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I will definitely do it." Jiraiya looked at Nagato's body sadly, then looked at Konan and asked, "Aren't you staying?" Konan shook his head with a smile, "No. I'm going back with Nagato and Yahiko's corpses, they need a quiet place to rest." After half a day at the gate of Konoha village, Jiraiya, Naruto, Sasuke, Tsunade and others all came to the gate to see Konan off. Leiming smiled and handed Konan a paper crane folded with paper and said with a smile, "This is a small gift from all of us before we leave, I hope you can keep it close to you. When you miss us in the future, take it out and have a look." Konan took the paper crane that Leiming handed her, Saw-Bai nodded with a gentle smile to her, and Zinyu turned her head away unhappily. Konan also showed a gentle smile and said with a smile, "Thank you. I will definitely keep it close to you, of." Konan waved his hand to bid farewell to everyone, protected Nagato and Yahiko's corpses with paper ninjutsu, and walked towards the distance step by step, until Konoha village could not be seen in the distance. Konan still couldn't help looking back, touched the paper crane on his heart and said with a smile, "Konoha village, what an incredible place. Are you right, Nagato Yahiko?" After returning to Rain Shinobi village, Konan found a secret place and hid the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko in a sea of flowers made of paper. Konan reached out and gently stroked the cheeks of Nagato and Yahiko's corpses, showing a poignant smile and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect your wishes." After saying this, Konan raised his head again, his eyes and expression immediately became extremely solemn. As Konan expected, it didn't take long before the masked man came to the door in person, that is, Uchiha Obito came to find him. Konan looked at Obito and said coldly, "You are still here." Obito said softly, "You know why I came here, as long as you can hand over Nagato's body, I can spare your life. But looking at your eyes, you should have already made up your mind, right? Does it need to be said?" Konan swung his paper shuriken at Obito with his hands in Madra, swish 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 swish. Paper escape shuriken passed through Obito's body but did not cause the slightest damage to him. Obito flicked out a handful of kunai and rushed towards Konan. Ding bang 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 bang. Soon the two fought fiercely together and the battlefield of the two moved to the sea. Konan formed a seal and suddenly waved his small hand forcefully, shouting, "Are you ready to face the punishment? This is the ninjutsu I specially prepared for you. Paper escape, sea of paper technique, infinite detonation. No matter what spacetime ninjutsu you are using, your body cannot maintain that technique forever. Even if you can maintain it forever, as long as the explosion is powerful enough, you will not be able to block this technique intact. 600 billion explosions, the sea of symbols, enjoy it. The duration of the continuous explosion should be at least 10 minutes.
Boom 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 boom, what?
Obito's body was quickly engulfed by the explosion flames of countless detonators. More than 10 minutes later, the explosion on the sea surface finally stopped, and Konan's body slowly landed on the sea surface, half kneeling slightly weakly. Controlling the explosion of 600 billion detonating symbols at the same time, even for Conan, caused a great burden on the body. At the moment when Conan relaxed his vigilance, Obaido's embarrassed figure suddenly appeared in front of Conan, grabbed Conan's neck fiercely with one hand and lifted her in front of him. Conan was strangled by the neck, and because of Chakra's excessive consumption he had no combat power at all, so he could only grit his teeth and look at Obaido on the opposite side. How did you not die? Impossible, why? Obaido's mask has been blown up at this time, only the part covering the mouth is left, and the original pair of red Sharingan, one of the eyes, has become white. I have to say, the ninjutsu you prepared for me is really powerful. If it were someone else I might have died, but you don't know enough about the Uchiha clan. Maybe you haven't heard of the ninjutsu Izanaki, right? The effect of this ninjutsu is a kind of attack that can obliterate all attacks that are unfavorable to the caster, while maintaining the attack effect that is beneficial to the caster. To put it simply, it is the forbidden technique that can transform illusion into reality and reality into dreams. The price for performing this ninjutsu is that one of the performer's Sharingan will be permanently blind. Okay. After talking to you so much, you should also tell me, where did you hide Nagato's body? As he said that, Obaido used the only remaining Sharingan to cast an illusion on Conan, and soon he knew the answer he wanted. Let go of Conan with one hand and use a broken steel pipe to stab into Conan's heart. Puchai, the steel pipe pierced through Conan's chest and Conan spurted blood from his mouth on the spot. The bloodline spread rapidly around the chest. Since you already know the answer, you are useless. Obaido pulled out the steel pipe indifferently and said in a cold voice. Conan's body fell weakly towards the sea, and the look in his eyes began to dissipate little by little. At this time, the folded paper crane that Leiming had given her before was placed in the pocket of Conan's coat, and it was stained with Conan's blood. Suddenly, numerous incantations appeared inside the paper crane, and the incantations were activated. Whoosh! Conan's body disappeared out of thin air. Obaido turned sharply and looked at the place where Conan disappeared, frowning, and said, "Is this time-space ninjutsu? Is it a preparation made in advance? Even if it was prepared in advance, what can it do? It pierced the heart, will surely die." Asking for flowers? Obaido didn't care where Conan disappeared, just disappeared, and soon found the place where Conan hid the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko and took down Nagato's Rinnegan. "It's time to start." Obaido raised his head and said in a deep voice after removing the blind Sharingan and installing Nagato's Rinnegan. At the same time, on the other side, Konoha Village, Leiming, Sasuke, Naruto, Small Sakura, Hai, Zinyu, Guren, and others are gathering together for a party. Everyone is eating, drinking, and chatting happily. Suddenly, Leiming touched the dining table with one hand lightly, the seal of the wristband flashed, and all the delicacies on the table disappeared. Point 0. What are you doing? Captain Leiming, I haven't finished eating my chicken legs yet. Naruto hadn't finished speaking when a black shadow suddenly hit the table in front of everyone. Boom. The guests who were eating at the same shop as Leiming and the others heard the movement and looked in Leiming's direction, and immediately saw a seriously injured blue-haired woman lying on the table with her whole body covered and her eyes closed. Run away, The customers were frightened immediately and they ran away screaming. After seeing the person clearly, Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, and Shiro were all surprised. It's Conan. What the hell happened? Who hurt her so badly? Bai and Zio Sakura hurriedly emitted a green light with both hands and pressed the position of Conan's heart, and performed the strongest medical ninjutsu, trying to maintain Conan's vital signs. As for Leiming, he pressed one hand on Conan's forehead, and the green snake ring on his finger also emitted green light, inputting a large amount of Greer's stone energy. Leiming secretly thought in his heart, "With me here, Conan, it's hard for you to die even if you want to." Under the combined treatment of Leiming, Zio Sakura, and Bai, the penetrating wound on Conan's chest began to heal quickly and his pale face slowly returned to ruddy. The fatal wound was healed. In a world surrounded by darkness, Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko had been chatting around the fire for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, Nagato looked at Conan with some feeling and said with a smile, "Conan, it seems that the time for you to come here is not up yet. Yahiko nodded in agreement, put his hands on Conan's shoulders, grinned, and said, Nagato is right, Conan, you must live well after you go back. Live for me and Nagato go down. What's Nagato, Yahiko, what are you two talking about? I'm obviously dead. While saying this, Conan also noticed that her body was different, and colorful lights began to slowly appear on her body. This is, Conan, who has seen Nagato's 263 perform the Rin Tensei technique, can already realize something after seeing this green light. Then, Conan immediately looked at Nagato with resentful eyes. Nagato raised his hands in surrender with a wry smile and said with a smile, Conan, you don't have to look at me like that, you're resurrection. No, to be precise, it's the one who healed your injuries and prevented you from dying, not me. Oh. When Conan wanted to say something more, the green light on her body became dazzling in an instant and disappeared with Conan's soul in a flash. On the restaurant table in Konoha village, Conan, who had been completely healed from his injuries, suddenly trembled violently, opened his eyes violently, and grabbed the air with one hand, shouting, Nagato, Yahiko, you two bastards. Conan opened his eyes and looked around, sat up straight and sighed, so you guys saved me. Conan reached out and touched his arms and found a blood-stained paper crane. He opened the folded paper crane and saw the runes and spells on the blood-stained paper. The clever Conan immediately understood everything. Conan looked at Leiming with complicated eyes and sighed with a wry smile. Hey, Leiming, I really don't know whether to thank you or hate you. Leiming spread his hands with a smile and said with a smile, indeed, I processed this paper crane with a special secret method. The purpose is to save your life when your life is in danger. Even so, if your injury is a little more serious, even if I join forces with Shiro, little Sakura, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you. Sasuke looked at Conan with a frown and asked, who shot you? No. Nagato's body is in danger, I want to go back to Rain Shinobi village. When asked by Sasuke, Conan's complexion suddenly changed. He jumped off the dining table and wanted to rush out of the shop. But at this moment, Leiming held Conan with one hand, not letting her leave, and said, where are you going? If you want to go back to Rain Shinobi village, I will take you back the fastest. What do you mean? Conan turned his head and squinted at Leiming. Leiming didn't say much, just made a simple seal with one hand and said, Flying Thunder God passes on technique. Zwish. The figures of Leiming and Conan disappeared instantly. Shikamaru, who was eating at the next table, stood up with a sigh and sighed, really, it seems that things will definitely become more troublesome again. Hey. Really? Ino asked with a slightly surprised look. Swish! When Leiming and Conan reappeared, they had already returned to Rain Shinobi village. After returning to Rain Shinobi village, Leiming immediately let go of Conan's shoulders. Conan also spread his wings behind Jidun at the same time and his figure soared into the sky. A few minutes later, Conan roared with anger, B********D, I must kill you. Boom! A building in the Rain Shinobi village in the distance was instantly blown up by the furious Conan. Even after Conan flew back, the murderous aura on his body did not dissipate. When Leiming saw Conan's state, he immediately raised his hand and surrendered, saying, Oh, Miss Conan, don't look at me with such terrifying eyes. It's not that I did something bad. I just saved your life and brought you back. Okay, I know I can't blame you for this matter, I didn't protect the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko. Conan finally suppressed his anger after taking 2 deep breaths. Then, looking sharply at Leiming, he said in a deep voice, But I have a request, please help me retrieve the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko, and what's more, join hands with me and help me kill someone. As long as you can help me kill that person, I will agree to any conditions. Leiming shrugged with a wry smile and said, Oh, Sister Conan, you have said so much, I really don't know how to reject you. Okay, who do you say, Shang? Uchiha Madara, the person I want to kill is Uchiha Madara. Conan said the name almost through gritted teeth. Master Madara... It seems that it is very difficult to kill him. Well, since you asked me, I will try my best. Leiming smiled brightly at Conan. You don't seem surprised at all. Why? Seeing Leiming's performance, Conan asked with a frown. Leiming turned around and said, How do you think the Uchiha clan was exterminated? Can you kill all the clan members with just one Uchiha Itachi? When Conan heard what Leiming said, his eyes widened in surprise for a moment, then he nodded silently, saying I understand. How did Conan know that these statements by Leiming had traces of performance, and what he said could be said to be half-truthy and half-false with a lot of water in it? But sometimes people are like this: the more you tell them the truth, they won't believe it at 0.1. When you tell them lies, especially the half-truths, they can deceive people to death of. Conan believed Leiming's words without any doubt and went back to Konoha village with Leiming. Leiming persuaded Conan like this: Sister Conan, since the Akatsuki organization has been collecting tailed beasts, then their next attack will definitely find Naruto. Uchiha Madara wants Nagato's body, and the target is obviously Nagato's Rinnegan. As long as you follow me back with you personally guarding Naruto, you will not worry that Uchiha Madara will not come to your door. As for how to deal with Uchiha Madara at that time, you can discuss it slowly after you go back. What do you think? After hearing what Leiming said, Conan nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay. I'll go back with you." After Conan followed Leiming back to Konoha village, he naturally joined Leiming's special team. Time passed and the time for the 5 Cages meeting arrived as scheduled. Tsunade is going to the meeting place of the 5 Cages talks. I don't know if it's because of Danzo's ambition or because of the inertial development and self-healing of the storyline of Hokage Ninja World. This time, for the first time in the 5 Shadow talks, Danzo insisted on participating in the talks with him. Koharu's insistence on Danzo, who is equivalent to Himura of Konoha village elders, also showed their support. As for the guards sent by Konoha village to protect them, Tsunade's guards are Shiro and Gyurin, and Danzo's 2 guards are still the 2 guys from the original book, named Yamanaka Feng and Aburim Taishin. The place where the 5 Cages conference was held was still in the Iron Country, and Wu Shisenfune, who had a bandage on his head, was in charge of hosting and coordinating it. Because Danzo is not Hokage, so in this meeting he can only sit in the auditorium seat next to him, which is better called the auditorium seat. In fact, he just added a table and chairs beside the conference table. At the beginning of the meeting, Reikage punched 22 on the meeting table with his fist and said angrily to Tsunade, "Tsunade, there is evidence that one of the people who attacked and took away my brother Killer B was your Konoha village Uchiha Itachi's rebellious ninja. You Konoha village should be held responsible for this." Before coming here, Tsunade also did some homework with the help of Leiming. Seeing Reikage's attack, Tsunade slapped the table back without showing weakness. He said, "What does it mean that our Konoha village should be held accountable? If there is no rebellion in any village, if the rebels of any village are responsible for doing bad things outside the village, you Cloud Shinobi village has a lot of rebellious cases. Besides, according to Master Reikage, 4th Kazekage Gaara was also captured by the Akatsuki organization in a sneak attack some time ago. Among those who did it, there were the rebellious ninja of Sand Shinobi Village and the rebellious ninja of Rock Shinobi Village. Does that mean that Rock Shinobi Village was Shinobi Village also responsible for the incident at that time?" Hearing this, the old man of Rock Shinobi Village lost his mood of sitting there watching the show at first, and immediately sat up straight and stared at Tsunade and Reikage. Hey, it's obviously a matter between your 2 villages. Please don't mess with our village, okay? You know, Akatsuki organized the operation to capture the tailed beast and our village lost 2 Jinchuriki. The chaotic scene of the 5 Cages meeting was similar to the opening of the original book, and the subsequent development was naturally mediated by 4th Kazekage Gaara. Afterwards, after discussing the matter of dispatching a joint ninja army, Mifune, a samurai from the Iron Kingdom, stood up and proposed, "Everyone, if we want to form a joint ninja army, I think it would be best to lead by Konoha village, the most powerful ninja village in the 5 major countries. Suitable. What, let Konoha village lead?" "I don't agree." 4th Reikage was the first to jump out to object. The table shouted loudly. The old man Tsuchikage of Rock Shinobi Village was also sitting beside him, humming indifferently, "I don't agree with you, old man. According to our investigation, the members of the Akatsuki organization include Konoha Village's rebel Itachi and Orochimaru's. Can the situation really allow them to lead the Ninja Alliance?" Danzo, who was sitting in the auditorium, listened to the progress of the meeting with his eyes closed, secretly thinking in his heart, "Very good. Very good, that's it, step by step to force Tsunade as long as. Maybe Terihef. Just when Danzo was secretly implementing his plan, suddenly there was a fierce battle sound from outside the meeting room. Boom, 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 who are you? Stop them. Don't let them in. So strong, both of them are monsters. Boom! After a burst of fierce battle sounds, suddenly the ceiling of the 5 Cages conference exploded, and 2 men in black clothes, Hoyan Windbreaker, jumped out of the big hole in the ceiling. Seeing the appearance of the approaching person, 4th Raikage burst out a powerful lightning chakra, Whoosh dodged and jumped on the approaching person's head, raised his arm high and smashed down towards them. Bastards! Are you the ones who took my brother? Give Killer B back. Boom! What is this thing? 4th Raikage's arm was wrapped with a powerful thunderbolt chakra, and it hit the person outside but was blocked by the strange red skeleton. Tsunade also stood up abruptly from his seat and blurted out in surprise when he saw the person coming, Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi, how dare you come here to make trouble? The old man of 3rd Tsuchikage slowly flew up, opened his hands, facing the direction of Itachi, released ninjutsu and said, Dust Escape, original realm stripping technique. Whoosh! From the hands of the old man 3rd Tsuchikage, a blazing white beam of light shot out. Boom! After the violent explosion, what appeared in front of everyone was Zuzuo Nu in a half-body state. This Zuzuo Nu was holding a fiery red giant shield that viably blocked the dust escape ninjutsu of Lord Datakage. Nanny, you blocked it! The old man 3rd Tsuchikage's eyes widened in shock and his mouth was wide enough to stuff a salted duck egg into. Ieyasu, it doesn't matter who you are. Uchiha family's strongest pupil technique, so what about Susanoo? Watch me blow up your broken shield with one punch. 750. Boom! Even though 4th Raikage tried his best and hit his strongest fist when it hit Zuzuo Nengu's shield, it still had no effect. On the contrary, under Itachi's control, Susanoo pushed the shield out gently and 4th Raikage's body flew back like a cannonball. Then Itachi stared at the surrounding ground fiercely, saying Amaterasu. Blazing, immediately there was a circle of black flames protecting Itachi and the masked man behind him. The masked man laughed loudly and said, Hey everyone, don't be so excited. Don't fight and kill as soon as you come up, I'm here to announce something. When Tsunade saw the masked man next to Itachi, wearing a threaded mask and his eyes were a Rinnegan and a Sharingan, his complexion immediately became gloomy. Gritting his teeth and looking at the masked man, he said in a deep voice, Damn it, Nagato's Rinnegan, did you really take it away? The masked man tilted his head, pointed at his Rinnegan and said, What are you talking about? How can you say that I took away Nagato's Rinnegan? I just took back the eyes I gave Nagato back then. Why? Because my name is Uchiha Madara, Rinnegan was originally mine. Hearing the masked man say that he is Uchiha Madara, everyone present felt the invisible pressure. As the saying goes, the name of a person, the shadow of a tree, Uchiha Madara was able to break out his name in that era, it must have his strength, and it is also an overwhelming advantage. 4th Raikage, who was bounced off by Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo with his shield before, rushed out from the wall he had just smashed through with a bang. The lightning chakra on his body erupted with even stronger power, gritted his teeth and roared, Is that Uchiha Madara? Ieyasu, I want to see how strong you are. The masked man didn't do anything but watched 4th Raikage rushing towards him with indifferent eyes. Itachi suddenly looked up at 4th Raikage and Mangekyo Sharingan simply stared at him. There was a large area of black flames in front of 4th Raikage, spraying them head-on. It's just a flame, just want to block me, I have to have a limit to underestimate Ieyasu. The thunder light on 4th Raikage's right arm exploded with great power, smashing towards the black flame in front of him. Seeing 4th Raikage's reckless behavior, Guren next to Tsunade rolled her eyes in disdain and said, Cut, idiot, that's not an ordinary flame, it's Amaterasu black flame, even Leiming dare not take it head-on. 4th Raikage seems to be reckless and has a hot temper, but he is also a muscular man who is thick and thin. Arms are protected by the powerful lightning chakra, and when they hit the black flames, they switch to the fire-style ninjutsu he faced before, which was already extinguished by his lightning chakra, or in other words, the general fire-style ninjutsu did not hurt not to him. Protected by the chakra coat that flashes with lightning, he is like a human-tailed beast, invulnerable to water and fire. However, when the Amaterasu black flame attached to his arm, 4th Raikage immediately felt a dangerous aura and severe burning pain. So, fourth Raikage quickly dodged back to his two guards and thunder chakra erupted, trying to disperse the black flame attached to his arm. Damn, what kind of flame is this that can't be? Fourth Raikage murmured to himself. The guard beside him hurriedly sealed his hands and said, "Here I come, Lord Raikage, try my water style." Just when the man was about to release the water style, Bai suddenly flashed to Raikage's side, stopped the guard and said, "Let me do it." Amaterasu Black Flame is not an ordinary flame, ordinary water style is useless. Suddenly, a fairy face appeared on White Zetsu's beautiful face, and a powerful cold burst out from his body. After making mudras with both hands, he performed ninjutsu at the position of fourth Raikage's arm and said, "Sage Art, Ice Crystal Seal." Between Bai's hands, a diamond-shaped ice crystal exuding a powerful cold air suddenly formed. The black flame attached to fourth Raikage's arm, as if encountering a natural enemy, was absorbed and sealed by the deformed ice crystals. This wasn't over yet. After absorbing the Amaterasu black flame on fourth Raikage's arm, Shiro controlled the ice crystals and flew towards the masked man and Itachi. The diamond-shaped ice crystals emitted a huge suction force, protecting all the Amaterasu black flames around Itachi and the masked man. They were all absorbed and sealed by the ice crystals like a whale sucking water. Try this trick, Ice Burst. With the release of Shiro's ninjutsu, the ice crystal that sealed Amaterasu's black flames suddenly shot towards the masked man like lightning. The ice crystals whizzed through the masked man's head as if the masked man's head was illusory and did not exist. When it was about to completely pass through the head, Bai suddenly controlled the ice crystal to launch a violent explosion. The masked man seemed to have sensed the danger and adjusted his body position as quickly as possible. Boom! After the huge explosion power passed, one arm and half of the shoulder of the masked man were directly blown off by Bai's ice blast technique. However, the masked man who lost one arm didn't look like he was seriously injured. Instead, he looked at Bai with great interest and said with a smile, "HMPH. It's so powerful that it can hurt me." Bai looked at the masked man indifferently and said coldly, "Your spacetime ninjutsu is indeed very powerful, but it is not perfect. Ordinary physical attacks are indeed ineffective against you. However, as long as the power of the explosion is controlled well enough to injure part of your hollow's body hidden in a different space, if you aim at the vital parts and shoot, you can still kill you theoretically. This is Master Leiming's analysis of your ability." Hearing Bai's words, Obito's brows under the mask twitched uncontrollably, and he laughed, "Heh. He really deserves to be a genius of our Uchiha clan, and his analytical ability is really terrifying." A ninja next to fourth Raikage heard this and suddenly couldn't help interjecting, "Since you have a way to restrain Madara, why don't you continue to launch the attack just now? Idiot. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb." Honglian couldn't help but dodged behind this guy and punched him in the head. The guy who hit him staggered forward and almost fell down. Bang! "Oh. Why did you hit me?" The man's head was swollen and he was very wronged. Surrounded by 5 cages and many ninjas, Itachi maintained a cool, handsome face and analyzed, because the ninjutsu she just performed is a special ninjutsu that needs to be combined with the power of ice and fire. Ordinary fire style won't work. If it absorbs the flame energy sealed in the ice crystals, if there is not enough, it will not be able to form the destructive power to destroy the space of small noodles, Kaien said. In other words, among the people present except for my Amaterasu Black Flame, I couldn't provide her with a powerful enough fire style. She couldn't use the second shot of the ice escape seal explosion ninjutsu just now. Hearing this, even fourth Raikage felt that his skin was burning. When he saw the old man third Tsuchikage, he looked at him with eyes full of mocking smiles. Fourth Raikage almost didn't explode with anger. Having such an idiot subordinate really made him feel ashamed. The irritable fourth Raikage couldn't help but slapped that idiot on the head again. He said angrily, "Idiot, if you don't know when to say something, just shut up." Boom! Oh, as for the subsequent development of the matter, it is roughly similar to the original book. After the masked man said something similar to the original book to everyone present, he arrogantly declared war to the 5 cages. "So, I, Uchiha Madara, hereby declare the 4th Ninja World War begins here." If you want to set off the Fourth Ninja World War, pass our level first. Tsunade, who had already suffered enough from the war, couldn't sit still for the first time. Boom. Tsunade stepped on the ground and the ground exploded when she stepped on it and her body rushed up like lightning and Fourth Reikage rushed up with her. The two played their strongest fists, one left and one right. Buzz. However, the masked man standing in front of them was really like an invisible existence, and the bodies of the two passed through each other together. The powerful fist slammed on the wall behind him, punching a huge hole in the wall. When the masked man turned around and formed Madras with both hands, he was about to release ninjutsu. The old man Third Tsuchikage flew up, spread his hands, and released ninjutsu at the masked man, shouting, "Dust escape." Original Realm Stripping Technique. 237 Boom. To a certain extent, Obaido's spacetime ninjutsu is not afraid of any physical attack, but when Third Tsuchikage's dust escape is aimed at him, he also feels a thorn in his back. Hurry up and dodge immediately, not daring to use your spacetime ninjutsu to meet Onoki's dust escape beam. The masked man casually glanced at everyone present and said with a smile, "The real war is about to begin, everyone, see you on the battlefield." After saying this, an Uzumaki appeared in the masked man's eyes, and he and Itachi were taken in together. "I want to leave, have you asked me if I am?" Lava-style melting monster technique. Fifth Mizukage Terumi made Madras with her hands, and from her beautiful red lips she spit out hot and high-temperature magma. If this is absorbed into spacetime ninjutsu, even Obaido will definitely not be able to handle it. It can be seen that Fourth Mizukage also took the opportunity to make a move. Hey, what a troublesome woman, it's a pity you can't stop us." At this moment, a sinister laugh came and White Zetsu got out from the wall. He, CCDC, opened his palm, and from his palm, a seed germinated and grew rapidly, and soon turned into a huge tree blocking Terumi Mei's lava-style magma. As for White Zetsu himself, he was rooted into his body by the big tree. White Zetsu was sucked up alive and became a tree man rooted in the wall. Of course, this White Zetsu who sacrificed himself to protect Obaido is not White Zetsu's body but just a clone of him. As for why White Zetsu can control the seeds and use the effect of wood-style ninjutsu, this is unknown. After all, it is the parallel otherworld of Hokage Ninja, and it is not surprising that there are some differences from the original. When the masked man and Itachi disappeared together, when everyone present turned their eyes to the people inside the conference room, Third Tsuchikage frowned and asked, "Huh? Where's Danzo?" Gaara looked around indifferently, shook his head and said, "It seems that when we were fighting with Madara, we took the opportunity to escape." Fourth Reikage rolled his eyes at Tsunade unhappily and said, "Cut, what a coward. It's just Uchiha Madara who ran away in fright." I said, "Tsunade, that Danzo in your village is guilty of conscience, right? He didn't have any secret collusion with Madara, so when he saw Madara appearing, he ran away. Was he afraid of what Madara would say?" Hearing what Fourth Reikage said, Tsunade stomped his foot heavily on the ground in a furious moment and said angrily, "What are you talking about? Madam, let me warn you, don't spout blood without evidence, otherwise I will never end with you." HMPH, is it true? Only Danzo knows. As for you, if you want to fight, I will be afraid of you. Fourth Reikage pushed back without showing any weakness. What kind of virtue is Danzo, and whether she has secretly cooperated with Madara in private, even Tsunade can't guarantee it. But in front of everyone in the other 4 major ninja villages, even if she has doubts about Danzo, she can only choose to defend Danzo, otherwise Konoha village will be disgraced. Seeing Fourth Reikage and Tsunade's saber-rattling appearance, Gaara shook his head helplessly, stepped forward to talk and coordinate, and persuaded them to focus on the overall situation and discuss how to deal with the next Ninja World War. The screen jumps and on the other side, Danzo is protected by 2 subordinates and is running away at high speed in the snow. As for why Danzo escaped, only he knew in his own heart. After all, Danzo, an ambitious man, had done so many shameful things in order to seize Hokage's position and eliminate the so-called enemies who threatened the safety of Konoha village. God knows, this Hokage is parallel to Danzo of Otherworld. Has there ever been a secret deal with the masked man before? When Danzo ran to the stone bridge where Sasuke ambushed him in the original book, suddenly above the stone bridge, a space ripple of Uzumaki appeared. Two people jumped out from the space. It was none other than the masked man Daishi and Itachi. Danzo and the guards stopped running immediately and looked forward vigilantly. Itachi had already dodged in front of Danzo. Danzo looked at Itachi with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice, "Itachi, what do you want to do?" Itachi raised his head slowly, opened his red Sharingan eyes, looked at Danzo and said, "What are you doing?" "I just want to take back something from you that doesn't belong to you." Danzo's two guards quickly stood in front of Danzo. Danzo ordered with a gloomy face, "You two, buy me some time." "Yes, Lord Danzo." Danzo's two guards rushed towards Itachi together. The man from the Yamanaka clan performed ninjutsu with his hands in Madra and said, "Mind and body technique." Itachi looked at the other party indifferently without any change in expression and said coolly and coldly, "Is it the secret ninjutsu of the Yamanaka family? Unfortunately, this technique is useless to me." Another Danzo's guard, turned purple all over his body, came to attack again. Itachi didn't even intend to fight with them, but the Sharingan hooks in both eyes rotated and the illusion was cast and the bodies of the two were stiff and unable to move. Then Itachi just casually threw out a few kunai. Whoosh whoosh, puff puff puff. Danzo's two guards were hit by kunai and their bodies became weak. As for Danzo in the back, he has already taken out his arm hidden in his bosom, untied the seal, and removed the bandage wrapped around his left eye, ready to desperately prepare. Danzo was ready to face the battle. He made madras with both hands and released ninjutsu to Itachi and said, "Wind style, vacuum wave." Taking a deep breath, he spit out an air slash that contained a strong wind attribute chakra at Itachi and slashed towards Itachi's direction. Itachi kept the forward posture unchanged and Sharingan could easily see Danzo's ninjutsu attack clearly. The forward body slightly changed his body shape twice and he easily dodged Danzo's wind-style ninjutsu. Boom boom boom, there was a long knife mark on Itachi's back, wind-style shuriken. Immediately afterwards, Danzo threw several shurikens and chakra with wind-style ninjutsu and threw them in the direction of Itachi. Itachi's body made graceful gymnastic movements in the air, easily passed through the gap of the wind-style shuriken's attack range, and then made a madra with both hands, releasing ninjutsu in the direction of Danzo. Shouted fire-style Phoenix Fire technique. The wind-style shuriken thrown by Danzo, like a hot knife cutting butter, easily cut through the stone bridge behind Itachi. Facing Itachi's Phoenix Fire technique, Danzo swiftly formed seals with both hands and shouted wind-style, great breakthrough. Take another deep breath and let it out. In front of Danzo, a powerful gust of wind barrier appeared, blocking Itachi's impatience fire technique attack. Suzuo knew! After Itachi rushed to Danzo not far away, a powerful red chakra burst out from Itachi's body. Chakra transformed into bones, flesh and blood, and finally turned into a full-body Suzuo. Then, under Itachi's control, Suzuno opened his huge palm and slapped Danzo in the direction. "Damn, do you want to do this trick?" Facing the slapping of Suzuno's palm, Danzo raised his head and released ninjutsu against Suzuno's palm, shouting wind style. Vacuum de dama. Bang boom, Suzuno's big palm was hit by the wind style ninjutsu spit out by Danzo and it was bounced away by the huge wind style force. HMPH, you want to kill me. It's not that easy. As long as you don't draw me close and don't get controlled by your illusion, I'm invincible. Danzo stepped back quickly and said with a cold smile. "Oh. Really?" Just when Danzo said this confidently, Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared behind him. This Itachi's kunai was extremely accurate and pierced Danzo's back hard. Puff, blood splashes, puch I win. "You damn B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************� Danzo, long sword condensed in his palm and the invisible long sword slashed at Itachi behind him. Puff, bang. After the Itachi was cut in half, his body changed color and turned into two puddles of water. Puchai, cough cough cough, damn it, is the water body, when was it arranged, why didn't I see it? Danzo frowned, spitting blood from his back, mortally wounded. Soon, Danzo's body suddenly hollowed out and the next time he reappeared, Danzo's body had already recovered to the state where he hadn't been injured before. Seeing that Danzo was back to normal, Itachi maintained his left-handed state, looked at Danzo with an indifferent expression and said, "Sure enough. Is the function of your arm used to cast Izanaki?" It turned out that the reason why Itachi used Susanoo and didn't use his best illusion on Danzo right away was to test out Danzo's ninjutsu. Well, this ninjutsu is indeed very strong, but how many times can it save you? I really want to try it. When Itachi said this, his body suddenly leaned forward. Susanoo on his body disappeared, and the next moment, Itachi reappeared, already in front of Danzo. Boom! As for the place where Itachi was standing just now, he stepped on the ground and blasted the ground. The stones on the ground were stepped on, and a circular spider web circular crack and deep pit appeared. The eyes of Itachi's Sharingan and Danzo finally met at close range. Not good. This guy, why is he so fast? Danzo was just startled when he suddenly felt his world spinning. The next moment he was already in the illusion space. Itachi in the illusion space said indifferently, "Is it fast? Compared with the current Sasuke, I'm afraid it's far inferior. This is the physical technique I copied when I fought against Sasuke last time." Danzo gritted his teeth and frowned angrily. Damn it, is it the instant body art improved by Leiming? So, even if you die again, you won't be wronged. Itachi in the illusion space raised his hand and waved lightly. Danzo got down on the ground, and immediately the ground clods shattered and countless zombie-like monsters drilled out and jumped on Danzo's body, biting him fiercely. Asking for flowers? Ah, I won't die, I'm immortal. Danzo let out a miserable howl. Danzo in the real world, his eyes are dull, his head droops down, and he has no breath. But not for a while. Danzo's body hollowed out again and disappeared. Wait until the next time. When Danzo reappears next time, he will be resurrected again, but after this resurrection, Danzo's forehead is uncontrollable, with cold sweat dripping down continuously. There is no other reason. In fact, the illusion that Itachi showed him just now was too scary, and the way of death being dismembered by those monsters felt too real. It was so real that he almost failed his summer work. Point 0, it's not over yet. Fire style, great fireball technique. Taking advantage of Danzo's lingering fears and the moment when he hadn't fully recovered from the illusion just now, Itachi approached again, formed a seal, and released an oversized fire-style ninjutsu. The huge fireball rushed in front of Danzo in an instant and swallowed him in. His body was sizzled by the scorching fireball, and the smell of barbecue appeared. Ah! Itachi, you bloody traitor! Danzo, engulfed by the fireball, screamed angrily and was killed for the third time, burning alive. Then, Danzo's body was hollow again, resurrected, full of Sharingan's arm position, and the third Sharingan closed his eyes. This time, Danzo reappeared and chose the position behind Itachi and pierced Itachi's back with the long sword of wind-style chakra in his hand. Go to hell, traitor! Puff, sizzling, boom. Danzo did pierce Itachi's chest, but the corner of Itachi's mouth was slightly upturned. The position of Itachi's chest was covered with detonating symbols inside his clothes. The detonating symbols burned, and then there was an earth-shattering explosion. Danzo was slaughtered for the fourth time. Danzo, behind the hollow after being revived again, gritted his teeth and looked forward. At some point, Itachi stood in front again. Shadow Clone's detonator bomb. Is this technique okay? The inspiration for this move comes from the person behind me. After all, I heard that he almost died of this move. Shadow Clone's detonator bomb. Is this technique okay? The inspiration for this move comes from the person behind me. After all, I heard that he almost died of this move. Hearing what Itachi said, Obito, the masked man sitting on the stone bridge behind him, immediately protested loudly in a tone that didn't want to be beaten. Hey, 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 hey. Why are you telling me about my embarrassment everywhere? Be careful, I will kill you. That's right, the last time Obito was almost killed by Conan's infinite detonating talisman, I don't know what method Itachi used to get it out of White Zetsu's mouth. Therefore, Itachi naturally thought of such a trick, storing enough detonating symbols on Shadow Clone to use as a human bomb. No, just used it for the first time and it killed Danzo once. Damn traitor. B*******D, I'm going to kill you. Speak 463 Spirit Technique. Danzo used the summoning technique to summon a strange-looking monster, cooperated with him to display a stronger wind style, and attacked Itachi lifelessly. Itachi just took his time. A red chakra erupted from outside his body, and Suzuo Nengu, who had turned into a half-body state, placed a shield with one hand in front of him and lightly blocked it. Bang. Bang 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 bang. No matter how powerful and fast the wind-style shot by Danzo is, none of it can hurt Itachi. Itachi's Zyu Nengu is holding a shield which is perfectly protected by Itachi. Itachi, on the other hand, just kept his cool and handsome face and moved steadily forward step by step in the direction of Danzo. After getting close enough, Itachi raised one hand slightly and opened a scroll on his right hand. The scroll opened, revealing the incantation with the word thunder painted inside. Lightning style thunderstorm arrow rain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Danzo's direction was covered by a large area of lightning and light arrows, just like being covered by Gatling's saturation mode. Danzo's body and the summoning beast under his feet were shot into a hornet's nest at a visible speed. Danzo died again and his body was hollowed out again. After he reappeared, his body returned to normal again and the Sharingan in the arm H closed another one. Danzo lowered his head slightly, gritted his teeth, glanced at his arm and counted to see how many Sharingan were left on his arm and how many times he could be resurrected. And I gritted my teeth and thought in my heart, no, I can't go on like this anymore and I will be led by the nose like this again, no matter how many Sharingan I have, it will not be enough for Izunaki's resurrection. Then, Danzo glanced at Obito, the masked man behind Itachi, and secretly thought, although Shisui's Sharingan has passed its cooldown time, it can be used, but it must be saved to deal with Madara. It cannot be used for now. Different from Sasuke in the original book, when Itachi and Danzo fight, it is a perfect all-round suppression. No matter what means Danzo uses, he can't escape his palm. Regardless of whether Danzo wants to go all out or escape, it is all in Itachi's calculations. Unknowingly, in the subsequent battle, Itachi wiped out all the Sharingan on Danzo's arm. It was just when Danzo was revived for the last time, Danzo was caught by Itachi's illusion hypnosis. Thinking that there was still a chance of resurrection, Danzo just appeared from hollow. Itachi's body suddenly blocked in front of Danzo, Mangekyo Sharingan launched. Tsukuyomi. When Danzo saw Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, he already knew it was not good. When he wanted to activate Shisui's Sharingan, he found that his spiritual body had appeared in a dark red space. Oops, I was trapped by the illusion again. I have to find a way to get out, otherwise I will be in trouble. Danzo gritted his teeth and reminded himself loudly in his heart. Itachi from the illusion space stretched out his left hand towards Danzo's right eye. Itachi's tone was cold and his expression was even more ruthless. It's time to return the things that shouldn't belong to you. Seeing Itachi wanted to take back Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, the spiritual Danzo immediately let out a crazy roar and shouted, "No. No, don't, you can't do this. Sharingan is mine, Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan is mine, yeah. You still know that this is Shisui's Sharingan, it doesn't belong to you in the first place. The reason why I wasted so much energy is for this moment. Only by preventing you from having another chance to cast Izanagi can I be safe take back Shisui's Sharingan." The Itachi of the spiritual body and the Itachi of the real world moved almost at the same time and shot like lightning, and took out the Sharingan at the position of Danzo's right eye. After picking off Shisui's Rinnegan, Itachi dodged back immediately. After losing Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, I don't know if it was because of the severe pain or Itachi undid Tsukuyomi's illusion, Danzo woke up instantly. As soon as Danzo came to his senses, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The arm that Danzo made out of first Hokage cell clones immediately went berserk. What? No, I can't keep this. Danzo cut off the arm decisively and fled backwards staggeringly. The arm that was abandoned by Danzo quickly took root and entered the stone bridge and quickly stood up as a huge towering tree. At the trunk of the tree you can still see the human face of first Hokage. "You bastards, I'm fighting with you, go to hell." Unlike the original book, Danzo was not mortally wounded at this time. Losing both first Hokage's cell arm and Shisui's Sharingan drove Danzo into complete madness. Danzo removed the clothes on his chest, and a 5.2 special sealing formation immediately appeared on his chest. 4 elephant seals, Blood spurted out from Danzo's chest like money, and the blood was the same color as black ink. Itachi and Obito, the masked man, dodged back quickly together. I don't know if it's because he didn't get fatally injured, but when this Danzo from the parallel otherworld was desperate, the four-element seal that came out was actually much more powerful than the one in the original anime. The black light sphere expanded enough to cover the entire stone bridge. After the black sphere retracted, the stone bridge and even some surrounding mountains were completely swallowed by the seal. So far, Danzo of this parallel otherworld has finally finished his dark life. Danzo cast his strongest sealing technique and wanted to pull one or two backs before he died, but it is a pity that both Itachi and masked Obito escaped slowly. So Danzo's death is really a bit aggrieved. Before he died, he could only stare his eyes wide with anger and fell down with regret, falling into the river below. Itachi dodged and landed on the land next to the river bank, watching Danzo's body being washed away by the flowing water with an indifferent expression, and it was at this time Itachi's expression changed suddenly, a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth and he turned his head to look behind him in disbelief. Cough, 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 puch, you. Did you finally do something to me? Itachi looked behind with bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and the masked man Obito, who appeared at an unknown time, was holding a black iron forehand. Rod pierced his back heart. The masked man Obito raised his head, his eyes were full of coldness, and said, "I can't help it either. Who told you that you and I are not of the same mind? Besides, after you die, I can still receive your Mangekyo Sharingan. In addition, you have collected Shisui's 2 Mangekyo Sharingan, and I want to collect them together too." Itachi, whose mouth was bleeding, smiled slightly and said with a smile, "Really? 22, what a good idea you made. Unfortunately, your plan is doomed to fail." Hearing what Itachi said, Obito, the masked man, also noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, Itachi, who was pierced by him in the back of the heart, suddenly twisted and swelled strangely. With a bang, it exploded into a group of black crows, scattered and disappeared in all directions. The masked man Obito awkwardly kept attacking with the black iron rod in his hand, sighed and said helplessly, "Hey, is it an illusion? Itachi, you are really good. When did you release the illusion on me? I fell into it unknowingly. Hired." The masked man took back the black iron rod, stood up straight, and looked at the top of a big tree behind him. Itachi's figure had already appeared on the top of the big tree at some point, and when Itachi's figure slowly appeared, he took out a blueprint full of runes from his arms. Looking indifferently at the masked man Obito below, he said, "You don't need to know this. I don't know if we will have a chance to meet again next time. But I want to warn you, if you dare to make your mind on Sasuke, I will never let you go." After saying this, the rune paper held in Itachi's hand suddenly glowed, and with a whoosh, Zai Jiu's figure disappeared instantly. Spacetime ninjutsu, he escaped so fast. I wanted to take advantage of the huge consumption of Danzo after he fought with Danzo to sneak attack. Hey, I still can't succeed. Itachi, one of the strongest geniuses in the Uchiha clan, you really are a tough guy. The masked man Obito looked up at the sky and said to himself. On the other side, Leiming, Bai, Zinyu, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, and others who were preparing for the Fourth Ninja World War in Konoha village suddenly saw a black shadow fall down from midair. Plop! Naruto suddenly let out a strange cry. What is it? Why is it alone? This is Akatsuki's clothes. Curious, Naruto squatted down, turned over the guy who fell on the ground, took a closer look, pointed at the person in shock and exclaimed, he is Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly seeing the extermination enemy appearing in front of him, Sasuke's face instantly became extremely ferocious. The seal of the wristband flashed. He grabbed a long knife and chopped off Itachi's head. The current Sasuke doesn't care why Itachi appears here. What is the reason that caused him to be so weak? He just wants to kill the guy in front of him with one knife. At this moment, Leiming next to him made a move, holding a sword in his hand, blocking the long knife in Sasuke's hand, then looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, I understand your mood at this moment, but now it's not time to kill him yet." "Why? Why don't you let me kill him now? Have you forgotten the heinous crimes he has done to the family?" Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked at Leiming, roaring angrily. Leiming shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Of course I haven't forgotten it, and it's precisely because I haven't forgotten it that the sacrifices of Itachi and the family must not be in vain." "What do you mean?" Sasuke frowned and looked at Leiming, staring and gnashing his teeth. Leiming looked at the awakened Itachi, knelt down and put on the green snake ring on the palm of his hand, emitting green light, and pressed it on Itachi's shoulder. With the energy input from the Greer stone, Itachi quickly recovered from his visible state, then raised his eyes to look at Leiming gratefully and said, "Thank you, Leiming. Give me time to fulfill my wish." Leiming withdrew his hand, scratched his nose with his fingers and said, "I just don't want you to die with regrets. Well, the remaining time should be the last moment between you brothers. Enjoy it." As he spoke, Leiming pressed his hands on Sasuke and Itachi's body respectively, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a whoosh, the three of them disappeared together. Seeing that Leiming, Sasuke, and Itachi disappeared together, Naruto stared at the empty space with his eyes wide open and stammered with his mouth wide open, Where did they go, Captain Leiming? Is this what's the matter? What the hell is he going to do? I'm so confused by them." 750 Uchiha Zinyu and Beidou looked at each other thoughtfully. Bai closed his eyes helplessly and sighed. Zinyu gritted his teeth and turned around, clenched his small fists and beat the trunk of a big tree next to him. Angrily said, "Damn it, you bloody B***************. If possible, I really don't want you to die so happily." Boom! The trunk of the big tree was directly smashed by Zinyu's punch, and the broken tree hit the ground heavily, scaring Naruto to jump a step to the side. The hurt Naruto looked at the destroyed tree on the ground with eyes that looked crazy, and then raised his eyes to look at the new moon and secretly complained in his heart, "Oh my god, what kind of nerve is this violent woman? What kind of nerve is it? Is there a short circuit?" Zinyu, who was in an extremely bad mood, saw Naruto looking at her with strange eyes, so she became angry immediately. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his fist with both hands, walked to Naruto's side, grabbed Naruto's back collar and carried Naruto away to the distance, saying, "I heard that you haven't been practicing very hard recently, old lady. Let me practice with you personally." Hey, what's going on? This is a crazy situation. Me. I don't need any sparring, little sister Sakura-bai. Help me. Just when Naruto was entrusted by Zinyu in the name of sparring, he was actually beaten violently. On the other side, Leiming took Sasuke and Itachi to use the Flying Thunder God technique and flashed to an uninhabited island together. Itachi looked at Leiming again to express his gratitude, then looked at Sasuke with a smile on his face and said with a smile, "Sasuke, come on, let me take a look one last time. How far has your strength improved?" "Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* fight I will accompany you, this time I will definitely kill you. Sasuke flew back, put his palms together first, transformed into a fairy face, then jumped high into the air, threw out hundreds of scrolls with the word thunder written on them from the seal on his wristbands, and then quickly sealed them with both hands. Shouted Sage Art lightning style Kirin. Boom, 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 roar, the scrolls with the word thunder thrown out by Sasuke released powerful blue lightning rays one after another, and the powerful energy burst out by the thunder and lightning rays instantly tore those scrolls to pieces. Under Sasuke's control, the blue thunderbolt condensed into a thunderbolt unicorn with a body shape comparable to that of a tailed beast, exuding a dangerous aura from all over its body. As soon as the Thunder Killin came out when he saw Itachi, he roared in anger at him, and what he saw in the eyes of the Thunder Killin was full of fierce and murderous aura. Before this was over, Sasuke's Sharingan stared at Itachi fiercely and shouted, Suzu Nenghu. At some point, Sasuke's eyes had opened Mangekyo Sharingan, and following his call, a purple chakra suddenly appeared around Sasuke's body. And under Sasuke's control, bones and flesh grow out, and the rapid solidification becomes a complete body that Suzuo can breathe. Then, Suzuo Nengu, who controlled Suzuo Nengu, landed on the body of Raiden Kirin, and Suzuo Nengu was transformed again into a layer of coat which was put on the outside of Raiden Kirin like an armor coat. The Thunderbolt Unicorn combined the power of Suzuo Nengu. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The powerful energy and dangerous aura emanating from this technique made Itachi's eyes light up frequently when he was standing not far away. Although, the cold murderous aura coming from the opposite side made Itachi feel chills all over his body, but he didn't have the slightest fear and some were only relieved and happy. Itachi first faced Leiming's direction, nodded and smiled and said, Thank you Leiming, you taught Sasuke really. you taught Sasuke so well." After saying this, fiery red chakra erupted from Itachi's body, quickly condensing into a complete body that Suzuo could exhale. Seeing Itachi thanking Leiming again, Sasuke became even more angry. The behavior of the two of them made him feel like a fool. Gritting his teeth, he roared at Itachi, "You too, what are you planning? You are not allowed to ignore my existence." Sasuke controlled the Raiden Kirin wearing Suzuo news coat, raised his hand, pointed in Itachi's direction and shot a doctor with powerful electric power full of destructive aura. "Bakai Gaoyu?" Itachi's Suzuo Nengu, who was controlling him, also launched his attack. The red energy jade composed of 3 jades collided violently with the thunder and lightning arrows, sending out an earth-shattering violent explosion, and a large crater was sunk in the ground below the explosion. Boom, it's not over yet, yah. Sasuke controlled the unicorn Suzuo Nengu to sprint quickly, and soon rushed to Itachi's Suzuo Nengu and threw his fists at the opposite wolf like raindrops. Itachi quickly controlled Suzuo Nengu and raised his shield to resist. Boom 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 boom. Every time a fist hits the shield, there will be a violent big explosion, and the thunder will explode, sending out a powerful impact, shaking Itachi's beard so that his feet can step on the ground and he keeps sliding backwards. Even withstanding Sasuke's crazy attack, Itachi's heart was extremely hot. With a satisfied smile on his face, he smiled and said, "Okay, that's it, come again. Use some more of your strongest attacks, let me see yours. What is the extent of the strength?" You have to give me a limit when you look down on people." Hearing and seeing Itachi's smiling speech, Sasuke was stimulated to the nerves again, like a cat whose tail was stepped on and exploded. Controlling the unicorn to be able to call left and right, it flew high into the air with its wings spread out on its back. Sasuke looked up to the sky, spit out a powerful fire style towards the sky and shouted, "Fire style. Heilongyan technique." Boom 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 boom. A burst of dragon-shaped flames shot towards the sky as if they didn't want money and then exploded in the clouds in the sky, emitting blazing high temperatures. Soon, in the sky where Sasuke was, black clouds gathered continuously from all directions. Faintly, blue lightning rolls, explodes, and shuttles in the clouds. "This is what you asked for, I will satisfy you." Sasuke clasped his hands together, using the magic to the strongest. The lightning-style unicorn must be able to breathe from the left with one hand facing down and the other hand making an archery motion. From the black cloud layer, blue lightning continuously gathered towards Suzuo's hand. Suzuo Nengu, controlled by Sasuke, gradually began to condense a thunderbolt light arrow exuding an extremely dangerous atmosphere in his hands, and more lightning bolts gathered from the sky. Then Sasuke used the magic to control, compress, and fuse it into the arrow, so that golden dragon-shaped light patterns began to appear on the arrow. Sage Art Lightning-style Brontosaurus. As the thunder and lightning unicorn Suzuo Nengu let go of his hand, a dazzling blue beam of light instantly penetrated the sky and the earth, and the illuminated sky was brightened. Itachi, who had been prepared for a long time, controlled Suzuo Nengu to raise the shield, raised it above his head, and shouted, 8-foot mirror quality. Boom, an ultra-thick blue beam of light enveloped Itachi and Susanoo Nori's in an instant. Under the tremendous pressure, Itachi spurted blood happily and said to himself with a smile, "Okay, the power of this move is good and I can finally rest assured. However, Sasuke's Songyu is strong enough to attack ninjutsu is not enough." In order for Sasuke to remember the last teaching he could give him while spraying blood, he controlled Suzaku Nu to adjust the angle of the 8-foot mirror. Shouted 8-foot mirror rebound. Boom! Sasuke almost didn't have time to react, he just felt the thunder unicorn outside his body, and with a violent shock, more than 2/3 of the thunder unicorn's Suzuo body was completely wiped out. Then my Susanoo ninjutsu collapsed and dissipated. After Sasuke landed on the ground, the chakra in his body was completely exhausted and he couldn't even stand still. He could only watch. Itachi was wrapped in fiery red chakra and approached him step by step. Comments. Seeing Itachi approaching step by step, Sasuke was struggling to stand up due to running out of chakra and was a little frightened at once. He waved his arms in horror and shouted at Itachi, "You don't come here." Then Sasuke looked at Leiming behind him again and shouted, "Captain Leiming, Uchiha Leiming, what are you doing there? Why don't you come and help me, then? And if this continues, I will be killed. Leiming smiled helplessly, shook his head slightly, and sighed at Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, until now haven't you understood your brother's painstaking efforts, you idiot brother?
What do you mean?
Leiming, what nonsense are you talking about there? After Sasuke heard Leiming's words, he panicked. He thought that Leiming was just perfunctory himself just to watch himself be killed by Itachi. He even suspected that Itachi and Leiming had a secret deal or something. However, when Sasuke turned his head away again, what he saw was Itachi had already walked in front of him. The blood in Itachi's mouth flowed out like money, stretched out his hand 237, pointed at Sasuke's eyes and smiled. Sasuke, it's all right, it will be fine soon. Sasuke closed his eyes in fright, thinking desolately in his heart, will my Sharingan be taken away? Am I going to die for no apparent reason? I am so unwilling, ah. In the next moment, the pain in Sasuke's fantasy did not come, but only a familiar feeling came from his forehead. Sasuke's eyes opened instantly, and what he saw was Itachi's index finger and middle finger holding bloodline, touching his forehead and the familiar big brother's smile. Just when Itachi was about to die, he kept smiling at Sasuke and flicked his other hand in Leiming's direction. A sealing scroll was shot at Leiming. Leiming took it with one hand, opened the scroll, and untied the seal. The white smoke exploded, and what fell into Leiming's hands was a pair of Sharingan that hit the culture fluid. Is this Shisui's Sharingan? Leiming held the hand of the bottle, clenched it slightly, then looked in Itachi's direction and said with a smile, don't worry, I won't use Shisui's Sharingan indiscriminately. I will definitely use it on the place to use it. Hearing Leiming's promise, Itachi looked at the smile on Sasuke's face and suddenly it became brighter and smiled at Sasuke, my brother, I hope you can live well. Live happily and happily. After saying this, Itachi tapped the finger on Sasuke's forehead, dropped it, and leaned his head weakly on Sasuke's shoulder. At this moment, Sasuke was dumbfounded, let Itachi's head rest on his shoulder in a daze and stared blankly at the space ahead. He muttered to himself, why didn't you kill me? Don't you want to take away my Sharingan? Why did you just die like this? Why? Leiming gave Sasuke time to be in a daze, and after about half an hour, Leiming stepped forward to help Itachi off Sasuke's shoulder, then put him down and gently put him on the ground. After sealing Itachi's body with a scroll, he stood up in front of Sasuke again and fought heavily on Sasuke's head. The green energy of the Greer Stone accumulated enough on the hand knife, and it shot into Sasuke's body at one time, helping him recover to his peak state in an instant. He shouted, is it enough to be in a daze? Come to my senses, brother idiot. What, Captain Leiming, what did you just say? Sasuke looked at Leiming with empty eyes and asked. Really, it looks like it's time to let you know something. Let's go back to the place where the Uchiha clan used to live. Swish, after speaking, Leiming launched the Flying Thunder God technique, CCCJ, with Sasuke and disappeared in a flash. By the time they reappeared, the two had reached the secret basement of the Uchiha clan. Leiming took Sasuke to a stele, pointed at the stele and said, Sasuke, you can open the Sharingan to see the stele. Use the normal 3 Tamo Sharingan and the Mangekyou Sharingan respectively. Okay, I see. Sasuke foolishly, without any hesitation or resistance, immediately followed Leiming's request, opened his eyes Sharingan and looked at the stele. After reading the information recorded on the stele, Sasuke slowly woke up from the shock of Itachi's death. After reading all the information on the stele, Sasuke woke up completely, looked at Leiming in disbelief and asked, the stele? Is everything recorded on the stele true? Leiming sneered, tapped Sasuke's forehead lightly with his fingers and said with a smile, it would be great if the information recorded on it is true, but as long as it is information, there are cases of falsification and fraud, possibility of tampering. What do you mean? Hearing what Leiming said, Sasuke frowned and asked. Sasuke, who woke up, finally regained some of his keen perception, and he heard some overtones from Leiming's words. Forget it. In order to let you see the truth of some things, there is no way to waste some precious chakra. As he spoke, Leiming took out a special scroll from the seal of the wristband. The scroll was all purple. After opening the scroll, dense runes were carved inside the scroll and a vertical pupil was drawn in the center of the runes. After opening the scroll, Leiming said to Sasuke, Some time ago, you and Naruto carried out a special mission to capture a traitor of Sand Ninja. Do you still remember? Sasuke frowned. You mean? That's right. The reason why this rune looks familiar to you is because it uses a special technique, which can temporarily call the Dragon Vein Power Emperor of the sealed place from a long distance. The power of dragon veins can make people travel through time and space, go back to the past, and go to the future. But if they really do that, it may cause some effects that we don't know and can't control. It may even cause unnecessary disaster. However, after my research and development, another way of using Dragon Vein Chakra can still be used. As Leiming said, he bit his finger and drew a bloodstain on the spell circle, then quickly formed a seal with both hands and shouted at the stone tablet, time and space backtracking technique. Replay. Then, Sasuke found that the space picture around him began to change in color, and people around him continued to appear one by one. Among these people, Sasuke's brother, father, and many people he didn't know stood in front of the stele one by one and opened the Sharingan to watch the stele. Sasuke looked at the front of the stele and a figure kept appearing and disappearing. Father, brother. Many people, each of them has watched this stele with Sharingan. Figures flashed one after another until a man appeared with long black hair like a hedgehog. After his Sharingan was opened, it was Mangekyo Sharingan. Leiming paused the time-winding screen, pointed at this person, and said to Sasuke, Sasuke, you must have heard the name of this person. He is the famous Uchiha Madara. He is known as one of the strongest in our family. If I remember correctly, I should have taught you to read lips, right? You watch his mouth carefully and see what he's going to say later. Seeing Leiming looking at him and talking so seriously, Sasuke's face instantly became solemn, and he even opened Sharingan, not letting go of any words that Madara said later. Soon, Leiming continued the ninjutsu of going back in time so that Sasuke could clearly see the shape of Madara's lips. Sasuke kept staring at Madara's mouth shape. After reading what he said, his eyes widened in shock and he said in surprise, What he? His thoughts are so crazy. Leiming nodded and said with a smile, It's really crazy to want to become the second sage of 6 paths and then cast infinite Tsukuyomi on the world. Then Leiming changed the subject, looked at Sasuke seriously and said, But do you think infinite Tsukuyomi is really that easy to use? Why is such troublesome spell information recorded on this stone tablet and tell how to obtain that power for future generations? The amount of information is too rich. Hearing what Leiming said, the perceptive Sasuke quickly discovered something was wrong. Look at the picture below, said. Leiming continued to play back in time. The figures with Sharingan passed by quickly until one day on a dark and windy night, a black figure sneaked in, approached the stele and showed a sinister smile. Looking at the stele, he smiled and said, Hey, just modify this, maybe you will get unexpected results in the future. The black shadow approached the stele, carefully calculating to change the information on it. Sasuke stared round his eyes, looking at the black shadow in disbelief, changing the information recorded on the stone tablet bit by bit. While playing the time-traveling screen, Leiming said, The reason why the Uchiha family has come to the fate of a tragic family step by step is that this black shadow man is the culprit in the end. Before Sasuke wanted to speak and express his thoughts, Leiming continued to go back in time to the screen, and soon, the screen finally returned to the moment when the stele was born. Sasuke saw an old man holding a black Zen stick with special horns on his head and Rinnegan eyes like Nagato's. The old man was carving a stone tablet stroke by stroke, writing the message he wanted to warn future generations. Behind the old man, Sasuke also saw the 9-tailed beasts when he was a child, and each of them was still in the state of a cute baby. After Sasuke finished reading the real original text of the stele, Leiming looked at Sasuke and said, Have you seen it clearly? This is the real historical truth. The story of Kaguya-ji is also the origin of ninja sect. After finishing all this, Leiming unlocked the ninjutsu of backtracking in time and space, and restored the surrounding images to normal. He looked at Sasuke seriously and said with a smile, Are you still worried about Itachi's death, your parents, and many others? The death of the clansmen, I feel grief, indignation, and reconciliation. With tears in Sasuke's eyes, He gritted his teeth and looked at Leiming, asking, since you already know all the truth, why do you want me and Itachi to go all out and watch Itachi die in front of me? When questioning Leiming, Sasuke opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and there were blood tears in the corners of his eyes. Leiming smiled slightly, looked at Sasuke and said, the reason is very simple because this is Itachi's last wish before he died, wanting to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, and only those who really open their eyes will know how much burden it will put on the body. Itachi's body has long been unable to bear it. His body has suffered from a serious disease and he has been relying on medicine to support him all these years. His only last wish before he died was to witness your growth with his own eyes. Why? Why Sasuke's eyes were full of blood and tears and he uttered a heart-piercing roar at Leiming. His heart was full of anger and sadness at the moment and he wanted to kill, but I don't know who to kill. Because of the excessive mental stimulation, his eyes finally went dark and he passed out. Asking for flowers, looking at Sasuke who fell on the ground, Leiming said softly to the dark corner of the secret room, bye. I'll teach you the rest, let's fulfill Itachi's last wish. Okay, I know, leave it to me. Bai, who was wearing a beautiful white costume, slowly emerged from the darkness. Leiming took out the scroll, sealed Itachi's body before releasing it, and then, Yubai personally performed medical ninjutsu, exchanged Itachi's Sharingan for Sasuke and personally removed Sasuke's Sharingan and put it into a special culture container. 3 days and 3 nights later, Sasuke, whose eyes were covered with gauze, suddenly sat up and found him in front of him in darkness, subconsciously touched the gauze where his eyes were. Leiming sat against the wall next to him, opened his eyes and said to Sasuke, Sasuke, we have replaced Itachi's Sharingan for you according to Itachi's last wish, but you must protect these eyes. Feel and integrate with your brother desperate, but also to leave your legacy. After Sasuke heard Leiming's words, the hand that touched the gauze at the eye position trembled again unconsciously. Then, Leiming said something that made Sasuke almost not jump up. Leiming looked at Sasuke with a slightly raised mouth and said with a smile, Sasuke, you know how 6 Paths Pain attacked Konoha village and resurrected the villagers, right?
What do you mean?
Captain Leiming, you? Hearing Leiming mention 6 Paths Pain's resurrection of Konoha village villagers and ninjas who died in battle, a Sasuke with a flexible mind and a heart, I couldn't help but jump up and down. With a smile on the corner of Leiming's mouth, he said with a smile, after so many years, do you think that I really haven't prepared anything? Is it just a pursuit of stronger power? In fact, I have been looking for a way to revive the Uchiha clan. The name of that ninjutsu, isn't it now? Rinnegan's forbidden technique, Rin Tensei technique. The boss of the Akatsuki organization declared war on the whole world and launched the 4th Ninja World War. You said that if we take this opportunity to snatch his Rinnegan and then find a random sacrifice, such as White cloned from first Hokage Cell's Zetsu, install Rinnegan on him and use hypnosis on him. Let him cast Rin Tensei technique, what will happen? Small, thanks to the help of the Grail Stone from Leiming's Ring of the Green Serpent, Sasuke only took 3 days to fully integrate Itachi's Sharingan. After Sasuke's eyes recovered, Leiming purposely made a madra with both hands in front of Sasuke. Shout reanimation jutsu. A big bearded man lying on the ground immediately uttered a shrill scream, and immediately clods of soil began to swallow up his body. Leiming said without any mercy, this guy is the boss of a bandit cottage, his hands are covered with blood, and he has done a lot of evil, so I use it to cast reanimation jutsu. You don't need to have the slightest psychological burden. Sasuke snorted coldly and said, Captain Leiming, what do you think I am, or a kid who doesn't know anything? I won't have any psychological burden if I'm 120. After the Impure World Reincarnation Ninjutsu was performed, the person who appeared in front of Sasuke was Uchiha Itachi, who had just died. Sasuke looked at Leiming almost with wide eyes and watched Leiming put the kunai with the written text into the back of Itachi's head. Huh, what are you looking at me like that for? The 4th Ninja World War is about to start. Any ninjutsu that can enhance our combat power can be used. Instead of letting the villains of the Akatsuki organization use reanimation jutsu to fight against us, why don't we summon him in advance to become our partner? Itachi slowly opened his eyes, looked at Sasuke softly and said with a smile, Leiming is right instead of letting me be used by the enemy.
Let me help you.
Sasuke wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "You don't say anything yourself, how can I object?"
Leiming wiped his nose, continued to perform reanimation jutsu,
and resurrected Sasuke's father and mother in succession. Then, Leiming pushed open the door and before leaving he smiled at Sasuke inside and said, "Your family has been separated from each other for more than 10 years, let's have a good chat, I'll go out first. In a few days, we will go to the battlefield. Before we leave, Master Fugaku, Itachi, you two come to me, let's have a good discussion. What other Uchiha clan's combat power is suitable for impure world reincarnation came to help?" Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku, cast a dissatisfied glance at Leiming and snorted coldly, "You don't even spare the dead, you really are not a good guy."
Hey.
Mr. Fugaku, what you have taught me is that if our strength is not limited, I don't want to disturb your rest. After saying this, Leiming immediately closed the door and ran away. Sasuke's mother was not as strong as Uchiha Fugaku, she just stepped forward with tears in her eyes and hugged her sons Sasuke and Itachi. Softly whispered in the ears of the two sons, "Over the years you have worked so hard." In the face of gentle maternal love, Sasuke could no longer maintain a cool look and immediately hugged his mother tightly, crying loudly, just like a weak and helpless child when he was a few years old. "My lord mother." Uchiha Zinyu, who was leaning against the corner of the corridor outside the door, heard the crying from Sasuke's room and couldn't help the tears flickering in the corners of her eyes. Leiming walked up to Zinyu, gently wiped her tears with his hand and said softly, "What's the matter, Zinyu? If you want, I can also use reanimation jutsu to summon your parents to come out and have a good reunion first." Zinyu shook her head slightly, showing her weak side rarely, and said with a wry smile, "No need, brother Leiming. I know my parents are not strong enough. If they are forced to summon them to fight against the enemy, they will only be hurt by the enemy again and again. That's all. You said that reanimation jutsu is to forcibly summon the soul of the dead back to the world. In case the enemy is strong and has ninjutsu that can harm the soul, those who are not strong enough will not be able to participate in the battle. Even self-protection cannot be done. It's better to wait until the end of the war, we get the Rinnegan and then revive them. Besides, I don't want to be distracted before the war." "Okay, I respect your opinion." Leiming hugged Zinyu tenderly and patted Zinyu's back lightly to calm her emotions. On Leiming's side, he was preparing to plan the ninja undead army belonging to Konoha village, and it was also the undead army of the Uchiha family. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization, a white-haired man holding a Zen stick walked in swaggeringly with 3 of his subordinates. The masked man Obito found out that these guys had suddenly invaded. He jumped to a high place, looked down at the person coming and asked, "Who are you that dare to break into my territory?" The white-haired man showed a confident smile, and said with a smile, "My name is Kazuma, and I am one of the original Guardian Ninja 12. The ninja who protects the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The reason why I came here to look for you today is naturally to cooperate with you. I heard that you are going to launch the 4th Ninja World War. I think my ability can definitely help you." The masked man Obito glanced at the 4 of them disdainfully and sneered, "It's just you 4, how can you help me?" In order to prove his worth, Kazuma made seals with both hands, then pressed to the ground and shouted reanimation jutsu.
Boom.
Around Hima, coffins were immediately raised one by one, and as the lids of the coffins were opened one by one, the appearance of the deceased inside was revealed. Others said it was okay, until when the masked man saw the face of the deceased in one of the coffins, the pupils of the masked man Obito's eyes suddenly shrank violently for a moment. Then he said coldly, "Tell me, what conditions do you have?" The corners of Kazuma's mouth turned up and then a ferocious smile appeared on his face and he said with a smile, "There is no special condition, that is, we help each other. I only have one wish, that is to destroy Konoha village." The masked man Obito looked at the deceased who came out of Hema Summon 5.1. One of the dead in the coffin was the famous Uchiha Madara. He nodded and said, "Okay. I agree to your terms." I don't know if it's because of Leiming's butterfly effect or Orochimaru's attention, all shifted to find clues to the Otsutsuki family. The storyline of this parallel otherworld has actually shifted. In the original anime, Kazuma can only be regarded as a rebellious ninja who has mastered the reanimation jutsu, a small boss who caused certain troubles to Konoha village. Now in this world, Yakushi Kabuto actually took the place of the original book, participated in the Fourth Ninja World War at the turning point of Hokage ninja fate, and became one of the important villains behind it.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.